Now we're ready, chat. Welcome in with the Central Committee stream with your host, Mike from PA. We are live once again, and woo-wee, do we have a stream for you? Things are fucking terrible. The Democratic Party's epic defeat in the 2024 elections by refusing to listen to the left in any way has continued. The collapse is fully underway. The Democratic Party liberals are out of fight. And this is something that I think people have to start pointing out. Like, if you're a centrist liberal and you don't feel like fighting and you're in a position of authority, resign. You need to quit. Like, why is Chuck Schumer still there? Why are all the same people who lost horribly still there making decisions, and they don't even want to fight? They don't want to resist. They're not whipping votes. Every Democrat is just voting whatever the fuck they want. We have people in D+20 seats voting for the Laken Riley Act. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Ethan had to delay his video an entire week so he could scrub the video of Destiny because he gets literally everything from his subreddits. Yes, everything yeah, I know. It's all, everything that he's going to use against Hasan is clips that were sourced from DGG. Literally, we know that Ethan and like Ethan fans kind of do this denial. Oh, it has nothing to do with Destiny. But then you look into who the fan is saying that, and they're a Destiny fan. It is and I can tell you this right now. Like, you know, we're going to be covering the Destiny shit, and I want you to understand. Like, you need anybody who has collaborated with Destiny. You need to have public statements made. Period. You know, Ben Winkler went on DNC on Destiny's podcast like a week ago. He needs to make a statement. The Dr. Healthy Gamer.gg, he had Destiny on less than 2 weeks ago. He needs to be making a statement. People need to be consistently asked why they are quiet on this. I think Hasan also needs to stop acting like there is an argument we can have in the Democratic Party. No one is saying we have to take it over by force or so, inform or something outside of it. We are wasting time. Well, I mean, the reality is that we're sitting here in limbo. Here's the reality. The left is not organized enough to make us a serious push for control of the Democratic Party. But here's the thing about that. Why is that? Well, because the Democratic Party takes a bunch of billionaire money. The Democrats and those people in power would rather take 30% of the money of the Republican Party than do nothing, and then actually risk losing that money and winning. Judy Hasan Rella, thank you for the 10 tier ones. Has Asman talked about Destiny's shit yet? Has Asman actually talked about it? Every micro scandal. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Asman threatened Twitch because I made a joke about Destiny, but he's not going to cover Destiny's crimes against multiple women? Can someone explain to me the logic of that? Now, I'm not saying what I did was right. I just have hated Destiny for a long time because I known he's a fucking criminal and an evil bastard. And he was targeting me along with all these women that he abused. It is what it is. QT Hasan Rella, thank you for the 10 more gifted stuff. Could you, like, but let's leave that aside. I don't even give a shit about what he did to me. What I want to know is, why is Asmongold ignoring this shit? He would probably say Destiny isn't on Twitch. Yeah, he wants Destiny unbanned. He campaigned to unban Destiny. Oh, I don't care about Destiny because he's not on Twitch. Guy who campaigned to get him unbanned. Opinion on Mr. Bus covering his eyes from powerful hot Californian sun and how everyone call him Hitler. Oh, okay. I mean, this is what I think about that. That's actually a really good question. Thank you, first time chatter, for coming in. What I think about Elon Musk is he's too much of a little bitch to say he actually is a Nazi, which kind of shows how weak he really is, because he doesn't really have power, right? He still has to pretend not to be a Nazi, right? If he was really powerful, he could be a Nazi and get away with it, but he's kind of weak, so he can't really get away with that. So he has to go like, no, I was just autistic, which in a certain sense is very funny because it means he's afraid of us, right? It means he's scared. He's a scared little boy. He's so scared. He's so scared of us being mad at him. Which that's like the first thing I would say is LOL, afraid. This motherfucker's afraid. And the second thing I would say is he was clearly doing a Nazi salute. He got really excited. He got emotional, and he did the thing that his inhibitions went down, in a moment of manic joy. He felt like he was on top of the world. He could do anything he wanted to do. So he did the thing he really wanted to do, which is hail Hitler. Where is this? I think he played it with the heart out to you excuse, as seriously thought he could just play it off as epic trolling. Yeah. He wants to be liked and loved. No, I mean, I think Elon only wants to be, he wants to be submitted to, which is not quite the same thing as wanting to be liked and loved, right? Did that post get deleted? There was a Twitter post that showed a Hitler salute from Elon Musk and then had it timed exactly with a right-wing rally. Do you guys know what I mean? Fuck, I thought I retweeted it. Can't seem to find it. I should have bookmarked it. No, this is it. Guys, does this look like he was... Okay, so on the left is a Nazi rally. On the right is Elon doing the gesture. Let's take a look. So as you can see, like, it is an identical beat for beat practiced. Like, you can see the hands coming in almost identical and then the extension, you know, like he's actually perfectly timed with this guy right here. If you watch this guy right here, he's actually completely frame for frame aligned with that guy. This shot gives you a better sense of how it looks identical. Also, biting the lip is a sign of aggression. Like, I know that this is actually something that happens when somebody is about to do aggression. Sometimes you do things like bite your own lip. So it's a sign of malice, just so you know. So, like, you know, biting his lip while doing a Nazi salute, this is a malice action, not a love action. So there you have it. There you have it, folks. I don't think it's very complicated. I don't think it's very complicated. Like, you know, he did it. I mean, the real power is right-wingers pretending he didn't do it. Like, they're having fun. And this is something that, of course, it's the Sartre quote. This is by far and away the most accurate. So this is what we're living through right now. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdity of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge. But they are amusing themselves, for it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse, for by giving ridiculous reasons, they discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument is past. And this is basically what's happening here, which is like you arguing with a right-winger about whether it's a Nazi salute or not is really just fun for them because everyone knows it is. But the fact that you have to pretend like they think it's not is a sign they're winning. It's a sign of their power, right? Obviously, anyone who's sane looks at that and goes, yeah, that's a Nazi salute. And the fact that there are people out there willing to say, no, it's not a Nazi salute, that's a sign of their domination. You know, you have to treat them as serious when they're not being serious. They don't have to treat you as serious.
No, like straight up, like that was a serious Roman. It wasn't even like a subtle, like a wave, like one of these, like a Laura Ingraham. Remember when Laura Ingraham did that? That was a straight up like Sig Heil, like loving Hitler energy. that was like a straight up with intensity Roman salute. And then the like straight up, like that was a serious Roman.
Why do we treat them seriously? Well, I just saw a tweet earlier this morning, right before I went live. And I think it does kind of demonstrate it perfectly. It demonstrates it perfectly. And it's very simple. which is a liberal is stuck in a room with a fascist, a socialist, and an anarchist. The liberal has one gun and 2 bullets. What does the lib do? Give the gun to the fascist. That's what's happening. So we have, liberals don't have a capacity to fight fascists. In fact, a liberal is very close to a fascist. A fascist is really just a liberal under stress, right? And, I oftentimes talk about how very few people are ideological. However, people that identify as liberals are basically fascists, right? If you're an ideological liberal, that means that you are so dedicated to preserving things like markets or whatever that you would rather kill people and destroy people who are resisting it. That's why you call yourself a liberal, because you value markets more than humanity.
Believe that anti-Semites, this can stand for any black.
Oh yeah, he started to copy me. I've been saying that. I've been using this quote for a long time. I guess his DGGers finally brought it over to him. I've been using this quote for a very long time. Destiny gives Ethan advice to deal with Hasan spreading lies about him. Oh yeah, is that right? D said he's done streaming until February. Yeah, he thinks that people are gonna stop talking about this. He thinks people are gonna stop talking about him going to prison for sex crimes in February. Now, when you read this Sartre quote, what he's really talking about is fascism, right? Anti-Semitism was very important in early in fascism, because they represented a minority that wasn't fully assimilated, right? And so they were a good proxy for targeting. But these groups existed at the same time the German Nazis were created. In American society, they're more of a militia, political association. Any party can be connected to them. Libertarian Ron Paul was seen with KKK Trump too. Now they're giving time to neo-Nazi. Oh yeah. The American people love Trump. Not really. I think one of the main things about Trump supporters is it's very simple to understand. And I think that's a very good we should go into this Will Menaker interview, because I think and it's called The End of the Left Liberal Alliance. Now, they had Dasha on this podcast the previous week, which makes going immediately into Will very funny. I'm not sure that how I feel about this podcast yet. I think it's too online. And I hate to say that as a person who's very online, but it kind of feels like the vices of the online left kind of turned up too high.
Of any kind of left liberal alliance. Who do you hate? Who are you angry at? It is the end of any kind of left liberal alliance in American politics.
Exactly.
There's no hope in changing the Democratic Party from within.
Is woke over?
Of course it's fucking over. We elected Donald Trump president a second time. Hopefully, President G, if you're watching this, I'm ready. I'm available. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. We are preparing the ground for you in this country. We are ready to collaborate. And just let's link and build, brother. Let's do it.
Welcome to Doomscroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Will Menaker, a host of the Chapo Trap House podcast and a co-author of the Chapo Guide to Revolution.
Look at AOC now, and I
was gonna ask.
Whenever I'm critical of her, people crawl up my ass or whatever, and I spent years probably biting my tongue because I'm not trying to be as reflexively to shit on her as much as
we need to differentiate the political program from whatever AOC is doing with this bodies and space.
Recently what she just lost her oversight committee bid to head up that committee to a guy who's 75 and has cancer. And I just see that and I think, good. Buy the ticket, take the ride. Because this
By the way, I agree with this. It's not that I want to root. I don't think it's good that AOC is bad at this. I personally don't think it's good. I don't spend my time hyper focusing on her. But the reality is she's leaning much more into Elizabeth Warren 2020 than she is Bernie Sanders 2016. Imagine if AOC was somebody who was, instead of leaning into the liberal representational politics nightmare of corporate DEI trainings, was actually leaning into a work, like she tries to into a working class coalition. She tries to square the circle, but it's unsquareable. It's unsquareable, man. Like Elizabeth Warren is not squareable with Bernie Sanders. I know a lot of people think that they are, but they're not. And I think Bernie Sanders himself tried to do that. That's why he failed in 2020, because he tried to do that. He said, okay, I think, you know, he looked at 2016 and he did his post-mortem and he said, why did I lose? Well, I lost because liberals said that I didn't have enough support in the black community and that I didn't care enough about reparations and I didn't care enough about, like, you know, bodies and spaces, and I wasn't woke enough. And, you know, I had these old opinions on gun control and immigration policy that weren't, you know, the most rad-lib, libertarian-friendly bullshit. Like, I actually believed in, you know, securing for the American worker a stable position in society. And, you know, what did he do? He triangulated toward Elizabeth Warren. Now, Elizabeth Warren is probably one of the most unpopular politicians in America. I don't think Elizabeth Warren is going to last. I think she might lose her next election, quite frankly, in Massachusetts. She was a snake for Bernie Sanders. Her entire purpose in 2020 was to split the progressive vote, to split this kind of more upscale, professional managerial class, you know, urbanite from the more young and working class elements of the Bernie coalition. And she successfully did that. She split the progressive vote. She grabbed a bunch of people that were Bernie Sanders 2016 supporters, and she diffused them. She split the coalition. She prevented Bernie Sanders from winning pluralities in the Super Tuesday election and helped Biden win pluralities in Super Tuesday elections in multiple states like Texas, like Massachusetts itself. So the reality is that, you know, as like AOC is like the ceasefire thing. They're working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Joe Biden should stay in the race. What the fuck was that? Who was saying that? The only people that were saying that were the people that were in the professional managerial nonprofit classes in DC and maybe New York and maybe LA. It was a lie. And everybody knew it. I knew it at the time. You knew it at the time. And I've continued to try to be nice to AOC and be like, okay, you know, she's not the problem, but she's not the solution at this point. And it's not because I want to attack her. It's not because I'm deranged. It's that the decisions she's making of orienting herself more as this, like, oh, why won't you support me for leadership? It's because, and here's what she doesn't seem to understand. Her positions are unacceptable to the Democratic Party. Her belief in single-payer healthcare, her belief in a Green New Deal, those are unacceptable. She could do everything right. She could be a good team player. She could do everything to help the Democrats, even when they're way to her right wing. The fact that she holds any left-wing positions is anathema to the Democratic Party. She will never be allowed to rise. This is a difficult thing to people who only know fascism as Nazism as one-to-one with the German example. Like now, Elon apologists say you can't call him a Zionist supporter a fascist. But the point is, fascism is not inherently anti-Semitic. Fascism targets a domestic other. And unfortunately, as a diaspora in Europe, Jewish populations were a universal other for centuries. But in other places like Imperial Japan, the US, Israel, their fascist organizations target a different local other. Well, exactly. And in fact, you know, Zionism is perfectly compatible with anti-Semitism because Zionism is a settler colonial project. And how do you do a settler colonial project? You need settlers. Well, if anti-Semitism is raging in the world, Jewish people are going to flee the countries where they're oppressed to a place where they feel protected. And that provides a source of settlers for Israel. So they have, you know, it's a balancing act for Israel because they, at the one hand, they need to maintain influence within Western society. But on the other hand, they want to create a certain kind of like anti-Semitic pull to Israel as a refuge for Jewish people. And that's the kind of tightrope they're walking right now. That is the tightrope they're walking. And basically, they have gone to the far-right parties throughout the world and said, we'll support you as long as you support us, and then you pick Muslims as your target. You know, what is the German far right targeting now? Are they targeting Jews? No, they're targeting Muslims. And so Zionism and far right Zionism, supported by Benjamin Netanyahu, goes to the far right and says, okay, fine. You support Israel, we'll kill Muslims for you. We'll say that you're not hateful. We'll protect you from the analogies to Nazism. And a lot of people, quite frankly, don't think of fascism as politics. They think of Nazis as cartoon villains. They think of Nazis like the black blob of hate on, you know, first season of Star Trek, The Next Generation. They think of Nazis as like caricatures. They don't see them as an actual political movement that had arguments. One of the things that I found really fascinating was, you guys know how Hitler's speeches have been started to get translated by AI? And so many people have been like, wow, I never heard it was just scary German. I never heard any of the arguments. I think Joe Rogan might have even said that. And I have to admit, I get angry at the internet quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I get angry at the internet quite a bit. There's no doubt about that, because the stupidity is virulent on the internet. But my reaction to hearing that was, wait a minute, you don't know what the Nazis believed? You don't know the Nazi arguments? You never were curious what made them do what they do? You never tried to understand it? You never tried to understand what World War II was about? Like, what? I was shocked. I remember when I first learned about Nazis, when I was like, I don't know, 10 or something, or even younger. I was like, what? They were psychos. Why did they do what they do? What did they believe? And why? And I understood it. And I was like, oh, this is a collection of ideas. And they're cockamamie bullshit. And so I knew what their ideas were, and I knew why their ideas were wrong, and I knew that implementing their ideas led to World War II, led to the disaster of the Holocaust. And so anytime I saw ideas that were similar to Nazi ideals, I was like, no fucking way, those are terrible ideas. We've seen this game before. I could detect it. It's almost like Americans are trained not to detect Nazism. And the reason why that is because the United States allies with fascist movements around the world. It's just that simple. And so the United States doesn't want you to be able to identify and target Nazism, because if you do, if you become aware, you'll be able to disrupt what the American state is trying to do in foreign policy. Conservatives have a very childish understanding of the world. The poor are lazy, Muslims are hateful and violent, the Nazis were born evil, and America is all good and justified. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's you have to understand this about conservatives, and I don't say this to be an asshole. I say this to be truthful, which is conservatives are people who generally have less cognitive ability. Now, there's a variety of reasons why conservatives, in a general sense, are dumber, but conservatives, because they have less mental horsepower, they have to economize. And bigotry is an economization of intellectual energy. You put people into boxes and you can process how to react to them very quickly. I mean, this is just a fact, and it's well studied. I would only agree if we're talking about poor conservatives. Rich conservatives know what they are doing. Yeah, I call this the evil ignorant or evil/stupid categorization about conservatives. A conservative is always one of two things, and sometimes both: ignorant or evil. Right? I'm using "or" in the philosophic sense of and or. Right? Like, they're evil or they're stupid. And so, like, somebody like Ben Shapiro, I don't think is a stupid person. He's an evil bastard, and he knows he's lying, and he has contempt for humanity, right? He has contempt for the hoi polloi. He thinks lying to the hoi polloi is justified because they're inferior. And so if he tricks them into supporting policies that will go against their interest, that's good because they deserve it, because they're inferior. That's why conservatives hate the left so much, because the left represents an existential threat to their project, right? Because if you start thinking like what is the left? The left basically wants you to think about the world like this, that there's the haves and there are the have-nots. And society is controlled by the haves, and they exploit the have-nots, and all value in the world is produced by workers. And our system discourages and exploits the worker, and it makes our lives and the world worse. And it gives to an undeserving elite called capitalists, right? Capitalists are simply parasites on the body politic and on the economy, and they don't serve a useful function. And humanity is subjugated to this system, and it needs to be liberated, right? So if you look at the world, by the way, you can look at the world like a leftist and be on the right. You know who does that? Capitalists. I mean, Warren Buffett put it very simple. He said, there's a class war and my class is winning. Like, they know, like, they look at the world the same way I do, but they're like, I'm a capitalist. I agree with Mike. We need to shut Mike up because we don't want the dumb proles to think about the world the same way.
This is what you wanted. This is what you wanted. So, like, I mean, and yeah, it was her on stage at the DNC saying they're working tirelessly for a ceasefire.
Give me a fucking break.
That to me was like that. That was. I mean, like it's just like I rooted for her when she first got in office. But I was skeptical then, but now I don't have to be skeptical anymore. There is no hope in any of this.
Yeah.
There's no hope in changing the Democratic Party from within.
Why did Trump win the election?
Well, because more people voted for him than his opponent, Kamala Harris.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a numbers game, really, at the end of the day. However, actually, in our system of government, it's actually the numbers you get from the state electors. But But yeah, essentially, he got more delegates and votes than Kamala Harris. So, I mean, yeah, if you're looking for a reason why he won the election, I think it's because more people wanted him to be president than his opponent.
Called the racial.
Well, like let's begin with Joe Biden not stepping down after the 2022 midterms. And he just, it's like, you know, LBJ style said, I'm not seeking a second term. And the Democrats had something like a real primary. The shambling corpse of the Democratic Party, just like, I mean, could there be a better representation of that for trying to pass off this, like, you know, obviously senile old man to be like,
it's class warfare. Guess which class is winning? Do you think things have gotten better since 2006, or far, far, far worse? And I'll give you a hint: far worse.
Like their candidate, and then replacing him with Kamala Harris, who I think got a brief honeymoon of people just being like, oh, we don't have to vote for Joe Biden.
She got about a meme news cycle.
Yeah. She's brat, but then it was just. I mean, I think what it comes down to, like, I mean, like the easiest explanation is her and the Democratic Party, that the infrastructure around her don't actually believe in anything. I mean, well, they do believe in certain things,
making
like
money for themselves,
you know, supporting Israel and Wall Street and their you know, like their donors, but like they essentially don't believe in anything. And you see a lot of that now in the sort of postmortems where people are they're stuck on this idea of messaging. You know, we got like our messaging is better, or like, you know, we need 10,000 Hasan Pikers. And the message follows the policy. And if you don't have
10,000 Hasan Pikers.
Yeah, let 1,000 Hasan Pikers win. They just think like, if we can only have Hasan Piker with our politics, then we'd have the perfect vessel for our message. And the answer is like, Hasan wouldn't be Hasan if he had the politics of, you know, Pod Save America.
Right.
They essentially ran this election as a campaign against Donald Trump, yes, who's like, you know, the most dangerous evil man who's ever existed in American history. But they really did also run a campaign against their own base. And they ran a campaign to essentially demoralize their own base on behalf of this an imaginary like tranche of voters that existed on their spreadsheets. And I think
who is that imaginary voter?
Like, you know, the moderate voter, or the Republican voter that's, you know, voted Republican their whole life but is uncomfortable with Donald Trump because of, you know, January 6th or Russia or blah blah blah. The list goes down. It's just like they campaign for anyone but I don't know, like they're the base. They're like, you know, anyone like liberal or progressive or a young person in this country. They didn't give people anything to vote for. And why would anyone vote for Republican Light when the full fat version is on offer and half the price? So, I mean, I think that's really what it comes down to. Like, the Democrats didn't offer anything to anyone. They don't believe in anything. And say what you will about Donald Trump and the MAGA Republican Party, but it's pretty clear, you know, what they're offering, what they offer the people who vote for them, which is just, you know, he may be a cocksucker and a liar, but like he's our guy.
Yeah.
And he makes the people who hate you mad.
Right.
And he wins. So, and like the other thing is that, like, having already been president once, the idea that he represents, like, you know, like the end of democracy, or that he's like an American Hitler or something, it just, whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But like, to sell it to the voters, I don't think it has the same cachet, because like he's already been president for 4 years.
Right. He didn't do like a, you know.
I really do think that it's the Democratic Party is Jover. That's a really good line. Republican light versus full fat version at half the price. Exactly right. Like I just think the Democratic Party is over. It doesn't make sense. Under the logic of our society, it doesn't make sense. Like, there's no compelling argument for it. If you believe in anything, you can't support the Democratic Party anymore. It just doesn't make sense. It has to go. Like, people hate it. It's despised. It doesn't have a real path to power. You know, it's like a party that has at best 35% of the electorate. It can't win. Like, look at the Senate. The Democrats, like, if they win every single swing state senator, it's not enough. They have to win every single swing election, and it's not enough because the filibuster exists. They can't do anything. If the Democrats win the House, they win the Senate and the White House, and they let the filibuster exist, they can't do anything. They can't legislate. So all the Democratic Party is a slowly spiraling failure of a party. And does anybody think anyone cares about the filibuster? Does anybody think the filibuster is something anybody gives a shit about? No. But the Democrats are dead set on upholding it. There is a good argument that the Democratic name itself garners sways of brain-dead legacy voters across regions and demographics. No, I agree with that. My buddy sent me a Starkey, Texas warning saying Palestine is going to be free anytime. There's a ceasefire in Gaza. There's a ceasefire in Gaza right now that Donald Trump got. Like, what is he trying to say? I mean, Joe Biden could have gotten that ceasefire 9 months ago if he wanted. Like, you can't use Gaza to argue against Trump. Like, of all the things you could want to argue, if you want to argue against Trump, there's like 8 other issues you could use that would be very compelling and hard to argue with. But Gaza is the only one where it's like, Joe Biden would have done the same exact shit. Just shut the fuck about Gaza. You didn't care about Gaza, and that led to Donald Trump winning. Just stop bringing it up. The Democrat Party has become a fundraising grift. They raise money, they funnel that money to friends and donors while running, and they have no intention to actually win or rule. It's just to raise money. Yes. How does the left make the final push to completely topple the Dems? The answer to that is there needs to be a number of former Democrats that abandon the party. I think that 2026, after the 2026 election, is the best time to do it. I maybe, because the reality is the Democratic Party is not going to win power. The left liberal alliance is not, it was never an alliance. It was never an alliance. An alliance means that both parties give and take. What was the give from the liberals? All the so-called left liberal alliance is bend the knee, shut the fuck up, lie about Joe Biden, and we're going to try to defeat you every single primary. But when we fail, we're going to count on your vote for our terrible fucking policies. There was not even an alliance in the first place. And then when the libs are defeated, they're going to blame the left. Oh, I can't believe you're part of my coalition. That's why people hate me. And it's like, what's the point of this anymore?
A horrible genocide in the first term. So maybe that's not going to happen in the second.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, actually, it is going to happen in the second, but not here.
Well, unfortunately, it was Joe Biden who did that in his first term in office. The two-party system has just people are just sick of it. People are tired of politics. And Donald Trump is entertaining. He's the guy on TV. And if he's your guy, you get to see him on TV and you get to see him winning and winding up the people you hate.
Right.
And, it just comes back to like Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Like, who do you hate? Who are you angry at? They're angry at Donald Trump, but I don't think that like a guy who's already been president and like outside of the, committed MSNBC watchers. I just don't think that like it's a force that really the people connect to too much in their daily lives.
There's also margins among, as you mentioned, the traditional constituencies of the Democratic Party, of young people, people of color, the working class.
Just like here in New York City, just like at Queens.
They're all leaning more and more red.
You know, the only group that actually broke for Kamala more this election than last election was old white people.
Really?
Yeah. Was older white people. And like, that was who their message was for.
Wow.
So I guess it worked in that regard.
Yeah.
But like in doing that, they happened to alienate just about everyone else in the country.
Right. There's talk of political realignment, as people describe it. I have some skepticism towards this. There's the emergence of what people call the new right, this GOP support for labor. And within that, there are various constituencies, some of which have important disagreements with each other.
Okay, and I'm gonna keep repeating this so that everyone hears it. If you think Joe Biden was pro-labor, you're fucking worthless. You had a couple people that got in the National Labor Relations Board, probably recommended by Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, that did some minor tinkering around the edges. He went to a picket line for a photo op after he was threatened with not getting an endorsement. Like, he's not that pro-labor. And if you actually look at the numbers, unionization rate hit a record low. Just shut the fuck up about this. This is online. Oh, I saw a tweet of him. This is not real analysis. Just like, quit it. Global economy could face 50% loss of GDP between 2070 and 2019 from climate shocks. Okay. Not my GDP in 2070.
Each other. How do you understand this emergent faction, this group that people call the new right?
I don't take any of the political commitments seriously. Like, I don't think we're going to see.
Joke. You're a fucking rube if you think that the Republicans are going to do anything. They had 8 fucking billionaires on the dais. Most of them are huge union busters. Either Elon Musk is a huge union buster. Jeff Bezos is a huge union buster. Like, what are you talking about? It's all a joke. Like, it's a rube. It's for rubes. It's for right-wing conservatives to be like, see, they care about the working man. It's all posturing, but those dumb fucks aren't going to go and read the policies. The policies are coming from the Heritage Foundation. The policies are coming from the most fetid swamps of DC. These are not working. Like, if you believe in the populist right at this point, honestly, I have a really important organization that I think you should donate to. It's called My Bank Account, and I guarantee a 2-to-1 return if you give me all your money. This is parody, chat.
A new right that is, let's say, opposed to American empire or for the working class outside of their political branding. But like, I understand it as a phenomenon that is, if Donald Trump has done nothing else in his time as the dominant political figure in this era of American history, I think like the thing he's done that's going to have the most long-reaching effects is that I think he has severed in the popular consciousness like the association between voting Republican and like wearing a suit and tie every day.
Right.
I want to use this term carefully. Like, there's a countercultural element to voting Republican now, that it's like they can metabolize any kind of weird contradictory beliefs that happens to be like how most voters in this country think. And I just think like, to the new right, to the extent that it exists at all, I mean, it's the old right. It's just like the same political commitments and obsessions. But like, I think they've managed to, through Donald Trump, like rebrand into a kind of, I don't know, slobs versus snobs thing, or like I said, just like he made it okay to be weird. He made it okay to be weird and vote Republican.
We're around the same age. The political realignment, so to speak, if this is indeed happening, corresponds to a shift in the priorities and values of the Democratic Party. How do you understand that shift within, let's say, the past 40 years of what happened to the Democrats, what they represented more so in the 1980s versus 2020, for example?
I think the Democrats have basically represented the same thing as long as I've been alive. I don't think there's been any big shift there. I just think people are finding that it's entirely lacking. I think they represent capital and empire, and in fact, more efficiently than the right wing does in a lot of ways. I mean, I think they stand for their donors. They stand for Wall Street, and they stand for American military empire. And I mean, like, I don't really know what's changed in terms of, I mean, maybe just like the language they use, maybe like, you know, post 2016, they talk about bodies and spaces and privilege and representation, but like what they stand for and who they represent, same with the Republican Party. I don't see much. I just see like the characters that we see on TV has changed, and maybe the branding has shifted. But like, I mean, I see both political parties essentially basically representing the same interests they did when I was born. The New Deal was the dominant paradigm for most of the 20th century. And I think like that changed in the late 70s, where it was just like, it used to be that like, even if you were a Republican president or had a Republican Congress, they were still operating basically under the assumption
Basically,
that
there was I don't think there was a Republican Congress in the 70s at all. Like, people for the long time, like everybody like everyone puts this like idea. Yeah, Republicans never controlled Congress at all the entire decade of the 70s. It was completely under the Democrats the entire time. Like, this is the thing. People don't really understand just how much the New Deal fucked the Republicans. Like, they don't understand that the Republicans basically had a trifecta for like maybe 2 years, from 1932 until 1994. And there it is. It's right here. It's in 1956. For 2 years, the Republicans had a trifecta. Like, from the New Deal all the way to the Clinton era, the Republicans didn't control shit. Now, you could say there were a lot of conservative Democrats in there, and there was liberal Republicans, and it wasn't so clean, and blah-bitty, blah-bitty, blah. But the point is, like, the New Deal coalition changed American politics. I mean, Democrats almost had 80% of Senate seats during the New Deal. Like, look at this shit.
like the New Deal and what it created, and the idea of like a big government, or a government that like intervenes in the market on behalf of its voters, is, you know, like you had to play by those rules. And then, you know, by the time I was born, that was pretty much done, and we've seen like a steady erosion of the very idea that like that there is anything other than the market in our society. And I think both political parties, like, are reflections of that ideological and economic system.
Yeah. Who represents the interests of labor now?
Podcasters.
That's
Podcasters who are more, who work Carhartt. No, I mean, like the labor unions, to the extent that they still exist in the private sector, and more so in the public sector. But like, workers themselves, like, it certainly isn't any political party in this country.
And I think one of the things is like, and I know that people aren't gonna like hearing me say this, but I think it's the truth, so I'm gonna say it anyway, which is, people are too comfortable or too busy right now. It may not be that people are actually comfortable, but they're too busy. You know, they look at the world, they think, well, if I work 70 hours a week, I'll be able to make it. And so they're putting their nose to the grindstone, and they're doing it. Like, the unemployment rate is relatively low. The stock market is going up. Housing prices are largely going up. You know, things are fragile, but they're holding together. If and only if there is an economic contraction, will people start being shaken out of their conformity to the system. That's the reality. Is like, I'm not saying we need to wait for a crisis, because what we need to do is set up the institutions. And this is what we need to do. We need to be prepared for a moment when the current political consensus becomes discredited. And it will be, because they're not setting up anything to make it stable, right? Like, they're not putting in systems to prepare for asset crashes, right? They're not putting in systems to protect from the environment. They're not hardening us from climate change. They're not preparing us. And even if they were, the systems are not strong enough. They have systems that's called buy the dip. Well, you can only buy the dip if you haven't gone bankrupt from the highly leveraged purchases and bets you've made in the past. You don't think they're using leverage? You think they're all liquid? These motherfuckers aren't liquid.
I would imagine that you have very little faith in Trump actually governing as a populist in any capacity.
Well, he still could surprise you. Look at his cabinet picks. They're all very strange, wild, and they really might surprise you.
He's kind of thrown us off the scent a little bit here. There's things, zigzagging across the spectrum.
There is not. This is dope shit. This is legitimately, like, this is my problem with, like, the doom scroll podcast and, like, these kind of, like, post left people, or more accurately to call them post dirtbag left. Like, I really, really sympathize with these people. I do. I do sympathize with them a lot, but I think they're entirely too much. They're too much what they criticize. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is a motherfucking, like, PhD and, navel gazing about the professional managerial class. And the people that are online. Bro, that's you. Like, you're not a worker. You're not in, like, legitimately, you are part of, like, the class that it's kind of a form of cosmopolitan self-loathing. You know what I mean? Which is very, very liberal. I'm not gonna lie. And, like, my feeling on this is as sympathetic as I am to them, and I agree with, like, a lot of substantive things. And this is why I'm kind of a singular person on the internet, because my autism doesn't allow me to conform to dumb bullshit. And so, everyone says some dumb bullshit from time to time. I don't just let it go. I just disagree, right? Like, when I hear dumb bullshit from someone, I'm like, nah, that kind of sounds stupid. Which, I'm just listening to Mao, okay? The idea that there's any kind of populism on the right or worker or anything like that is nonsense. It's nonsense.
With some of these picks?
No, I mean, I think the truth about Donald Trump is that, like, he governed like any other Republican president would.
Yeah.
And that's
No, I disagree. I disagree with Will here. Will is wrong. Donald Trump governed like Republican presidents wished they could govern. Basically, Donald Trump is governing in a more extreme way than even Bush would have. He's actually he is the hyper elite. He is the bloodthirsty capitalist dream. His policies are even more right wing. He is substantially worse than another Republican, but it's sort of like, it's like if Bernie Sanders was president, Bernie Sanders would govern like any other Democrat. It's like, no, the Bernie Sanders is stuffing red meat down the throats of the left wing. And similarly, Donald Trump is stuffing red meat down the throats of the far right. Like, he is to them, Donald Trump is a better president to them. He's delivering more for them, not for workers.
And that's the thing that, like, for his supporters and for people in the Democratic Party, I don't think they can get around.
How did you first become politicized?
Isn't the H-1B fight kind of populist? Okay, I have a very sophisticated, multi-threaded opinion on the H-1B visa fight, which nobody else has. So I'm going to go ahead and attempt to explain it and see if it makes sense. And feel free to bust me up. But basically, this is what it is. There are two factions on the far right. There is the libertarian kind of hyper, exploitation, cosmopolitan bourgeois. And then there is a more realpolitik, geopolitically aware faction of the bourgeois who are interested in their own class reproduction and the defense of their actual power in reality. And the geopolitically aware bourgeois understand that America is the source of capitalist defense. This is the bulwark against socialism. This is the bulwark against leftward progress on the planet Earth. The United States is the guarantor, the nation state guarantor of the status quo, of capitalism. And they understand that in order for the United States of America to maintain its relative strength, it cannot be hollowed out and fully exploited like the libertarian bourgeois want to do. Because if the cosmopolitan bourgeois get their way and hollow out the United States to the point where it's not producing educated workers, it's not producing economically, it can't produce, warships, it can't produce military equipment. Like, if the workers in the United States are super hyper exploited like they are in the third world, that's going to collapse the foundations of the defense of capitalism and therefore imperil the capitalist class, right? So there is a inter-capitalist fight between the realpolitik, geopolitically aware capitalists and the kind of libertarian hyper exploiters who just want to make as much money and who don't care about this kind of national or this geostrategic calculus, right? Because if the United States falls, if the United States spirals into collapse, who will win? China. And China is pushing a gradualist socialist program of under state control, under Communist Party control. That's going to result in 1,000 flowers blooming and the capitalist class being subjugated politically to socialism. So they don't want that. They want to contain China. They thought that they could corrupt China. And I'm not saying China is perfect. There's plenty of billionaires in China. There's plenty of exploitation in China. There's plenty of domestic policies I don't support. China is nowhere near the state that I would want to end up at, okay? But at the same time, they're doing a lot of things right. They're doing a lot of things wrong, but they're doing a lot of things right. What is the United States doing right? Nothing. Literally nothing. So, you know, you could look at China and say, wow, 30,000 miles of high-speed rail built in 20 years. That's incredible. That's insane. Fastest high-speed train prototype just developed 2 weeks ago, going 450 kilometers an hour. That's insane. Investing $600 billion in renewable energy last year, constructing 70% of the EVs, 90% of the lithium-ion batteries, 95% of the solar panels. Like, wow, that's incredible. Graduating 6 times the number of engineers than the United States did last year, and twice as many PhDs. Like, they're doing some things right. Now, they're a developing country. They're behind the United States in a lot of important ways. They still have hundreds of millions of people that are in underdeveloped rural regions. They have income inequality. They have, I think they're too closed in certain aspects of political dissent. And there's a lot of criticism. I didn't like the oppression they did towards Xinjiang and the Uyghur population. Like, I have criticisms of China, but they're substantive. What is the United States doing right?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I grew up in a, upper middle class liberal.
That was Matt Christman. Matt Christman talking about the don't be a pussy versus don't be an asshole party. That's back from 2021, I think.
Family on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. So, politics was, always something that was like discussed in our household. I would say, like, in terms of what like severed my belief that liberalism or the Democratic Party was really on my side or like represented the things that I believed in was definitely the Iraq War and the entire war on terror and like the Bush years.
Right.
And it was seeing like, not just like pretty much every Democratic politician, but also just like all the organs of what I thought was like, the respectable liberal media, be it the New York Times or the New Yorker, or just all basically get on board for like George W. Bush and the war on terror and invading Iraq.
Yeah.
And then like that to me when I was like, okay, like something about what I believed is incorrect, or it's just not adding up, or like these people are not on my side.
So if anti-war sentiment is kind of the catalyst for becoming politicized in some capacity, in which direction did you go? What kind of material did you seek out?
In college, I guess I just started like seeking out voices that were, had been branded as heretical or critical of liberalism, like, like Counterpunch, for instance, like Alexander Coburn. But for me, it was kind of like the political blogosphere back when that was a thing, back when people had blogs. And it was just like, I don't know, just finding the opinions of people where I was just like, I read them and I was like, oh, this person's talking sense. Or like this person is kind of, I don't know, cracked open a horizon of like, yeah, it's okay to hate Democrats and the people who vote for them.
So in some capacity, you are politicized by the alt media of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's happening a lot now on the internet. I've interviewed a lot of young people over the past few years who have become politicized through memes and videos and podcasts and basically moving through social media networks. But the affordances of that digital space are quite different than the blogosphere of previous generations, where in an attention economy, people will often comedically or satirically overstate their political positions. Right. And it can be hard to tell what someone means for real and what someone means as a joke. And
by the way, this is a tremendous advantage to the right wing. This is a tremendous advantage to the right wing. First of all, the left will not allow you to do this. Like, if I do this, I'll be labeled a tanky, you know, and, you know, I'm not able to make satirical or deadpan statements. You know, there's this sort of anarchist whiff of inquisitorial speech monitoring. There is this kind of id poll oppression stacking, you know, well, I disagree with you, but I am X, Y, and Z oppressed identity, and if you disagree back, you are a X, Y, and Z bad, you know, thing, right? Also, the right doesn't really care about truth. Ironically, the postmodern conservatism is without a doubt the era we've entered into, which is, I don't know if I believe it until I see how the audience reacts. This is how conservatives are now, right? Like, a conservative will go up there and say, kill all the trans people. And then you'll be like, oh my God, that guy's a fucking genocidal maniac and a piece of shit. We should arrest that guy. I'll be like, that was a joke. I'm sorry you can't handle a joke. But if the audience is like, yeah, we really should fuck with trans people, then it becomes their position. It's a continual, you know, Schrodinger's position, Schrodinger's jokes, really, with the right. You know, it's a joke until it's not a joke. If it needs to be a joke to save their ass, it's a joke. If it's not, if they can get away with saying it, then it's not a joke. And so the audience also, and this is the other part of it, the audience gets to believe that the person speaking agrees with them on anything, because when they disagree with it, they'll self-convince it's a joke, but if they agree with it, they'll say it's not a joke. And so you have this situation where nobody knows what each other actually believes, but they're still collectively together and bashing outsiders. And there you have it. That is the key element of, that's why, like, it's kind of embarrassing to think the far right populist shit is real, because you're saying, you're kind of letting yourself, you're telling on yourself that you don't understand this kind of like postmodern conservatism. You are being convinced by shit they don't believe. Go read more Adrian Zenz. Oh no. Are you sure a German far right guy who is a committed anti-communist and has never set foot in China is the best source of information about China? I don't know. I think he might be a little bit biased.
Sometimes they themselves may not be sure.
I'm graduating from university this spring and want to know if you have any advice for someone to build leftist institutions as full-time work. Unionjobs.com is a good place to look. There is I also had another, I had like, fuck, I can't remember. I had another job posting thing I used to know about. I can't remember it right now off the top of my head. But I would highly suggest that you would you know, look for positions there. You know, entry-level stuff is pretty good. Unionjobs.com. It's not very complicated. And you can look for staffing positions. These are usually, if that's what you're interested in. And it's sorted by, you know, it's sorted by organization, but also by geographic region. You know, you can go to geographic links as well, you know. You go to whatever state. Say you're in Pennsylvania, and be like, what jobs are available? You got the American Association of University Professors. You have the Rutgers Council of AAUP chapters. You have the American Federation of Teachers. You have the Carpenter Contractor Alliance of Metropolitan New York. You got the Climate Jobs National Resource Center, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, the Keystone Research. So this is just like, you know, jobs in Pennsylvania. There you go. Anyway, there you have it. What do you do if you unionize to just close all the warehouses? Well, I mean, that kind of shows you, that's actually a really good question. The answer is they can't close some of them. Like, you know, the answer is it's not able to just close all the Amazon warehouses, right? That's why I don't think organizing based on warehouse by warehouse is a good strategy. Because they can just, it's the same thing with unionizing Walmart. They have the, you know, it's the same problem. When you unionize something in Walmart, they just stop doing it. For a long time, they unionized, like Walmart like unionized butchers, and then they like stopped doing butchery in Walmart. They just shut down the whole division. It's What you're really saying is, Mike, our labor laws are really bad and can be exploited. Yeah, no shit. Why do you think I was pushing for labor law reform?
How do you understand this media ecosystem? When do you think that someone needs to be taken seriously? When do you write something off as a joke? How do you parse this media landscape?
I mean, obviously, this is something I'm guilty of as well. So let me examine myself for the minute. Obviously, like humor and like through the guise of like irony or hyperbole sometimes is just simply how I kind of understand the world and can kind of metabolize it and communicate what I think to be true about it. That being said, like if someone's not, you know, for like to a mass audience, I kind of feel like if someone's not in on the joke or like, you know, kind of fluent in the lingua franca of kind of like online politics or humor, like then that does become a question about like, you know, what do you actually believe, or like should I take this seriously, or are you just trying to wind people up for attention?
Yeah.
I think something is worthy of being taken seriously if you think it's funny. Like I think if something is genuinely funny to you, or I think that's worthy of considering like what the serious thought behind it is, or if there is any serious thought behind it.
Yeah.
Usually humor, like when you're talking about politics, like, you know, it's like racial humor, for example. Like, why is racial humor funny to people? Like, this is actually something that I think we need to be able to explain. Like, why is it funny to make a joke to people? I'm not saying it's funny to me. I'm just saying in general. Why do people find it funny to do racial humor, right? Why is it funny to make fun of white people? Why is it funny, you know, and say that mayo is too spicy? Why is it funny to you know, say cracker? Like, you know, those are safe topics for the left, right? What makes that funny, you know? And the answer is there's certain assumptions that are being played with. And, you know, there are stereotypes. There are tensions with what's considered polite and kind of this hegemonic liberal belief of color blindness. And then there's our actual lived experience and the dissonance between that, right? I think that's what I would talk about. That's what I think it is. It's about, it's the and there's also a feeling of transgression, right? There's a feeling of kind of sticking your middle finger up to your kindergarten teacher and saying, I'll do what I want and you don't have control of me. So there's almost a liberatory aspect of it, right? Of being rude. Like, being rude is ultimately one of the freedoms that we have, right? Like, the prissy people in power tell me I need to eat with my utensils, and instead I'm eating with my hands. It's a certain level of it's a micro act of rebellion.
Yeah.
Whether it's, you know, art or politics, I think like part of becoming, I don't know, like a mature or sort of self-confident in one's own beliefs is the ability to credit one's own like sense of taste and opinion. And I think like learning to do that is I think important, or it's like, you know, I think it's what we should all aspire to, or like I would hope, like in terms of like if what I've done has like inspired other people, I hope it's along those lines. But like the thing is, if I agree with something, I think I take the person saying it and what's being said seriously. And if I don't, I don't. And like then I think it's just up to, like I said, your own internal ideological or moral compass to figure out for yourself what people and ideas are worthy of taking seriously.
Well, it's impossible to mistake that a lot of the alt media ecosystem is dominated by comedians, like literal stand-up comedians, right? And there's some truth to this, that comedians can say truths that the rest of society can't. You know, a lot of these people are not like proper capital J journalists that went to journalism school. And there's something about like this approach and being able to satirize, you know, the kind of absurdities of our contemporary culture that resonates with a lot of people. Is that, though, a better way for people to become politicized compared to the maybe zines and blogs of the past?
When I used to work in the publishing industry, when I was an assistant editor, and I had to read like, you know, manuscript submissions and determine like, do I want to bring this to an editorial board? Do I want to tell my boss that this is worthy of taking a look at? what would get me past that first 2 pages, or like the 9 times out of 10, like the thing that would get me to a yes would be, does this make me laugh?
Yeah.
Do I discern a sense of humor here? And I think whether it is like, you know, in that guise, or in making or advocating for a political point of view, or making a political point, or assailing one, I think if you can make someone laugh, I think that's like, that is so much, I think that's just so effective in kind of in communicating the point you're actually trying to make to someone.
And
I actually agree with this completely, but I think there's too many political comedians. And so I haven't been focusing on it, but sometimes I think it's a mistake. Sometimes I think it's a mistake because I feel like what's missing in the left is anger. That's what attracted me to Bernie Sanders, to be honest. What attracted me to Bernie Sanders is that the world's fucked up and he seems pissed off about it. And like, what I don't think it's fun. Like, oftentimes I'm watching like political comedy and I'll say like, what's the joke? You know, why are you laughing right now? And it's like, you should be angry right now, not laughing. And I think one of the problems I have with this as a theory is like, yes, making people laugh is a good way to bring them in, no doubt about that, and I think that's important and I agree with it. But the problem with it is I think of laughing as a little bit of catharsis. I think of laughing as a disarming experience. Like, nobody laughs and then, you know, picks up a Molotov cocktail. You know what I mean? Like, you know, it is, you laugh and you feel this emotional, it's like, it gives you this burst of dopamine. It's pleasurable. You're not going to go into a battle, you know, listening to a comedy podcast. You know what I mean? Like, and I feel like it undermines, in a certain important sense, the one of the key elements of organizing, which is agitation. I need you to be agitated in order for you to be aggressive. I don't want you to be laughing and chilling. And sometimes people be like, you know, like, let's distinguish this from Joker laughs, okay? I'm talking about belly laughs. I'm talking about the laughs that you have, good humor, of fun, right? And I think what ends up happening is a lot of people end up focusing on the humor part and the laughing part, as opposed to the political and education and engagement part. And it's sort of, you know, it's like, it's why, you know, I like Chapo Trap House. I still do. But I have to say, like, now that Matt is gone, I don't like it that much. Like, it's almost paradoxical. It's like, when Matt Crispin was around, Felix's humor was good. It was the sugar that made the medicine go down. But without Matt, oftentimes listening to Chapo is just having a big spoonful. Like, have you ever just like taken a big spoonful of sugar and eaten it? It's like, I miss the medicine. I miss the medicine. I miss having something that wasn't just cotton candy. Sure, in the moment, like, you could enjoy the flavor of the sweet, but it melts away. It melts into air, and you end up with nothing. And that's like kind of my issue with these comedy, like, and you know, it's, but I get it. It's like, people aren't like me. Like, I like my Brussels sprouts, you know? A lot of people don't. So I've been trying to put balsamic glaze on my roasted Brussels sprouts just to make it a little bit more palatable for all of you. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Felix's irony, poisoned humor bounced off Matt's concrete analysis so much better. Yeah, I mean, personally. And I love Matt Crispin, and I hope he keeps, you know, coming back, and I hope his recovery continues and his confidence keeps building. I hear you. I went from a political comedian to occasionally funny commentator because the message is more important to me than the laugh. It's like, one of the things that I've considered, this is like the dumbest. Okay, you guys want to hear something really stupid that I thought? I was like, you know what? I was thinking to myself, how crazy would it be for me to like study stand-up comedy? Like, how crazy would that be? Is that a completely insane thing? But Matt is also fun. I would never do it. I'm just saying. It's like one of those things where I'm like, not to go and do stand-up comedy, but just to study it as like more of a understanding of the craft. I consider myself to be, you study that shit? Are you insane? Of course. Studying humor sounds so clinical. Oh no, you guys don't know. What do you think comedians do? Of course they study comedy. Of course they study comedy. Of course they're thinking about it. You think they go up there and they're just, when a comedian goes and does a routine, like that's all memorized, right? That's not them just going up there and talking. Oh no. Oh no.
Workforce? Smug, greedy, well-fed white people have invented a language to conceal their sins. It's as simple as that. The CIA doesn't kill anybody anymore.
By the way, this is what I'm talking about. Is this comedy? Or is this just Carlin going up there and doing a political fucking speech?
They neutralize people, or they depopulate the area. The government doesn't lie, it engages in disinformation. The Pentagon actually measures nuclear radiation in something they call sunshine units. Israeli murderers are called commandos. Arab commandos are called terrorists. Contra killers are called freedom fighters. Well, if crime fighters fight crime and firefighters fight fire, what do freedom fighters fight?
That's the type of stuff we like. That's great. You know what it is? You know what I'm realizing in this very moment? Like I just had a spark of what I think might be an inspired thought, which is I think that stand-up comedy is the last place that people can just gather and talk about ideas and talk and reflect on society. Like we don't have union halls anymore. We don't even really have religious pulpits. Like people don't go to church anymore. Like the last place that we have in society where people get together and think about stuff is in a stand-up comic sketch. Like I mean, streaming is the other one. Like I'm doing it too. Obviously. Like you guys are coming in and listening to 5 hours of me doing speeches, like, and having conversations with you. Like this is also one of the things. And like, it's really important stuff. There's no doubt about it. Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you guys something that was really cool because it brought a tear to my eye and it gave me hope. People in Mexico have already received cataract surgery thanks to Claudia Sheinbaum's new plan, Seeing for Mexico, which aims to provide free surgeries to over 760,000 elders.
Principal causa de ceguera reversible.
I need, like, translate more.
Las cataratas son en la actualidad la principal causa de ceguera reversible en México. Por esta razón, el sector salud ha puesto en marcha la Estrategia Nacional de Cirugía de Catarata, Ver por México. Equipos multidisciplinarios en hospitales de todo el país unidos por un mismo fin. Devolver la vista de las personas a través de una cirugía de catarata. Intervenciones que les permitirán volver a distinguir los colores del mundo, devolviéndoles su autonomía y calidad de vida. Esta iniciativa refleja el compromiso del gobierno de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum con la salud y el bienestar, acercando soluciones concretas a las y los mexicanos. Ver por México, acciones cercanas a quienes
Do you think Trump will try a coup in Mexico? Yes.
más lo necesitan.
Mike, I believe you're critical of the idea of third spaces. No, I'm not. I mean, here's my thought on third spaces. My thought on third spaces is that they can't be artificially constructed from the outside. Meaning, like, if I set up to build a third space, it's not going to work. It must be an organically attractive space. It has to be something that people are in and of themselves wanting to go to and exist in. It can't just be like, I need to create this space for people to blah, blah, blah. It has to be part of a integral and attractive design. It's like union halls, many of them still exist, but they're ghost towns, you know? It's because people are being attracted to somewhere else.
Gobierno de México. Pon la plataforma para que la gente conozca.
Okay, do you see what's happening here, chat? Claudia Sheinbaum is doing a stream. This is a stream. And she doesn't stream as long as AMLO does. She does like 2 hours of streaming a day. AMLO used to do 3 hours plus. She's doing a show every day. She does a stream. And she says, what are we doing? What are we working on?
Son operaciones gratuitas, intervenciones gratuitas en la estrategia Ver por México, que es para todas las personas que requieren una cirugía de cataratas. cataratas.atdt.gov.mx. para que puedan acceder a su cirugía de manera gratuita, trabajado por especialistas.
And by the way, this is really good for a variety of reasons. One, it lets you get your message directly to the people without letting the centrist corporate liars spin things and editorially remove stuff they don't want people to see. Two, it forces her to become a good speech giver. It forces her to be capable of communicating. It allows, the other thing is, three, it lets her test out different messages. What messages are hitting? What messages aren't hitting? She gets instant feedback. And four, you get to connect people with the fucking leader in a way where they respect her, they listen to her, they're used to her voice. She's not just some mysterious person that other people create stories about. It's a person that you know, at least you think you do. And so this is the type of shit I'm talking about. This is the type of stuff you need to do. Now, the other side of it is there's going to be clip chimps. You know, there's going to be people that try to take things out of context. There's going to be, you know, so you have to be tight. And somebody said she's like Mr. Beast. She's like 760 Mr. Beasts. 760 Mr. Beasts. And that's the power of a state, by the way. If you don't mind me bragging, Thailand has public housing policy now. That means they created universal health care, legalized weed, legalized gay marriage by passing a law, and have performed housing policy in 20 years, while America has technically done none of that. And we had to deal with 2 military coups during that time. The Housing for Thais project. Yeah, this is really cool. Claudia is also building 1 million homes as well.
Which of the 2 candidates we had in 2024 made more people laugh?
Well, Donald. Well, I mean, I don't know. Actually, that's hard to say because Donald Trump is more like a consciously funny person than Kamala Harris, and like, you know, I mean, I think it's like probably his most effective political skill is just his ability to, you know, riff more or less unscripted for hours at a time. I mean, shit. I remember back when we went to CPAC years ago and saw him speak at the Gaylord Convention Center, and he went out there and just talked for like 2.5 hours. I couldn't believe it. Like just solo talking. And, you know, obviously like the absurdity of it is also like, you know, like to the point you're making earlier, like it's a question of like, how seriously should I take this?
Yeah.
And like, and the absurdity of him and his humor, I think like, it scrambles people's circuits in terms of like, oh, like he's not really serious about that, or it's part of the spectacle. It's just he's a funny character on TV, and when we see someone we like on TV and on a TV show, we don't worry, you know, are they going to start World War III tomorrow?
In 2018, you wrote a book, The Chapo Guide to Revolution. To briefly kind of summarize the vision that's proposed in that book, this advocates for a 3 to 4 day work week, universal basic services, starting with single-payer healthcare, something that I would describe as social democracy within the limits of climate change and the existing carbon budget. Most people approach this political program as being the product of running an insurgent campaign within the institution of the Democratic Party. How do you feel about that 6 years later?
There is no insurgent campaign. The insurgents have been defeated. The surge worked.
Right.
The surge worked. And like, you know, if this last year has proven anything conclusively, it is the end of any kind of left liberal alliance in American politics. And we're like, you know,
this is objectively true. And by the way, I was one of the last people that were like, listen, we got to make, you know, calculated decisions. And then a genocide was happening. And I was saying, hello? Hey, liberals, this is against what you say you believe, liberals. This isn't me and my crazy leftism. This is something you supposedly believe in. International law, the United Nations, you know, human universals, national nation state treaties. Like, what happened? What happened? And they went all in on it. And they said, you're going to stop voting for the Democrats just because of a genocide? How unreasonable can you get, guys, huh? We've got tax credits for small businesses to get. And a lot of people were like, there were a lot of people out there, and I will never forget it. I'll be honest with you, chat. Even if you were, quote, against the genocide, but if you fundamentally were like voting for Kamala is right, I just think you were wrong in a really fundamental way.
Or if you want to still pursue that, God bless you, but like don't have any illusions about it, because you know they spent the last year, doing a Holocaust in front of everyone's eyes, and have basically would rather lose an election than not do that. So, I mean, and we saw what happened in 2020. It's just like and I just have to go back to the messaging follows the policy.
Yeah.
And
lead with policy.
I think start with universal health care, or at least Medicare for all. Just there are any number of popular and good policies that I think the thing is you actually have to believe in. So you have to actually believe in it.
The skepticism of AOC, you said you were
that's
biting.
the thing, Kamala Harris, one of the arguments that people made for Kamala Harris is that according to this, to her first 2 years in the Senate, she was to the left of Bernie Sanders. And you're like, what? What does that mean? Kamala Harris is to the left of Bernie Sanders? Does anybody think that's true now? Does anybody in the chat think that Kamala Harris is to the left of Bernie Sanders? Thank you, Felonious Monk. But it was literally said in my chat. And I was like, you can't be serious. She supports Medicare for all, doesn't she? It's like, well, if you look at her plan, it was a 10-year phase-in. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You're gonna give the health insurance industry 10 years to attack your phase-in. You're gonna have half the country not in Medicare for all, listening to 10 years of billionaire propaganda. Are you insane? That'll never work. And then she eventually dumped that completely when she ran for president herself. The idea that Kamala Harris was was just as progressive as Bernie Sanders was the 2020 argument for her. She's just as progressive as Bernie Sanders, but she's a black woman, you racist. Why do you want to push an old white man on us, you racist? She's just as progressive as Bernie, if not more. And it was laughably stupid, but it was a talking point you heard constantly.
Your tongue before. How far back does that go? Is there a certain event that comes to mind when you became more skeptical of her positions?
I remember being impressed by her win, and I was just like, well, better have her there.
Sure, yeah.
And because, someone who has sort of a bit of national profile and could articulate, for instance, I think a politics that was in opposition to the mainstream currents of the Democratic Party, and could begin being like an adversary, but be an adversary that couldn't be easily dismissed because she has, such a safe seat and also enough national profile that if she says something, the media will follow it. And that but I guess my skepticism came from my larger skepticism of the idea that you can change the Democratic Party by voting for them.
When you reflect on the Biden administration, I have immense criticisms of them, but I'm also willing to concede that in terms of serving the interests of labor, the Biden administration was a historic anomaly, at least in my lifetime. And there's also some legislation that is an important departure from neoliberalism.
I voted for PSL.
Infrastructure Act.
I voted for Democrats down ballot for the most part, but I voted for PSL for president. Unfortunately, some very good people lost in Pennsylvania because Kamala Harris was so unpopular.
Inflation Reduction Act, CHIPS Act, things like this that back away from the kind of free market policies that have dominated American political consensus for the last 40 years. How do you feel about Joe Biden's approach and support for labor during his administration? And do you expect any of those policies to continue under Trump?
Golf claps for Joe Biden. But if he hadn't carried out a genocide, I guess I could look at him as being hey, he's the most pro-labor president in my lifetime, which is also sort of being the world's tallest dwarf. It's not exactly a high bar to clear, but I suppose I could if he delivered the New Deal Part 2, or even a fraction of Johnson's Great Society, hey, I might be able to look the other way on the Holocaust he did. But given that he didn't do that, I'm sorry, I don't give a shit. I really don't. And I think, honestly, to the extent that of the things you're talking about, that he did cut against a sort of a neoliberal consensus, I think that's just a knock-on effect of how fucking old he was. Because I think he came into politics before the neoliberal turn in the 70s. So I think he just has some vestigial, neurons, neural connections in his head that run on a different operating system. And to the extent that that's true, I'm still not going to give him credit or congratulate him on any of this shit, because too little, too late. I mean, Good for him. Second question, though, no, I don't expect any of this to continue under Donald Trump or any other American president.
How do you expect Trump to act with Israel?
Trump at least has the instinct not to be seen as a loser or a pussy. And so, like, to that, like, you know, if I was trying to be such an optimistic outcome here, I would imagine maybe he would not, he would like, for all the money we give them, like, maybe he won't, like, Bibi just pissing down our leg and humiliating, or just, like, you know, putting this country, shall we say, in an awkward position. And forget international, our own law, but just like when we say something and be like, this is America's policy, and then they just tell us to go fuck ourselves.
Right.
You know, like that makes us look weak. And I don't think Donald Trump likes looking weak. But again, this is an optimistic scenario here. I think much more likely is that the policy will continue exactly as it has been before, of unlimited carte blanche for, you know, our imperial proxy in the Middle East. And I don't see that changing. Israel loves Donald Trump more than any other country on the planet. More people in Israel support Donald Trump than, as a higher percentage of their population, than they do in this country. So, like, I don't know what incentive he would have to change course.
There's a strange thing that's happening, that the pronouncements of all of these, you know, so-called trustworthy institutions are just meaningless to the public, right? And there's this pervasive sense that the law is now a political instrument. There's not equality before the law, before the state, and so on. And so, you know, when Biden's in power, he uses it as he chooses, and when Trump's in power, he uses it as he chooses. What does that say for the legitimacy of the liberal regime when seemingly most people believe that the law is a political tool?
Nothing good. I mean,
Because the law is a political tool. And by the way, this has always been the position of leftists since the beginning of socialist legal thought. Once you realize the law is just a political tool, that it isn't some sort of directive handed down from the heavens on angels' wings, that it's about one class of people controlling another, then you understand that you should be using the law to help your class, which just so happens to be the vast majority of human beings on this planet. Oh yeah, this is what it's like to have an electric car in China.
We are on a Chinese EV road trip and we're running low on charge. So rather than charging the battery, let me show you how we're going to swap the battery. We have reached our first battery swapping station with the Neo ET7. It automatically parks itself inside of the power swap station. You can see Drew is not doing anything. The floor has just opened up underneath the ET7. It's going to lift up the car and it's going to pull the battery out of this thing. So it's lowering the battery out of our car now. So there goes the old 75 kilowatt hour pack right out. How crazy is that? And then it's going to go take a new one out from here where they have a bunch of batteries that are stored, charged up, or currently charging from other cars. And then we'll swap in the battery into ours. Here comes the new battery. It's swapping in right now. And just like that, about 3.5 minutes later, we are charged up to what SOC? 93%. That's how they come. Ready to rock and roll. We are on a Chinese.
It's like, wow, my battery's starting to get shitty charged, and then you just go swap out for a new one. Also, if you don't own your battery, then that would make the car a lot cheaper because the battery is the most expensive part.
Yeah, no, I mean, like,
that's not a good development.
No, I mean, like, look, I think now with like a second term of Donald Trump, we're gonna see like a new era of.
That's pretty much faster than fueling a gas car, yeah.
Not just like the absolute looting of like what remains of the public sector or public good or public institutions, and just a fire sale of any even like remainingly barely legitimate or functional government. Trump is going to pardon Eric Adams. Yeah. Like that is going to happen. Whether Eric Adams will be reelected mayor is another thing. But like, here's the thing. I think the thing is like liberalism as like the, you know, like as forever having to play the cast themselves as the good guys of history. They preside over the same system, which, like, as we were talking about, I think most people by now understand intuitively is totally corrupt.
Yeah.
and run by thieves and.
Well, this is what's happening. Is basically they have to transition regular liberals back into nationalistic perverts. Like, that's what they have to do. That's the only way. And so they're going to, it's going to be white man's burden 2021, or 2025. They have to do that because, and that's what Donald Trump really does do. Donald Trump is like a neo-imperialist revival because he's not arguing that the Panama Canal is anything but it's America's because we need it, and we're strong enough to take it. Might makes right. I'm in Chicago, but can't find any info on the new coming ICE raid. Some say it isn't happened. Others say we're bracing for it to happen. Anyone know anything? I would suggest that it's going to happen. And here's what I would also say. I would say that the most likely targets for these ICE raids are going to be the most law-abiding immigrant. Because think about it from the perspective of an ICE officer. Are you going to want to roll up on MS-13 and try to arrest those guys? Or are you going to want to roll up on grandmas? Like, just from the point of view of like effort and risk, you're going to roll up on the grandmas. Did Mike cover the bishop yet? No. And so, yeah. And if you're a leftist and you ever thought, what is the way that leftists look at jurisprudence? This is the answer. It's called legal realism. Legal realism is a legal theory predicated on the notion that all law derives from prevailing social interests and public policy, as opposed to purely formalistic legal considerations. Legal realism is also thought of as a naturalistic approach to law, and that jurisprudence should emulate the methods of natural science. That is, it should rely on empirical evidence and hypotheses that have been tested against the reality of the world, rather than rely on theoretical assumptions about the law. Now, this is so clearly, obviously correct. I don't know what else to say. Like, of course, we should only interpret the law as, the way our experience shows us it to, like, actually affect things. The other thing I would say is legal realism would predict that the Supreme Court of the United States may indeed revoke birthright citizenship for the children of illegal immigrants. Now, a lot of people are saying, Mike, it's in the 14th Amendment. It's in the plain language. Let's bring up the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Now, a couple things that I would point to you. First of all, it doesn't say deny citizen equal protection. It says person within its jurisdiction. So how does the Laken Riley Act comport with this? The answer is it doesn't. So, basically the Laken Riley Act that, 11 or some sort of, I think it was 9 Democrats or 8 Democrats in the Senate voted for, and 50 some Democrats voted for in the House, blatantly violates the plain text of the Constitution. That makes them enemies of the Constitution. And all of you who took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, now have, a number of people in the Republican and Democratic parties that are avowed terrorists and enemies of the Constitution. I don't know how you're going to defend, your oath. I'm just pointing that out. The other thing is, it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Just to clarify this for everybody, if you are within the geographic bounds of the United States, you are subject to the United States jurisdiction in a doctrine called personal jurisdiction. By entering and physically, and the only exception to this is like a diplomat who has diplomatic immunity. Okay? So basically what they're trying to do is ignore the plain and clear text of the amendment, and then there's also the jurisprudential precedent that reinforces this idea. And there's a doctrine known as stare decisis, which means basically, what is the exact translation? It's like to stand by things decided. Thank you. Stand by things decided. So in other words, courts are supposed to just say, This has already been decided. We agree with it. There's nothing novel. But here's the reality. What the Supreme Court decides is what matters, and the Supreme Court is not going to follow this legally formalistic processes. They're going to do what they want to fucking do. That is why legal realism is right. The fact that there's even any doubt that birthright citizenship is unquestioned proves legal realism correct. According to this theory, judges consider not only abstract rules, but also social interests and public policy when deciding a case. In this respect, legal realism differs from legal formalism. Either theory can be understood in a descriptive way, prescriptive way, or both ways at once. Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr., one of the towering figures in American legal thought, heavily influenced the formation of legal realism in American law, particularly with his prediction theory of law, which stands for the idea that law should be defined as a prediction, most specifically a prediction of how the courts behave based on realistic or even moral or biased considerations. Holmes famously wrote in The Common Law that the life of the law has not been logic, it has been experience. The felt necessities of the time, the prevalent moral and political theories, intuitions of public policy, avowed or unconscious, and even the prejudices which judges share with their fellow men, have had a good deal more to do than the syllogism in determining the rules by which men should be governed. In other words, law doesn't have to do with logic. Law is a political animal made by flawed men. And I say men knowingly. If this got to the Supreme Court, the only good defense would be of course it's going to the Supreme Court. It has to go to the Supreme Court.
Crooks and rapists. And I suppose now, like, say what you will about like a second Donald Trump term, but like I guess even when he got elected the first time, I thought the positive aspect of it is that no one in America, no one in our government or society can really pretend to believe otherwise about who America is and who we really are in this country. And as far as entering a new era of just like open thievery and corruption, at least they don't have to pretend it's anything different. At least they don't have to pretend like there's anyone like that the white hats are coming to save us, or that like the if only we can return the ship of the hand on the wheel of the ship of state to like the sober, serious party of the Democrats, who have just like all right, they're every bit as corrupt too, but it looks like they're not having any fun while they steal.
There's a lot of people now who are open to new narratives, right? The delegitimation of the existing system is making people go out online, look for new descriptions of the world, something that fits their experience. There's been a lot of talk about the need for a liberal Joe Rogan in the last few weeks. I seem to remember your podcast in particular catching a lot of heat for harmless jokes and emojis of some sort. What role does media play in political education and coalition building? What is the appropriate role of media in this case?
The appropriate role for media would be adhering to a strict party line determined entirely by myself and a few of my friends. Okay. I think that's the most important thing all media should do, and if they don't, they should be prosecuted.
If we get rid of birthright citizenship, what keeps everyone a citizen? If it's inherited, what are those parameters? Could just 1% be a parent, be a citizen? Does it matter which one? Nobody knows, Candid. Nobody knows. But this is exactly what the Nazis did. Do you think Jews weren't citizens? And then they weren't. They passed the law. They changed it. They revoked citizenship. Your papers were no good. That's just the way it goes.
And their freedom of speech should be taken away. Freedom of speech only exists for me and people I approve of. I think like if we're trying to find a way out of this.
Yeah, but all of a sudden people who never considered themselves Jewish were considered Jewish as well. Yeah, Mishlinga. Mixed race people, and they defined people as Jewish as people that had one grandparent who was Jewish. So imagine what it was like in Germany. You were non-Jewish, and you had a grandparent who was ethnically Jewish but never practiced Judaism. Maybe they even converted to Christianity, and then you were being called Jewish. And you're like, what?
This political situation we find ourselves in, it's take away the freedom and rights of people that I don't like or find annoying in any way. The media's traditional role has been to kind of create a consensual reality. And that consensus is now a decade into being completely obliterated. And, we're in the hour of the wolf now, so just have fun. Just get out there and, just whatever. And the further breakdown of institutional legitimacy is hopefully will translate to more money for Chapo Trap House enterprises.
What you mentioned this consensus before. What held it together, let's say, 10, 20, 40 years ago, whenever it was, relatively less fragmented than it is now?
Like you go back to say like that we're kind of the same age, or it's just like that end of history moment in the 90s where I think pretty much if you were of a certain class or education level in this country, everyone kind of felt like, yeah, there are problems in the world and there are problems in our country and there are historical problems that we're...
I was somebody who came of age in the end of history, and I remember the moment that theory was dramatically refuted. It's when the second plane hit the second tower of the World Trade Center. It was still, when the first plane hit the World Trade Center, people were like, what happened? Was it an accident? Huh? And every camera was trained on the burning tower, and people were like, what the fuck? What happened? This is horrible. And so we all saw it live on TV when the second plane hit. So the whole kind of like thesis of liberal democracy as the final stage of humanity and American hegemonic power would be unchallenged was thoroughly refuted.
Hasan! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, shit!
Start spreading
What the fuck? Put it back up!
I'm leaving today. I want to be out of it. New York, New York.
Who did this? Who did that?
We're still attempting to rectify, but it was just the answer the problems have pretty much been worked out, and it's just a problem of like, we're just getting to that point. We're eventually going to get there, but things are going to continue to be like increasingly peaceful, prosperous, and just like and normal. And then like, and the entire 21st century has been like a savage refutation of that.
Right. History is happening again. A lot of today's left is led by elite academies, universities, institutions, nonprofits, things like this. What do you think the role of universities and academia is for a political movement on the left?
A graveyard? I don't know. I'm against all nonprofit organizations. I think if you're on the left, you should be making profit, baby. I think it's about making money. I don't know. No, I mean, like that's a glib answer because, like, I'm not like opposed to education. Like, I credit the education I received with what I do for a living now. A society that like ours that has devalued not just education overall, but I think particularly like the humanities is a society that's like not really interested in, I don't know, like replicating itself, or is not really capable of a democratic society. But that being said, like academia as it currently exists is like I don't see any future of left politics or any productive politics coming out of that, because like I don't know, like my attitude is like once you graduate college, you should stop thinking about college. To the extent to which like the left is associated with universities or just like the culture wars are still being like people who are into their 30s caring about college or talking about college, I just find very tiresome.
I mean, my point, I get what he's saying, which is shaming conservatives for caring about something they have absolutely no knowledge about, and how cringe it is to be caring about 20-year-olds as an adult. Can you imagine being an adult who habitually tries to fuck 19-year-olds when you're well into your 30s? That's really cringe. Hey, Destiny, what's up, man? But obviously the way that the elites reproduce themselves is going to result in certain outcomes. And the conservatives are not wrong to want to try to bias that towards their positions. If they want to dominate society, then having control over the elites is very important.
I mean, I'm conflicted about this because I'm involved in universities and I support the need for a humanities education. I got one myself. But I also feel that to a large degree, these elite academies are just irreparably controlled by finance and big donors. And
yeah, I mean, they're just like the Democratic Party.
Right.
I mean, they're like the Democratic Party itself. And like, look at the way like Columbia and the Ivy League dealt with the Palestinian solidarity encampments. I mean, like, I think that showed you there the limits of like their project, which is to mint the next generation of, you know, of political leaders and the ruling class, the people who are going to, you know, like manage the liberal capitalist state. And of course, like, you know, in the context of self-expression, political activism, being a engaged citizen of the world, and like that the university is a modern agora in which like even, you know, controversial matters, or like people where students are like not expected to just study the world, but like live and engage in the world, etc. I mean, we've all read the brochures, but you know, we see what happens when like on this issue, when they to peacefully protest a, you know, a war being funded by our own government and by many of the you know, trustees and, you know, institutions that support these universities as well. We saw how quickly that was done away with.
Well, it was done away with because it's all fun and games when you're like, we need to study how Hufflepuff is actually reproducing misogynistic tropes. Women are sorted into Hufflepuff at a higher rate than men. And therefore, that is, you know, that is a reproduction of anti-feminist tropes. So, you know, like that, when it was that, it was all fun and games. But the moment you started saying like, hey, this war in Gaza is has all the hallmarks of a genocide, and it seems like they're violating international law. Well, you're interfering with the State Department. You're interfering with the empire. We're not going to let that happen. Poll from YouGov yesterday shows a 42% net approval of the ceasefire deal. Jesus fucking Christ. Donald Trump, peaceful dove.
So, I mean, I think that should give you an indication about how productive the university is, or like it just. I think it is overwhelmingly hostile to anything that would actually a politics or any vision that might actually. I don't want to say even challenge, but I would just say even like confront or just, I don't know, disagree with the prerogatives of U.S. empire and capitalism.
Is woke over?
No, woke's actually coming back.
Woke is back.
Yeah, woke is back in a big way, and get it on the ground floor now, because by this
woke
time,
is going to the moon.
By this time next year, if you're not woke, then you know, in fact, you will be going broke. No, I mean, woke. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, of course it's fucking over. We elected Donald Trump president a second time. If that, like that. But like, you know, but I mean, woke is just like, it's just a slur that the right uses.
It doesn't even mean it. Yeah, I was going to say, woke doesn't even mean anything. Like, it's funny because I'll say I'm woke, but then other people will say I'm class reductionist. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, at the beginning, it used to mean someone who is aware of systems of oppression in society. But now at this point, it doesn't even mean that.
I mean, like, yes, it describes something real. And like, you know, like, believe me, that I've found myself on the outskirts of many times as well. Woke has become, and like, you know, like the left or liberals or whatever have certainly done themselves no favors, and they're, you know, partly responsible for this. But you got to understand, we're in a world now where like anything that is not openly racist or is like anything that's not openly racist and repellent, that's woke. So, I mean, to the extent that like anyone in this country is interested in, you know, not living in a world of just like outright hatred and bigotry and like, you know, racial essentialism, then like, yeah, like, I mean, which I certainly don't think is a majority of people in this country. I mean, like that's woke. So, and here's the other thing: the anti-woke people are the people like who are obsessed with it. Like they stared into the abyss too long. And the thing is, like, you always attack in others what you see in yourself, which is like, you know, a very, very strong streak of humorlessness and a desire to censor and punish other people, which has been the bread and butter of, you know, reactionary movements since, you know, that was a thing. And I don't expect them to change. They're just going to institute their own political correctness and seek to you know, punish or ostracize anyone who falls outside the boundaries of it.
Yeah, we saw a weird spike in that kind of activity, I believe, around October 8th.
Right. Well, I mean, like even outside
students'
even outside of, you know,
trucks,
like Zionism or like the you know, like, and just like the outright removal of freedom of speech, certainly in academia, but also in like the workplace and elsewhere. But I'm talking about like, you know, like the right wing in this country, they're the ones that are literally like banning books from libraries right now. They're trying to like remove the ability not just of like their kids to read a book about, you know, a gay penguin or whatever, but to remove
the reason that word woke works as a slur is because it's just a rebranding of PC and the other synonyms that signal and reinforce the entire web of right-wing racist trope. Well, basically the idea is what woke is and what political correct is very simple to understand. What it serves in the right-wing ecosystem. It's basically reactionaries and conservatives, angry, opinions they used to openly hold and advocate for are now socially unacceptable. And they're bitching about it. They're complaining that society has progressed. They want to be able to say the N-word at a black person. They want to be able to beat their wife. They want to be able to, you know, sexually assault a waitress at a fucking restaurant. You know, they want to be able to mistreat people. They want to call, you know, gay people the F slur. They want to humiliate people that are transgender. Like, that's what it is. They're mad. Old kind of bigoted beliefs are no longer socially acceptable. They want to be able to have this opinion. They want to be able to advance that opinion. They want to be able to make jokes about their opinions without getting any kind of pushback. That's what they're complaining about. I can't even make a joke about black people anymore. That's what the PC shit is. I'm not allowed to bully these people I used to bully anymore. It's not fair. And that's, you know, there is a lot of people who hold these opinions and these beliefs secretly, and they are mad that they don't get to say it out loud. And the other part of it is they think that you hold those same opinions secretly as well. That is the essence of the conservative anti-woke shit. They think everybody thinks what I think about black people. They're just too afraid to say it. It's woke PC bullshit. I mean, because, you know, being conservative is, as I said before, a signal of lower intelligence. And I don't say this because, you know, of any kind of ill will. It's just an observable fact. And because a conservative is not able to mentally empathize with other people, they're not able to like look into another person and adopt hypothetically their views. They can't do it. They can't pass that test of like empathetic thought. So they think that you are like them and that you are faking, thinking that black people are not inferior. That is what they believe because they're not very bright.
The abilities of everyone's kids and every adult to do the same in this country. They have their own speech codes and their own ways that are like, you know, it's just a similar political project, except it's like if you don't say the N-word, that's actually then you're on the outskirts of that.
I mean, it is staggering just in the last few years of just how explicitly mask off and racist a lot of these like content creators on the far right have become, that before they at least had the wherewithal to kind of conceal their politics to a degree.
Yeah, exactly. And like I think they and I think like they're, you know, in any political project.
That's what they're complaining about. That's what woke means to them. Woke is I have to conceal my politics. It's reactionaries mad. They have to conceal their politics. And now that the right is ascendant, they're like, the right is in control, so I don't have to conceal it anymore. I get to let my freak flag fly. And this is why the right is needs to be suppressed.
It's like, especially ones on like the radical outskirts of what's considered like acceptable in the consensus reality. You're always looking to kind of test the waters and sort of put your toe on that line. And I think with Donald Trump is like people respond to a leader, like any political movement needs a leader. And I think with Donald Trump and his success has given people kind of like a green light or a permission to kind of like push that boundary a little bit more and keep pushing it.
There's back for a moment to this question of elite institutions and this kind of maximalist rhetoric. There's kind of a weird alignment right now, at least on the level of rhetoric, where when I go to, you know, a radical, like anarcho-communist reading group, there's this similar policing.
Why? Who cares?
Of language as there is in elite academies that are supported by billionaires, and those people have very different class positions and class interests. But
yeah, wow, I'm so surprised that billionaires like anarchism. Wow, I'm so surprised that the Ford Foundation is supporting the same shit that doesn't work.
From the perspective of the right and a lot of these, you know, anti-woke critics, they tend to lump those two groups in together And I'm curious about why this kind of maximalist rhetoric that comes from, anarchist, activist types is so conveniently deployed in these elite academies.
Well, give me an example. What do you mean by
like when people will, they'll use language like decolonization. So I'll go to an anarchist reading group and we'll have, long form discussions about that. But then I'll be in a college that costs $50,000 a semester, and they're using a lot of the same language. In some cases, they're reading the same books. There is this weird kind of like at either end of this extreme disparity of wealth spectrum, people are kind of using a similar politics. Do you see some type of convenience behind that, or why is it deployed in both of these contexts?
Well, I guess is because it's ineffective and pours your mind into a cul-de-sac that you want to talk about, like being unable to communicate to a broader public or do anything useful.
That's my big objection with DSA. With Spirit Fingers, with any of that other shit, is if you're a person who is, it's one thing to request reasonable accommodations. It's another thing to require people to start altering their communication style to a way that is obscurance to regular people or odd. I think that anybody who pushes that shit should be pushed out of the organization, quite frankly. It's the same thing as mandating masks. It's just like, no.
I think that's where this kind of shit leads. So, I mean, to the extent that it's like, if it's been successful at wrecking any anarchist or socialist group or commune throughout history, it should be just as good as doing that for anyone who goes to college.
Yeah, I think if there's Thomas Frank wrote a piece shortly after the election, and it begins with his trip to the Smithsonian Museum, where he's reading what I believe is the wall text for something like a painting of George Washington crossing the Delaware or something like this. And it refers to the United States as like settler colonialism. And he thinks to himself, Trump is going to win in 2024. Yeah. That there is something about this kind of maximalist rhetoric that can alienate like the broad coalition that you would need for a social democratic majority. And I think there's a kind of utility there that elite academies can kind of pluck from the political fringe and then deploy to basically alienate everyday people who aren't like hyper wealthy and educated.
And the settler colonialism thing is so funny because it does seem to me that it's even more feverishly pitched at a time when our settler colonial Zionist client state manages to, like I said, be providing an object lesson in what settler colonialism actually is. Right. But because of that, we can't, that must not be addressed or noticed whatsoever. So we have to bring it back on ourselves about actually America.
Mike's inner hog about masks. The fact that you think that's a hog opinion shows that you're out of touch. I'm not saying that masks don't work. Masks work. If you are a person who has immunocompromised, or you have long COVID or any of those other conditions, I'm not here to tell you not to wear a mask. In fact, wear a mask. If there is if you decide you want to wear a mask personally, wear it no matter what. And I will always support your right to do that. But the idea that in 2025, you should be mandating masks in meetings today without a directive from local public health authorities is batshit fucking crazy. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad. Now, I know that this is an online space and there's a lot of people that are COVID obsessives here. And I understand that, it's reasonable to be afraid of getting sick in our disgusting society. All of that is fine. But you just don't have the popular support. You've lost the argument. It is what it is. If that sounds callous to you, it's only because I'm the one type of person that will tell you the truth to your face. I hope you value being told the truth over being told pretty little lies. Or being placated. If you enjoy being told lies and placated, then somebody else will do that for you. And it's unfair, and it is what it is. It sucks, but I'm just saying, this is reality, and you have to conform to it. Yes, because people, including conservatives, believe Biden when he declared the pandemic over, Mike. I mean, for all intents and purposes, the pandemic is over. The disease is endemic, and it will continue to kill people. But as far as the American culture and public health system is concerned, the pandemic is over. DSA is plagued with rad-lib, woke scold, virtue signaling type behavior. Yes, I know. It's literally my least favorite part of DSA. People thought you meant any mask mandate was stupid. I did a whole preamble where I said blobbity blobbity blah, blobbity blobbity blah, blobbity blobbity blah. Like, what are you talking about? I literally did a whole preamble first where I said masks work. If you want to wear a mask, I support you. I did a whole fucking preamble. You don't like DSA? No, I like DSA. I said that the worst part of DSA is woke scold virtue signaling behavior, which is absolutely present without a doubt. I'm not gonna pretend it's not. Why do people talk so much about DSA but never PSL? It's a size thing. DSA is bigger. Why DSA is requiring masks and COVID vaccines and testing before attending? That's funny.
America's a settler colonial like empire, and like we're the legacy of settler colonialism, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not even saying that's not true, but it just seems to me like, yeah, like one of these, I can't help but think of it as anything other than like a conscious strategy to just confuse and mystify and denude any kind of radical critique or argument that, I don't know, is capable of, I don't know, at least speaking some sort of truth about the world we live in.
Yeah. To what percentage do you attribute Kamala's loss to things like inflation, grocery prices, for example, or just the outright genocide that's being committed now?
Well, I'm going to attribute it all to the Palestinians. I'm going to attribute it all to the genocide Israel did. And, you know, I mean, like, I'm being glib here. Like, you look at the polls, and, you know, like, obviously it's not at the top of the list here, but, like, it's certainly in the conversation. And, look, when it comes down to it, I think, like, what played a factor in this election to say that what has been happening to Gaza this last year played no factor whatsoever in Kamala's loss is cap, as far as I'm concerned. And I think people are, you know, like they're willfully lying to themselves and everyone else about that. Because here's the thing. Do I think it was the decisive factor? Maybe, maybe not. But like it was the decisive factor in making it basically.
Why is it funny to accommodate immunocompromised comrades so they can attend the meeting, Mike? I just don't get your aversion to masks if asked. My answer is that DSA is about organizing a working class resistance to capitalism. It's not about it's not an immunocompromised meeting. It's not a meeting for the purpose of like studying your specific disability, and therefore we need to open ourselves up to the way human beings are actually living in real reality among us. Like if you go outside and you go to a restaurant and no one is wearing a mask, or if you go to a baseball game and no one is wearing a mask, or if you go to like any event indoors or outdoors and the number of people wearing masks is, you know, could be counted on one hand, you're just creating a subculture. And the wearing of the mask is a symbol of the subculture as opposed to a legitimate public health policy that is oriented around existing conditions in society. And you separate yourself by that weird gesture of limited efficacy for public health to separate yourself, and you're creating another barrier to entry. And I don't believe that we should be doing that. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't think we should try to do accommodations. I don't think I'm not trying to rip your mask off your face. I'm not trying to tell you that being immunocompromised isn't terrible. But what if you had no immune system at all? Should every DSA meeting be building you an individualized, personalized bubble room? Like, what's the end of these accommodations? Like, how far do we need to take the accommodations? At what point do we need to, like, what is the level of accommodations that you think are reasonable? And I'm saying I don't think it's reasonable to create a subculture around masks that is not accepted by the wider society.
Impossible for anyone with a conscience to vote for her, or at least vote for her and be proud about it, or tell anyone, or work for her, or call people on the phone, or canvass for her.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, when people remember Joe Biden's presidency,
People
to the extent
started
that
arguing when you said COVID mask mandates shouldn't have happened. I never said that. I said that today. It's insane to do it today. It wasn't insane to do it in 2020 or 2021. It is insane to do it today. Listen to the words that are coming out of my... By the way, if you disagree with me, unsubscribe, unfollow, leave forever. That's actually... I would like to encourage you to leave because you are problematic and you make the left unattractive. So leave. And I don't care if you think that I'm being too mean. Fuck you.
They remember it at all. They'll remember, you know, his senior moments. They'll remember him turning the country over to Donald Trump for a second time. But I think like if they remember anything about it, they will remember him the same way they remember Lyndon Johnson in Vietnam. And they will like,
I
you know,
love you, Mike, but every stream there is one message telling people to leave. Yes. You must have been confused that I think that every annoying little radlib concern troll should be part of my community. I'm not going to fall over bend over backwards to have people that are trying to cancel me and make this a fucking chore in the community. I would rather have 100 less annoying radlibs in here. Okay, my disabled ass is pretty off put, but I guess I would just make the look bad and I'll fuck off. LOL, weird, man. Okay, bye. It's like, Mike, if you don't accommodate this long list of things I made up, you're a bad person. Well, I guess I'm a bad person then. You need to live in the real world, man. I had a guy at work that never stopped wearing a mask, and it turns out he was just drunk all the time and didn't want anyone to smell his breath. Everyone thought it was weird he was still wearing one because he's a right-wing libertarian. Oh God, that's not a really useful story. And here's the thing. As I said before, and I want to say it again, if you're a disabled comrade, I love you, I support you, your concerns are important to me. I want to do everything I can to make it so that you are accepted in society and that we can maximize your potential and that you are just as valuable as I am. That's 100% a statement of my values. However, I will say this. The idea that just because somebody can claim on the internet to be X, Y, and Z thing, therefore they should, I should win the debate because I claim on the internet I am X, Y, and Z is not valid. And trying to misconstrue my message as in I don't like disabled people makes you an annoying radlib, concern troll, baiter, and you deserve to leave. If you misconstrue it, I don't want you to be here. If you act in bad faith, I don't want you to be here. If you think I'm ableist, I don't want you to be here. I mean, it's really that simple. I think chatters have never seen normal people or been in labor unions. You need some thicker skin. There are other avenues to contribute. Like if you are legitimately immunocompromised to the point where you will die if you go to a public meeting, then you should not go to a public meeting. Now, if you are still interested in helping, I want to create accommodations that you can help. And you're still part of the movement. And you could still be a leader. And you could still contribute. But the public meeting should be public, and it should be built in such a way that it accommodates new people and regular people, and that if we beamed a DSA meeting out onto the airwaves, it should look like a normal fucking place with normal people that are human beings.
Well, this will be the footnote to his entire 4 years in office, is that like he, you know, more or less, like not just looked the other way, but was like the proximate reason why Israel was able to commit genocide on some of the most horrific war crimes that people have seen every day.
I do think it's important to consider that someone who could barely go outside because of a crippling immune issue likely feels deeply personally attacked by this discussion. However, I also feel like trying to signal virtue on their behalf with a perfectly healthy immune system with all vaccinations in order. I also feel like people try to say, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like if you are somebody with a profound immunocompromised condition, my heart goes out to you and I want to make you part of our movement and I care about you. I really do. You sound like a conservative though, complaining that they are virtuously when no, they have chosen to accommodate. I'm saying the costs of accommodation are different than what you think they are. If we go to a 2026 DSA meeting and everybody is wearing a mask and nobody claps and they only do spirit fingers, that looks fucking weird. And if you disagree with me, leave. I actually don't think there's anything we can do. We can't help each other. You're losing members. You're making your movement into a lifestyle. Is that what you think socialism is? Do you think socialism is about lifestyling? Is about showing how good you are as a person? Is that what you think this is about? Or do you think this is about uniting with regular working class motherfucking people? Meet people where they are. This is somehow Mike's most controversial take, and I cannot wrap my mind about why. We could be both effective and better and need a tyranny of the annoying. Yes, there's something called the tyranny of the annoying, where when you have a movement, the movement should be about the movement's goals. If somebody comes in and they start making the movement about something else and distracting you from the goals of the movement, they have enacted the tyranny of the annoying. They have derailed you.
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Great. Right.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
That is horrifically dumb.
Hey, for a year now.
That's the AOC left right there.
Looking and continue to.
Every day. Yeah.
Chatters are not understanding. It's not about the looks. It's because you force everyone to not clap and to wear a mask. People will not come to their meeting. Exactly. If people feel like they're going to be yelled at because they don't wear a mask or they can't clap when they agree, they're going to fucking not come. They're going to think you're weirdos and lunatics. You're going to alienate people that might agree with you on the things that actually matter. And I can tell you right now, not clapping at a DSA meeting is not important.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a few years ago, I would have said that there's a political organization to join, but I don't feel that way now. You know, I don't feel like there's a functional political organization that I want to funnel people into. So I have less and less of an answer for this question. But I think that, I guess the way that I've phrased it in the past, and this is inspired to some degree by Amber's book, is the idea, what do you want to do when socialism is won, right? It's like, what are you fighting for? And in some cases, if you are living for revolution, that's not great for your mental health all the time, to be struggling towards a goal that is not possible to achieve within maybe your lifetime, maybe the next few years, certainly not the next weekly news cycle. But then let's say you did win, like, what do you do? You know, are you going to go for a walk with your
hopefully I would be
family?
appointed some sort of like Stalinist cultural censor, where I'd be in charge of like, you know, deciding what movies get made and what authors get put in prison, who gets sent to re-education camps and something like that. That's hopefully, I mean, this is what I'm working towards. I mean, hopefully that'll be the big payoff at the end of all of this.
The czar of the Ministry of Culture.
Ministry of TV and movies.
Yeah.
Hopefully President G, if you're watching this, I'm ready. I'm available. Put me in.
I just texted my partner that you watched that DSA clip. That dude speaking is her arch nemesis, and she was there. LOL. Oh God.
Coach, I'm ready to play. We are preparing the ground for you in this country.
My point is, I am not your enemy. And if you think I'm your enemy, well, I might not be able to solve those problems. Okay? That's it. So use women as bait. Want to go get laid? Go left. Wait, what? No, that's obviously not what I'm saying. And I don't think you are implying that I'm saying that. But I will say...
Also, like, the difference between me and Hasan is I'm meaner about it. Like, Hasan and I agree pretty much on, like, almost everything. You know, maybe I'm a little bit more pro-China than him. Maybe I'm a little bit more anti, like, I think the January 6th rioters, more of them should have been shot by the cops. It would have been justified, you know. Once they started hitting cops with fucking, like, you know, sticks and shit, we're, like, streaming into the Capitol, I think it would have been very reasonable for more of them to get shot. He thinks Ashley Babbitt was treated too harshly. I think that's an insane idea. It doesn't matter. But I believe the same things as Hasan. I'm just unvarnished about it. He's very, very kind because he's the bigger part of the funnel, right? But if you get to me and you're still saying rad lib bullshit, I'm not going to be nice to you. I think state violence is hard to justify. Are we in communism right now? Have we achieved global communism? If the answer is no, then a dictatorship of the proletariat is justified in using state violence.
Whether you were genuine in that as a criticism or not, that is how a lot of people perceive the left. Like constantly in a state of misunderstanding people and weaponizing those misunderstandings in the most annoying ways possible. So the left does, and I'm not talking about the Democratic Party, I'm talking about the actual left here. The left does have a marketing problem. The left does have a branding problem. Now, I am of the mindset that the left's branding problem is marginal and inconsequential in comparison to the far more obvious problem that the left has, which is that it's the only group of people that are dedicated to anti-capitalist thought and anti-capitalist sentiment being expressed when, you know, Red Scare propaganda and the Cold War has...
Do you guys think Hey Mike, I'm a live that's become very disillusioned with liberalism being a realistic path to good outcomes. Do you have any ideas to start looking at radical politics beyond theory? A really great book that is easy to read, modern, and put out by someone who I am friends with is called A Socialist Manifesto by Bhaskar Sankara. And it gives out, he is the, I think he's the editor-in-chief of The Nation magazine. He was the creator of Jacobin magazine. Very much, mainstream leftist, so to speak. Not like a fringe weirdo. And I like the Socialist Manifesto because it'll give you a nice survey understanding of a lot of left-wing ideas. It discusses the Soviet Union. It discusses the Nordic model. It talks about like possibly what we could do going forward, transitions from beyond capitalism. It's a nice, easy thing to grab a hold of. And then once you get done with that, I feel like you'll have like a little bit of a foundation to start following, getting deeper into like, reading Capital, etc. Black Shirts and Reds by Parenti is also very good. Those are some things that I like to recommend just to get in there real quick. If you haven't read the Communist Manifesto, it has a survey of some of the ideas that we're talking about, but it's not a serious theoretical work. It's very much of its time. Why Socialism by Albert Einstein? Yeah, that was pretty fun.
Purposely gutted the American labor force and also any kind of political dissidents that might have even
I think this is, by the way, if you feel hurt by me saying it's ridiculous to require masks and spirit fingers, why do you feel hurt? Do you think that I'm saying that you're not a human being and you're not valued? Like, for example, spirit fingers are discriminatory toward people that can't see. See, that was an accommodation you picked. You valued one accommodation over another group because blind people can't see the spirit fingers, so they're not able to understand that people approve, but they can hear clapping, right? So you have created where one accommodation is greater than another accommodation. Why did you select spirit fingers over clapping? For me, clapping is accommodating blind people. And so that is, so your accommodations aren't the right answer, right? They're not, I'm good because I did this accommodation. And deaf people can see clapping, exactly. Mike, can you explain the context of spirit fingers more? No, because it's actually so embarrassing that I don't even want to. And it's the same thing as masking, right? Maybe a deaf person reads lips. By masking, they can't communicate. So now you have blocked communication. And so so these accommodations aren't just like the right thing that you have to do if you're a good person. They are trade-offs between different alternatives. And I'm saying that you're not considering the most important trade-off, which is acting like a weird cult. Liberal to ultra-left pipeline, breaking the cycle. I've been in DSA since the beginning of 2016. Like many, I was tired of feeling politically lonely and isolated. I saw DSA as one of the only places where I could find others that shared my anger at the state of the world, but with a focus on doing whatever possible in our area to improve things. By joining in early 2016, I was fortunate to watch as wave after wave of new members came into the chapter. Each new group helped propel the organization forward to continue our momentum. Regardless of the particular circumstance around each new wave of members joining, I found one trend that repeated itself over and over: the liberal to ultra-left pipeline. This discovery is not my own, and I have heard it talked about in chapters across the country, so I don't believe it's unique to my chapter either. Many people are familiar with Peter Camgio's work on the subject, but he was fortunate enough to organize before the existence of online aesthetic leftism. Almost a year after the zenith of the Sanders campaign, this pipeline has been increasingly relevant as prominent left podcasters declared that they radicalized so quickly over the past year that they, quote, basically skipped DSA. I hope to talk about the pipeline briefly so we can identify it when it is happening, specifically address it so in our organizing practices, and hopefully break the cycle from repeating itself over and over again. So ultra leftists are is basically the rad lib shit, because they're not really leftists. They're really people that have taken their liberalism and converted it into a radical appearing form. It's very, very annoying. have we forgotten the maximum of communication? Meet people where they're at. We need people to join the movement so we can push against the heavy system. I mean, it's like vocabulary, right? Like if I'm writing something for a mass group of people, I'm going to use more approachable vocabulary. You know what I mean? I'm going to be less loquacious. I'm not going to be somebody who speaks in an obscurant manner. I'm going to be someone who is clear and concise because it's for a mass audience. I don't want to unnecessarily confuse the issue. But you see, using big words in a certain other context can signal that I'm, and using literary references and things can signal that I'm an educated, thoughtful person. In a different environment, that would be appropriate to garner respect. Identifying ultra-leftists, liberals with radical aesthetics. It's funny to use the term ultra-leftist in 2021 when thinking back on what it meant historically. To the Bolsheviks, an ultra-leftist was typically someone that wanted to do a bombing or assassination campaign. In the contemporary US left, this phrase refers broadly to the amalgamation of anti-capitalists whose entire ideological motivation and self-conception is what they are to the left of XYZ, typically DSA. They are, quote, to the left of DSA. While there are organizations that participate in this sort of branding, it is mostly done on an individual level. We could disagree on whether ultra-leftist is a helpful term, seeing it as best defined as I know it when I see it approach, but I think the title applies to enough of a grouping that it is worthwhile. Terminally online, constantly accusing others of being sheepdogs or sellouts, and rarely working with others to expand the socialist movement through mass action are some of their calling cards. Their actions speak to be wanting to be king of the smallest kingdom. The liberal to ultra-leftist pipeline is often accompanied by an obsession with labels that have no applicability outside of the branding on internet forums. What's the difference between a de Leonist, a council communist, and a syndicalist when none are able to fill the room they reserved at the library with working people? So why are newly radicalizing liberals so susceptible to ultra-leftism? First, because it allows them to continue their sense of superiority felt that they had from being the furthest left in the room and most moral for most of their lives. For many newly radicalizing liberals, their political beliefs have always been deeply tied to their sense of self as a good person. That's why I said earlier, if you think I'm a bad person, I'm a bad person. Because I don't give a shit about this. I don't need to consider myself to be a good person. In fact, I think realizing that good person is the most meaningless phrase in the English language is the key to becoming an actual left-wing socialist. I don't care what that mean. What does that mean? You're friendly to people that you know? Like, what does that fucking mean? I said hello? This is described by Ben D, another MD DSA member, as the liberal tendency to imagine politics as something you have, not something you do. With this approach, having the correct position, the most moral one, or the one that stakes out the furthest left position is practically the same as being a good socialist. Being the most left-wing doesn't make you a good socialist. That's just a personal opinion in your brain, and it literally doesn't matter. In fact, many of the people that are like this wear shirts that are older than their current political beliefs. I went back and looked at how Lenin kicked out several hyper-specialized groups for the early Communist Congress precisely because they were diluting focus and undermining momentum. Oh my lord. LaurelLynLeak.com/whyWeMask. Why do I not see COVID as a labor issue? Because there's nothing special about COVID. There are literally tens of thousands of virulent pathogens that spread. Far more human beings are brought to their knees by diseases that you don't even talk about, but because they're poor and in the underdeveloped third world that we know how to deal with. Like, for example, malaria, diphtheria, hepatitis, tuberculosis. Those are far more of a concern to me than upper middle class rad libs getting a sneeze. Secondly, because newly radicalized liberals develop an obsession with radical tactics, many radicalizing liberals look briefly at the history of organized mass movements of working people and correctly gather that we need to learn from their successes. But instead of recognizing the steps in between where the US left is today and where we need to be, it just becomes an army of internet leftists tweeting hashtag general strike and saying that anyone who has skepticism of its effectiveness is a scab. This also applies to electoral abstentionists, many of whom loudly and proudly part of the mass support for Democratic Socialist candidates in the past. These newly radicalized liberals then abandon the very mass work that brought them and countless others into the movement in favor of more radical tactics. The obsession with radical tactics comes from the fact The liberals believe that they had always been armed with the right morality and analysis, but simply lacked the right tools to succeed. This ignores the fact that there's no such thing as an inherently radical tactic. Almost all tactics have been used by various political actors of differing opinions throughout history to fit the needs of their strategy at the time. This is the most important point. Oh, guys, we got somebody who's really mad. I hope you don't think I give a fuck about DSA and their spear figures. My ask, though, is that you look more into COVID and how our workforce is constantly being reinfected with an HIV-like illness. People like you encourage people who still mask to get mocked and ridiculed. I think the problem with you is that you're not somebody who listens, which is a big moral and intellectual problem for you. And I think that's why you're having so much trouble persuading people, because you're not listening. You're just in output mode. I specifically said, I support your right 100% to wear a mask. I said, however, that doing mask mandates at DSA meetings is weird because it's not what regular people are doing and it's not what the public health authorities are mandating. And you're saying, no, they should be doing it because COVID is like HIV. It's not like HIV. So because you were incapable of listening to what I actually said about masking, which is don't mock people that need to mask, and then you put that on to me like I had said that, that is an example of extreme bad faith. Mike, the Twitter radlibs are going to come for me? Oh no. Oh no. I won't have Twitter radlibs. Oh no. I like when people use the working class as their like they substitute their opinion for the working class opinion as like a cudgel. I go out in spaces with the working class people all the time. They're not masking up. And it's not because they are being stopped by their employer. They just don't do it. You're using the working class and it's just not true. You're just lying. Why is Chad so mad at you? Oh, they're not that bad. It's just a few COVID obsessives. I mean, you should be surprised. This is an online space, right? A lot of people that are, agoraphobic, but need social interactions, use online spaces to fill that need, which is totally understandable. But then they're trying to kind of naturalize their pathologies, their mental pathologies, and turn them into like like, oh, no, I'm not suffering from acute agoraphobia. I'm actually worried about long COVID. And that's a reasonable fear. And that's why everyone should be forced to wear a mask anytime I want to go to the grocery store. And it's like, no, man. Thirdly, a skepticism of mass politics. This was ultimately Kabijo's thesis. Kabiho's thesis, but the major distinguishing point between those with socialist analysis and those without one is the role of the masses. Socialists, even those with vanguardist politics, unquestionably support mass politics and do everything in their power to deepen their ties with mass movements with the goal of one day leveraging those connections for revolutionary change. Can someone tell me how spirit fingers deepens our connections? Do you have any recommendations for talking to MAGA types? Well, it depends on what type of MAGA person you're talking about. Okay, people are trying to convince me that I work with the general public and mask when there is high virulence. I advocate for clean air, not mask mandates, unless bird flu goes crazy. Oh, absolutely agree with you on that. I think that one of the biggest missed opportunities of the COVID pandemic is that we should have pushed for indoor air quality improvements. That should have been the focus on it. Not this stupid mask debate, but rather like HEPA filters, indoor air quality monitoring, which would have been far better for our health than just hyper focusing on like the posturing of masks. But unfortunately, we missed that opportunity. What do you think about bird flu? I think it's a dangerous disease, but it doesn't seem like it has made a leap to hypervirulence yet. What I would like to see, like the thing is, masking is like the most liberal thing to hyper focus on. It really is. What would be better is, I'll give you an example. Universal healthcare, paid family and sick leave, things like that, indoor air quality monitoring and air filtration, structural things that would actually improve our health for more than just one hyper specific fixation that people have. And part of the reason why you focus on masking is because it's cheap and it doesn't involve challenging the status quo. It just allows you to browbeat individuals and posture like you're a good person. But it doesn't mean actually taking resources away or power away from the powerful. And I find it very interesting that that kind of like it's a culture war thing. It's a culture war obsession. Liberals and ultra-leftists view many of these efforts as opportunism or betrayal. For socialists, we recognize that change is only possible with the masses on our side. So even if we have the correct takes, we are powerless to engage them unless we engage in mass politics. Okay, chat. Did you ever see this chart? MSNBC light technocrats, MSNBC shitlibs, libertarian left anti-establishment, ultra anti-establishment, Jimmy Dore. Fourth, a view of the left as consumer subculture and not organizations. Newly radicalized liberals approach politics as if it's about what podcasts you listen to or magazine you subscribe to. This thinking promotes acting as a fandom rather than as an organization. This can be seen most recently with leftists on social media circulating their own rankings of other left Twitter accounts and podcasters as if the left was a fantasy sports league. Whether it's flag emojis in their bio, revolutionary symbols in their handle, or even coordinates on a political alignment chart, all of these are an attempt to signal to others that they're part of an in-group of real revolutionaries. Think of how many people online spout out about how they're not a sock dem, as if it truly was any organized, coherent social democratic movement in the US currently. What they mean is, I'm not a sellout. I want a revolution, unlike those other guys. But it's irrelevant to modern politics as saying, I shop at Target, not Walmart, like those other guys. It's an attempt to cultivate a unique brand of having the correct politics, even if those politics have no bearing or influence on the world at all, which is a big problem. The American progressive movement has always been extremely incoherent in its beliefs due to its lack of a uniting organization or specific base, as in the case of for the left in other countries. Although the Sanders campaigns helped shape this progressive movement into having a more clear message around class politics, it was unable to fully convert the existing progressive movement into a democratic socialist one. This meant that many new members of DSA were joining as liberals. This is nothing we should be ashamed of. In fact, it's something we should be proud of. DSA, through political alignment, branding, and its campaigns, was able to bring many liberals into the tent. The issue is thinking about what happens or doesn't happen next. And this is the big problem. This is why I'm talking about this and I'm being rough with you. Because you think doing politics is yelling at me with threats that you're going to cancel me or disagree with me or linking me shit, and then you think that I should then dictate that your opinion is the correct opinion because you're going to threaten me with cancellation for being ableist or whatever. That's liberalism, motherfucker. You need to learn how to be part of a movement. You need to learn that your opinion isn't some special snowflake opinion that's better than everybody else's. It's your opinion. You need to learn how to take orders instead of trying to give them all the time. DSA needs to be more tough and disciplinary of its new members, bringing liberal wrecker behavior into the movement. They get barreled over by all the rad lib newcomers. Oh, I know. Have you said anything about how Jake is trying to appeal to right-wing populists? They don't exist. It's idiotic. And he's flailing. During the upsurge of growth from 2016 onward, many took multi-tendency to mean anyone believe anything, and the organization was not explicitly a socialist one. This hampered efforts to provide coherent socialist education to our members. This problem was exacerbated by the fact that many of our new members were liberals. I want to clarify that I don't mean this in a derogatory sense. They were liberals because we as an organization were failing to do the education necessary to get them to think and act in a socialist framework. I think new members should have to go through a political education period before they can engage in any other activities. This lack of education left a void. There comes a time for many people on the left when they realize that Sanders' platform might not be enough to avert climate catastrophe, enough to root out systemic oppressions, or enough to redistribute power in our society. And it's at this time these former liberals go exploring for answers. Our members were looking for a political education curriculum, but it was nowhere to be found. If there's one thing that can be said about those on the fringes of the socialist movement, is they often focus on political education and readings to a fault. Those groups swooped in. Podcasts, YouTube, caucuses became some of the primary providers of political education within the organization. There was no systemic approach to keep helping members break their liberalism. In its place was a Twitter-driven, clout-based media ecosystem that rewards outlandish opinions and is completely disconnected from the way membership organizations function or how to think like an organizer. It would be a recipe for an SDS-style disaster where one half of the room is chanting for Warren and the other is chanting for Hawkins. I agree with this guy very substantially. And this is why this point, and I'm really sad that we have to do this, but anytime I mention stuff like mask mandates or spirit fingers, people get all up their own ass. And it's like, if you think that what I'm saying is bigoted or ableist or wrong, you're wrong. You are alienated from mass politics. Do you think if we went into a union hall and I said, everybody in here needs to be wearing a mask, and I better not hear you clap, that we're converting people to socialism? All right. let's move on, because as we were yelling at each other, a really important story popped up. You got me mad during the UCLA protest because of the no banana sign thing, and I disagree, but then I see your point clearly now. I legitimately think that going up and putting, oh, one of the people here is allergic to peanut butter, no one better eat peanut butter here, is an insane fucking thing to do. It's an actually insane thing to do. Now, if you're in a kindergarten class, it makes sense because, you know, kindergartners share their food. And, you know, the best way to avoid a big anaphylaxis is to not allow people, you know, they could get different treats in the kindergarten. But out in public, now it's starting to become a kind of a little bit of an extreme, weird fucking thing. You are not a socialist if you fail to recognize that socialist agitprop is more important than your own personal aesthetic desire to virtue signal. That's exactly what I'm saying. And if you're like, why doesn't everybody agree with me that long COVID is the most important public health emergency of our day? It's because you failed to persuade the masses. And you're not going to persuade, like, just going to the most empathetic people in the society, which is socialists, and saying, you guys need to adopt my program or else you're not empathetic, and then trying to use interpersonal fucking threats to accomplish that is not doing politics. It's not showing me that you know what you're doing. All you're showing me is I want to create a little space for myself where I'm the little dictator. And I get to tell who, I get to point at people and go, you don't take long COVID seriously enough, bad person. What if I don't? And what's your point? I don't take long COVID seriously enough. And am I now not a socialist? All right, chat. It's now important for us to go on to a very, very important story for socialists that every socialist should be aware of. It's a vital piece of information. A police report has been filed against Destiny by a fellow streamer who claims he shared an intimate recording of her without consent, which is actually Dexterdo doing PR spin. She has filed a police report because he secretly recorded her and then shared the secret recording without her consent. So he didn't just make a recording and share it. He secretly recorded her without her knowledge during a sex act and then shared it. Mike, birthright citizenship lives another day. A federal judge temporarily blocks President Donald. Yeah, this is going to happen. At the lower court and the circuit court level, that's going to get blocked. It's only, we have to wait for it to get to the Supreme Court to know if birthright citizenship is happening. So chat, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we not allow this to get buried. It's very, very, very important that we not allow this to get buried, because the strategy, I want to tell you something, what DGG and what Destiny's strategy is to basically go, they're doing the doctrine of surrender. DGG is saying, oh, this is terrible. Oh, this is awful. Nobody is defending him. And Destiny and his subreddit are shutting down completely, and they're going quiet. And they think, well, if I wait a couple weeks, this will all blow over. It just started, baby. Destiny drama is just starting. Well, and that's their strategy. It's the doctrine of surrender, right? Buckle down, turtle up, go quiet, and don't interact. They don't want to interact with my posts, right? Like normally if I said Destiny was a sex criminal, if I had said that a month ago, I'd have 80 fucking DGGers in there going, Mike, you're fat. Mike, look how fat you are. Oh, Mike, you're cringe. Mike, that's what they would be doing. But now they're quiet. Why are they quiet? I'm calling him Diddy GG. I'm saying he's a sex criminal. Where are you at, DGG? The answer is, they know if they go in there and attack me, sure, they might get their cuts in, the same old, the two fucking arguments they have, Mike, you're fat, and Mike, you're cringe in 2019. That's not gonna really, it's not gonna, you know, people are gonna go, this guy's a sex criminal and you're calling this other guy fat? Like, that doesn't seem, like, why are you getting mad? Like, huh? So the strategy is to keep quiet, right? So you can't let that happen. You have to go out of your way to engage with this content. You have to go out of your way to like, comment, subscribe to people that are covering it. You need to go and boost these videos. You need to, everybody who's ever collaborated with Destiny, you need to start asking them to make comments on this issue. And why is this? Because they're trying to bury it. They're trying to bury it. And so our reaction is that we need to support the victims and really push it. Now, if you're like, Mike, this is drama. No, this guy's a fucking criminal in the streaming space, and he's abusing people. And by the way, chat, he's unrepentant. He's completely unrepentant. Here is the logs from Russell Search in DGG from this morning. 1 hour and 30 minutes ago, Destiny wrote, "Bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me, okay? Lol W." This motherfucker is unrepentant, unremorseful, and he's trying to threaten people in order to get them scared to cover it. That's why you have an absolute duty, and it is, and he's caught. Like I have it, it's on my stream. Here it is on the logs. It's right there, baby. Here he is defending Epstein. Incredible. Asmund is doing race science again. I think that's a strategy to distract from Destiny, honestly.
Hey, you know they got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with. Oh, yeah, sex offender. And he was your mans. He was your boy. I heard you grew up with him. That's crazy, man.
You ain't know what he was doing? You ain't feel bad at all? Like no guilt, none of that shit?
Hey, you know they got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with.
So here is Hasan Abi's coverage of it. Let's get into it, because he apparently gets even more things that I didn't know about. Apparently, Ethan has to delay his nuke on Hasan because he has to edit out Destiny. Oh yeah, I mean, all of his links are literally clip chimps from Destiny subreddit, right? So like, come on. I didn't think Destiny was this stupid. I thought he would just keep silent, but it never see his inner need to be edgy and use his community to harass is so strong. Oh yeah, he's a cult leader. I need to tweet about this. I need to tweet about this. Hold on, we got to tweet about this. Like, this is, the unrepentant nature of this guy is incredible. I can't spell. Okay, that screenshot sucks. I need a better screenshot. So it's like, it needs to be more square. Should you put without consent after the recording people instead of the sex? That could be interpreted very badly. Okay, fine. Hold on. I'm gonna delete that tweet and try again, because that screenshot is just shit. There you go. That's a lot better. You should make your Twitter PFP your new look. The long hair and mustache are stylish. Oh yeah, I have it on my blue sky. Ethan spent a total of 8 or so minutes very badly. At one point he calls Destiny a gooner. Guys, is it a gooner if you're a sex criminal? Hey guys, are you a gooner if you secretly record people during sex and then spread it around without their consent? Guys, are you a gooner if you commit sex crimes? Guys, are you a gooner? Gooner, as far as I understand, gooning just means somebody who's masturbating a lot, right? Like, how is committing sex crimes gooning? By the way, chat, you should promote this point. Oh, thank you, Vio. Vio has given me a pecan pie, a little mini pecan pie. Bro, someone needs to tell Norm Finkelstein about this. He will have a field day. I mean, I think being a sex criminal and a defender of genocide tends to go hand in hand. It's very important. And here's the thing. It's like, you know, obviously Hasan and I are going to cover this story. But I want you guys to encourage other people to cover this story as well, you know? Because letting this just, you know, people were the entire website, you know, was trying to get Hasan banned for political takes, right? You know, that are completely legal and are not criminal. This is a criminal sexual exploitation of women in a systemic basis. Not just he sent a picture one time to a close friend. It was, he was sending pictures of women without their consent to a lot of other people. Like right now, what is publicly known is already criminal. But there are a lot more instances. There are a lot more victims. There's a lot more, you know, we have Cherry, we have Pixie, and we have Melina, his ex-wife. All of them claim that Destiny was taking pornographic content and distributing it without their consent. Cherry claims that she was recorded completely without her knowledge, and that information was sent without consent. Like they're running defense. Nervously take the dick out of my mouth. It's correct that Destiny is a strange guy who gooned out in a strange moment, but he probably did not intentionally share sex tapes of himself with other people without their consent. Hacked, maybe? I don't know. He's black. What is this? Is this real? Like, what is this? Are you making a meme? Like, don't make memes right now. Don't make a meme like that right now. We want to have only verified and vetted posts. It's not a funny meme. I get that you're trying to do a parody, but it's not appropriate.
From you, and it's never good news. I rarely ever cover Destiny on this broadcast, but this is moving beyond the point of like petty drama or whatever into criminal liability. What did he do? Here is r/YouTube drama that has at least like some semblance of a summary of what happened. This morning, both President Sunday and Copacy released hit piece videos on Destiny. President Sunday's video here, Copacy's video here. Both of these videos discuss Destiny's behavior regarding his treatment of sexual partners and the ongoing scandal surrounding leaked DMs, photos, and videos of sexual nature. Destiny has found himself in a couple scandals regarding sharing nude photos and other materials, such as videos/sex tapes, without the consent of individuals/partners who appear in them. The main focus of this is a woman named Pixie, who is a victim of this behavior from Destiny. In the videos, there are leaks of messages between Not So Erudite and Pixie discussing potential compensation from Destiny for distributing the sexual material she appeared in, as well as the draft of Pixie's statement regarding the situation. It turns out that Pixie was someone who was an orbiter of Destiny's, who unfortunately hooked up with Destiny. They filmed the process, and I believe that filming was consensually done at the time. But then Destiny kept those videos and sent it to other people, from what I understand. Other people that he was trying to hook up with, other girls that he was trying to hook up with, including this one 19-year-old. And then this 19-year-old's account either got A, hacked, okay, or B, one of their 19-year-old's friends actually revealed all of this information to the world. And that's how you found out about the infamous video of Destiny sucking a dude off, which people suspected was Nick Fuentes.
I mean, honestly, the reason why this story has taken so long is because those of us on the left, we respected the victims of the leak, and we didn't want to comment on it because we were worried about them. You know, I didn't want to spread the leak. You know what I mean? But the right wing, they wanted to talk about it because they're homophobic, and they wanted to call Destiny the F slur, right? So the only real discussion of the leak was coming from the right wing, which was making fun of Destiny for having a video of him, you know, filleting a guy. And there was speculation that it was Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes is a closeted gay man, and Destiny and him have spent a lot of time, you know, in person together. And so a lot of Nick Fuentes' enemies wanted to mock him and kind of cast aspersions on him and Destiny at the same time. But those other accusations, you know, those of us on the left, we didn't want to draw attention to it, so we were waiting. But now that these victims have come forward, and now that they're filing charges and they are suing, and you know, this behavior, it's become truly apparent how it was shared without consent, because that was not known either, right? So we didn't know if this leak was just because of the hack. Now that we know Destiny was sharing this information, you know, he's recording people having sex with him with and without consent. Here's what we know from the top. Destiny would use his stream and community to go after vulnerable young streamers and fans, oftentimes, you know, in their teenage years, 18 or 19 years old. He would engage in a really intense conversations with them for a period of time, bring them on his stream, spend a lot of time talking to them on the phone, speaking to them, you know, in chats in a highly sexually charged manner. And then eventually he would go and meet these fans, you know, in person. I think he called it questing, or and so his community would kind of help him you know, find targets. And we're talking about like teenagers, and he's a 36-year-old man. Okay, his first wife, or his second wife, Melina, was actually 19 or 18 when he met her for the first time. So this is the kind of pattern of behavior that he would get into. Then when these young women, sometimes virgins or with a very sexually inexperienced, he would predate on them. The other thing I would mention is he would target young women with borderline personality disorder or autism. That was another thing that he would do. He would try to target women that had some sort of diagnosed personality disorder or mental health diagnosis, because he was trying to he was basically fighting people that he could instantly discredit as crazy. And like, this is very, 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 very off. Like, I want you to understand, like, this is not like something that I'm just making up. I'm gonna give you some. Let me give you a couple pieces of clips. See if some of these ring a bell.
Did this happen in the Airbnb? I don't want to say much, but obviously Cherry has BPD. She has episodes where she goes hardcore splitting. But the I noticed this because I just hang out with non-streamer friends the whole time. That's why I didn't stream or do anything. I'm sorry. I was just hanging out with my non-streamer friends when I was at TwitchCon. It's too much for me. What do you get up to when you're in Vegas? Some girl met me and she has a ultra rare diagnosis of she has dissociative identity disorder, but she's diagnosed with BPD on both of her split personalities. So I want to go see her in person, see if she can fuck my life up in more ways than I've ever known. And I'm also doing the Iced Coffee podcast hour or whatever.
Hold on, I have a lot more. Hold on.
In the future, if like another like Anna or Lav or somebody, no, not Anna, she's been cool for a year.
Yeah.
Okay, if Lav or somebody reaches out, I'll just tell them, oh yeah, he loves it, go for it, babe.
Yeah, 100. Send him my way, Brittany.
Okay.
Hell yeah. I need you to go into the dungeon with the section labeled BPD untreated and send all those people right to my stream, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you've heard it here. Sympathy, 0.
Because the problem is that now, here is something that would actually be destructive to my stream.
Yeah.
If I got into another drama, but it didn't top this, it would be catastrophic. People would be like, this is so boring, pathetic, I'd lose viewers, nobody would care about it. So whatever drama comes next has to top this.
I mean, he just has he just continually hunts for women, you know.
Assume you have to make a streamer house with 4 other streamers. Who would you add? Who would be the most interesting?
I don't know, I'd find the 4 girls with the most BPD and I'd throw them all in there until one of them kills me, I think, yeah.
24/7 live streaming could be a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. Relationship still strong with Ayla? Yeah, Ayla's cool. Who can we expect to come back and visit the stream now that she's out? I don't know who will be on stream or not. The problem is, so I've noticed that there's like pros and cons to like the healthy friendship arc, is that one, most of the girls that I meet and talk to now don't want to be anywhere near fucking stream because they associate with people like other people that are on stream that are crazy. And then 2, as a result of me being with less dramatic people, there's not as much like shit blowing up for my personal life, except for like holdovers like Cherry, Melina, or Brittany. But that's probably fine. I don't think we need like the interrelationship drama, although I miss it. And then now that I'm single, we could do it so much better. Guys, we could, bro, we could juggle so many BPD chicks on this stream now. And we wouldn't have the wife blocker here. Oh my God, fuck. When did you have your first?
So you can hear, like, you know, it's kind of phrased as a joke, but and I have many more clips and examples, but basically he literally targets very young girls, 18 or 19, who have diagnoses with autism or BPD, and he targets them with like borderline personality disorder is basically a type of disorder that affects how a person forms relationships. And so he would take advantage of these young girls. He would go and meet them. They were fans, or they were like, you know, they desired to be successful in streaming. He would go meet them in person. He would approach them. I think the squirrel put it the best. And so I'll read her description of it. And this is what's incredible. The squirrel, she figured this out years and years and years ago. Destiny has a pattern where he brings on typically young girls who are small streamers on his platform when he grooms for weeks and months on end with the aid of a deranged toxic community of incels pretending they have a close friendship until they have sex. Then he cuts them off. He has been exhibiting this toxic pattern for years out in the open. One of these people he did this to has been harassed by him and his deranged community of incels for daring to speak out about it for a year now, and he keeps singing his deranged incel attack dogs on her. If you want to use your platform to lure in young girl streamers with the promise of subs and friendship just so you can get laid and then dump them, you will hurt people along the way. They have the right to speak out about it without being harassed by your deranged incel community. On a recent stream, this person, who is clearly traumatized by the experience, was literally begging Destiny to stop lying about her and stop encouraging his community to do the same. He laughed at her and then keeps sniping at her. It's frankly sickening to watch him do that shit. So I sent him a DM telling him to stop talking to or about her, to which he replied to me calling me deranged. Yeah, the guy publicly harassing a traumatized person, crying and begging him to stop, is not the fucking deranged one. If he keeps harassing her, I will keep pointing it out. I have personally experienced the toxicity of his community of incels who were alt-right 4chaners just yesterday. They are the most obsessive freaks I have ever encountered. And the fact that their surrogate E-daddy weaponizes them against the girls he's harassing is fucking depraved. And this is the pattern of behavior that Destiny has engaged in, right? So he fights these young women and then he has sex. And this is what we didn't know. Like, we all knew this before, that he was a fucking freak. So everybody who is normal has hated Destiny for years and years and years. Like, if you're a normal person, you've hated, and you're in the streaming space, you hate Destiny. But the problem is that we don't create a cult-like atmosphere. We create a respectful distance between ourselves and our viewers and fans, right? Like, I like to engage with my community, but I like to engage with my community through like structured events and, you know, the stream. And I want to keep that professional distance because I know a couple things. Number one, everybody who watches me, you think you know me better than you do, right? You don't know me because, you know, you don't interact with me in my personal life. You just see me as a streamer. It doesn't mean that we couldn't be friends one day. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't get along with me. It just means you think you know me better than you do. It's just the way that these things work, right? And I could take advantage of that if I wanted to. And so because I don't want to do that, because I find it to be unethical, I maintain a respectful distance. It doesn't mean I can't make friends with members of my... I've made friends with members of my community, but slowly over the course of years, respectfully, you know? Like, I don't go, aha, this person trusts me, let me take advantage of them. But that's exactly what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. I've been streaming through it for like 2 months. I think I've psychologically, pushed my limits here. Lol W. Has Destiny considered the stream through it method? I understand this is a serious crime and not really a cancellation, but I'd like to limit test how much you could stream through something like this and just ban any chatters mention it while playing Sim Ant or whatever weird shit he usually plays. The Rift is calling. This is the Dalaban, by the way. This is the community that he has created of incel freaks. The Dalaban. So what we didn't know is we knew about this pattern of behavior of taking advantage of very young girls, promising them a streaming career, promising, you know, giving them attention, you know, meeting them in person, having sex. What we didn't know is that when he had sex with these young, vulnerable girls that trusted him, he would record it. So they would record. So most of the time, the women would give consent stupidly because they trust. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to victim blame here. It's just Destiny is a piece of shit. And anybody who trusts them has been fooled, right? And he would get their consent to record it, or in the case of Cherry, he just recorded it anyway, secretly, and he would have sex with these women. And then this is the criminal part. So everything he's doing up until this point is technically legal. You're allowed to, go after your groupies and your young fans, and as long as they're above 18, that's barely legal. It's technically legal. Is it unethical? Yes. Is it wrong? In my opinion, yes. But is it illegal or criminal? No. But you know what became criminal? Secretly recording women that he was having sex with without their knowledge. You know what he also would do? He would start sending that to other people. He would send those clips and videos he had created to other people. And why do we know this? Why do we now know what Destiny has done? We know what Destiny's done because he was sending it to a 19-year-old girl on Discord messages. He started sending videos and audio to this 19-year-old girl. And then from that point, we don't know if it was intentionally leaked by the 19-year-old or they were hacked. All that information was released and it came out. And all these people that Destiny had sex with had these sex tapes leaked. And they learned, oh, he was sending it to all sorts of other people. And that's when he committed a crime. First, secretly recording someone is a crime during sex. That's a crime. Sharing sexual content that was recorded privately between with a third party unconsented to, that's a crime. And so, there are multiple different crimes that are occurring here. Secretly recording, secretly sending. A police report has been filed against Destiny by a fellow streamer who claims he shared an intimate recording of her without her consent. And it is what it is.
And Destiny leaned into it possibly being Nick Fuentes. And a lot of people thought, well, that's really weird. Why is he taking ownership over that? Well, it turns out there was a nefarious purpose behind why he was taking ownership over that. Because if everyone focused on Destiny being gay, then no one would realize that Destiny was most likely sending nudes and sex tapes that he had actually filmed without permission of the other parties involved to random people online to showcase his sex resume to random, 19-year-olds online that he wants to fuck. Now, that's technically, I believe, I'm no big city lawyer, but revenge porn territory. Does he need permission? The answer is yes. What a stupid question. What are you talking about? You can't film a sex act with someone and then distribute that sex act randomly to other people. What? Asking this question, especially in this moment where Pixie, the wronged party, who used to be a fan and friend of Destiny's, has released a statement publicly on Twitter stating she's a victim of revenge porn and will be suing Destiny for this. Her longer statement includes her history with Destiny and her side of the story. She's literally in the process of litigation. This notably has been shared by Destiny's ex-wife Melina, as well as Lonerbox, who is stated to be Pixie's boyfriend and recently announced he would be leaving streaming. Lonerbox had been friendly with Destiny before. Yes. Lonerbox, I did not know any of this stuff, but people were, Bad Empanada had said like, oh, Destiny cucked Lonerbox or whatever when he was dating Pixie. It turns out that wasn't the case, but it does turn out that Lonerbox, I think, found out that Pixie had actually had sex with Destiny in the past while still being a orbiter of Destiny. By the way, when I say orbiter of Destiny, you might be thinking like I'm disparaging these people, but the saddest reality is that they called themselves the orbiters of Destiny. It is definitely a sex cult. It operates exactly like a sex cult. So they called themselves that. I know that it was a big story that Lonerbox supposedly left the online space because of me or something, but that seemingly wasn't the case. It seems like this also played a role in him leaving the commentary community or something. After this, all of this stuff was like circulating because I remember seeing Melina, Destiny's ex-wife, coming out and stating in a stream that she had not consented to Destiny revealing these sex tapes to random people. Just so you understand. I thought it was strange that people were talking about whether or not Destiny had sucked Nicholas Fuentes' penis, but I never fully understood how this information was revealed at the time, and I did not talk about it as much because I didn't understand if it was like revenge porn or what was going on. If you remember, at the time, I didn't understand how this information had leaked in general. Well, it turns out he was sending this stuff to random people to try and fuck them, like a sex resume.
From one of the things I understand about the Lonerbox Pixie, I don't think Lonerbox and Pixie are currently dating. I don't think that's true.
And one of the people inevitably leaked it. Either they directly leaked it, or their friend leaked it, or they got hacked.
I think you should not be so sure of that. Like, it's one of those things where I don't think you should like comment on someone's current, relationship status without a statement from either party. You know what I mean? Like, I think we should back off.
It got leaked, but it should have never been distributed inappropriately, even in private correspondence anyway. After this, while this was all circulating around, the mods over at r/Destiny announced that Destiny would be responding soon and lock down any discussion of the drama. But leading up to this moment, apparently people had tried to post Melina's clip saying Destiny had actually sent his sex tapes without her consent to random people. People were apparently deleting it at LSF because one of the moderators on Livestream Fails, the top moderator of Livestream Fails, Stale2000, I believe his username is a Destiny orbiter as well. They have actually maintained control over LSF for quite some time. Stale used to be a Twitch staffer as well. Back in the day, he was a Twitch staffer, and then he left Twitch. He became a Destiny community orbiter. He's even made videos on me on his YouTube channel as well. And he took over control over LSF in general. Okay? That's why it was no mere accident that so many Destiny clips would keep appearing. Stale back in the day even was a fan of mine. He even had a video defending
Recently, Hasan received a
saying Hasan Master Chief DMCA strike could be fake. He was right, by the way. And I was right as well. Many years ago. Yeah, his current Reddit username is Taro_card, not Stale2000 for those confused. Yes. Stale2000 is his username on YouTube. His active Reddit username, or the one he uses specifically to moderate LSF as the top mod at LSF, is Tarot_card, just so you understand. He has, in the past, according to his own YouTube page, competed for Top Orbiter of the Year as an award, or Top DGG of the Year, I think. Yeah, here it is.
I'm Stale2000, and I'm running for...
Oh my God! Oh my God! He looks exactly like I think he would look! This is exactly what a top moderator at LSF would look like. Oh my God. Most attractive DGG or best hairline on DGG. I'm not trying to claim that I'm a hottie, but Jesus Christ. This looks like a cartoon. This is like a mask you would buy at Spirit Halloween. This is what it would look like if you went onto your local sex offender website. Oh my God. Most representative DGGer.
December 2nd, 2021. Stale 2000 for DGGer of the year, which apparently is a competition in the Destiny community. Anyway, so he runs LSF now. Not sure what's going on LSF. Not sure what's going on with Stale in general right now in the last round of this controversy, considering that my clips have suspiciously started appearing on livestream fails without being banned instantly or without being deleted instantly. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe he has turned a new leaf or something. But as you've noticed, there have been numerous heavily upvoted Hasanabi clips on LSF, which is very unique. And it only started happening this week. And I don't know what that was about. Seemingly, that's the latest situation there. The DDGer of the year for 2024, he hates you too lol, just got banned from DDG because he sided with the victims of his stream. Yes, there seems to be a massive rift in his own community, partially because I think this is not just like random victims that Destiny can so quickly disparage, but instead other content creators within his orbit. So his fan base has developed a likeness for some of these content creators. So it's not
going according to DGG. All relevant out. Josiah out. I have no idea who Josiah is. All relevant is really interesting, chat. I've talked about this before, but when my very first stream on this platform was actually a debate with All Relevant about minimum wage, $15 minimum wage. I was pro $15 minimum wage. He was anti $15 minimum wage. Very, very funny debate. One of the things that's really interesting is in that debate, I cited research that later went on to win the Nobel Prize in economics. So when I cited it, it hadn't yet won the Nobel Prize in economics, but I was so up to date on the economics that in the debate, I cited research that later went on to win the Nobel Prize. It was a study by Andrew Card, if you want to know what I'm talking about, Reverse Gladio. Josiah, don't know who that is. JSTLK. That surprises me because this guy, this guy was kind of like the Destiny after show. That's crazy. Pisco. I don't know who this guy is. I'm sorry. I don't keep up with all the orbiters. Hutch. Stardust. Econo Boy. Dan. Loaderbox. And this one is incredible, chat. This one is incredible. Laken. Laken is Destiny's butler. Laken is Destiny's butler. Sometimes people call him personal chef, but that's not really true. He's more of like a butler. I know it's a butler is kind of, who has a butler anymore, but that is the one that's the role, household job that most closely represents what he is. Destiny's butler has quit. God damn.
Not so
what does that mean? I think it means they have said they're not gonna engage with DGG anymore, right? Do I believe these people? No, I do not. They're claiming they're out, and if Destiny survives, they'll try to worm their way back in. But they're claiming to be out right now.
Easy to just like disparage them and shit on them, and there's this mass exodus happening or mass chaos happening in his own community, it seems. Michael from Pennsylvania here says, Destiny has started to ban longtime collaborators JSTLK, Cherry, and Pixie because of admitted by him allegations of him sharing pornography of multiple women non-consensually he created with them. This is a civil and criminal offense in the state of Florida, and Pixie has announced intent to sue. But going back to his own personal...
People get mad at me for covering this story, and they're like, I can't believe Mike is covering drama! And when you hear people saying that, what is actually happening is they are... traumatized from having to deal with Destiny's community for a long time, and they just don't want to think about Destiny anymore, and they don't care about it, and they're just like, please, can we do anything but talk about this? And I understand that. I get it. I really do get it. Except for one thing, you dumb motherfuckers. Destiny and Dan have tried to destroy politics on Twitch by mass reporting made up clips and calling us anti-Semites and trying to get us arrested and trying to get us deplatformed like last month. You don't remember that? And the fact that this guy is out there committing fucking sex crimes against multiple young women, it wouldn't just be cowardly not to cover it. It would be morally wrong. The fact that you considered sex crimes and sexual exploitation of young women to be drama is more of a sign of your own stupidity and inability to judge the situation. And it would be us acting as a good old boys network if we didn't cover this. Everybody who's not covering this is helping cover it up. If somebody is quiet on these crimes, they're helping those crimes. That's how victimizers win. Victimizers win because victims only are able to get justice if there's attention. We live in an attention economy. And if you're saying this doesn't deserve attention, you're saying the women don't deserve justice. And you are the problem. This isn't drama. This is criminal. And we're going to do what we need to do to ensure justice is done. And you better be with me. And if you're not with me on this, how could I ever trust you again? How could you be, as Sorik says, silence in the face of oppression is complicity? Yeah, you are being complicit in the good old boys network that doesn't want you to talk about this. This is Ukrainian Anna, which is one of his orbiters, saying, hello, I don't know if this will be removed because of the rules, but I'm still going to try. I don't plan to do any statements on Twitter so far. I don't owe Obsessive Destiny haters any explanations, and they can go fuck themselves with their harassment regardless of anything. Destiny haters? Okay. With DG, however, I feel like I should talk. Honestly, I don't know what to do or how to feel exactly. What do you mean? You should feel disgusted and you should want justice for the victims. What do you mean you don't know how to feel? What are you fucking talking about? I chatted with Steven privately, which I obviously would not be disclosing, but here's where I'm at right now. Sharing someone's sexual content with a third party without her consent is fucked up. Steven, in my opinion, didn't try to maliciously hurt anyone. Okay, this is actually insane. This is an evil opinion. Any reasonable person would be offended and hurt if they found out that videos of them having sex was shared with a third party without their consent. Every reasonable person would feel that way. It doesn't matter. Whether or not he tried doesn't matter. He was so reckless with their feelings that it was clear that he didn't care. Because every reasonable person thinking about it would know instantly that it would hurt people. This is a crime. But it happened anyway due to him sharing in the first place. He was a victim of revenge porn, but he also victimized someone else. That being said, if a friend admits they fucked up big time and is remorseful, I wouldn't cut them off 100% IRL for this sort of action. In what way has he showed remorse? Oh man, I feel, I'm sorry I got caught. Okay, this is evil shit. However, recording someone in a sexual act without their knowing / consent is a whole other dimension of fucked up in my opinion. If that's indeed what happened, then I don't think I could ever trust a person like that with literally anything. Now, I'm not saying anyone should 100% believe this with no evidence. I fully plan to wait and see. However, I can't dismiss it either. I would have told anyone to fuck off with this shit just days ago, but I cannot at this moment in time do that. Simply put, I wouldn't have believed it prior, but now my trust is not where it used to be. And then she talks about her own volunteer work to get donations to Ukraine. To me, DGG was a safe space from war, an escape island. You could say Epstein's Island or Destiny's Island. I feel bad for people in Ukraine. I really do feel bad for people in Ukraine. And I think helping people in Ukraine is totally a worthy cause. But using your charity work to cover up for crimes is exactly what criminals do. Do you know what Sandutsky was? He was a defensive coordinator for the Penn State football team. And he had a charity to help foster kids. He used that charity to find vulnerable little boys to rape. I don't think charity work or other positive actions can be used to distract from the fact that Destiny was committing these crimes. This is getting close to NXIVM. Like, really? Yes, it is a sex cult, without a doubt.
Subreddit moderation, and going back to everything that's going on, you might recognize some of these names because they all f***ing hate me. And just because they hate me, I'm not going to be a piece of shit and say, oh, good riddance or whatever. They are still victims, just so you understand. Sherry is another one of the victims of Destiny. Apparently, allegedly, according to her, Destiny actually secretly, without her consent, recorded her. She only found out about this because one of her friends heard the footage and noticed that it was her voice in the footage. But going back to brigading and subreddits in general, This information, while it was out there in the ether for quite some time, never gained a lot of momentum. Part of that was because they couldn't make it into any subreddits. They would either get deleted from the top subreddits or could be easily ignored. In Destiny's own community, obviously, moderators keep a very tight leash and we're deleting all mentions of this stuff and still to their best of their ability try to keep...
Are you a big Hasan guy? Why does that matter? Does that matter? Well, me liking Hasan or disliking Hasan, well, why does that matter? What's your opinion on Hasan? My answer is Hasan and I have been friends and colleagues for 6 years now. But I agree with him on some things. I disagree with him on other things.
All of this information under control. Meanwhile, Destiny's co-host Dan Saltman, you guys might remember him, the Adpocalypse guy, would appear on Turkey Tom's Tom Dark live stream to discuss this and makes another statement on stream. I believe there was a clip on LSF of that as well, if I'm not mistaken. I think I saw that this morning and I was shocked, like any sort of clip such as that one being featured on LSF as well. Don't know if they deleted that or not. Meanwhile, it seems that XQC is actually somewhat, taking the side of Destiny in this process, which is also, I guess, somewhat expected. I don't think Asmongold has talked about it, but who knows? I think the Dan Saltman clip has been deleted from the LSF subreddit, it seems. Asmongold has covered every single time one of Destiny's orbiters have clipped something I've said out of context, and has
Asmongold talked about this yet? Does Asmongold realize that when these women sue, that they're going to get access to Destiny's messages? Does Asmongold realize that he's not going to be able to ignore it when discovery happens because they're going to go to Discord and they're going to get the messages from Discord? Doesn't matter what you delete on your machine because Discord keeps records of all of your messages. Discovery will not publicize random DMs. Exactly. If Destiny is sending sexually explicit messages to other people, that would be a topic of discovery. The Destiny files are gonna be wild.
XQC. It's always...
I just think that Asmongold should comment about this and say that it's bad. You know what I mean? Like, I know that he was really, really interested in me getting banned from Twitch for saying that Destiny is a bad person. I guess I was right about that, huh? I guess I was right about Destiny being a piece of shit. Are there any lawyers in Florida? Are there any lawyers in Florida? I think there might be an opportunity that for you to sue someone for $100,000.
Shocking when in the same week when both XQC and Asmongold are getting top upvoted clips on LSF talking about how racist I am because
what is the punishment for revenge porn? Like, is it normally jail or what? Great question, J-Mang. Okay, so in Florida, revenge porn is covered under sexual cyber harassment, Florida statute section 784.049. It is a first-degree misdemeanor for a person to willfully and maliciously sexually cyber harass another person. And that was enacted in October 1st, 2015. So a lot of people have been like, oh no, that crime wasn't crime until October, blah, 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 blah. Actually, that was an amended law. It's been illegal since 2015. Oops-a-daisy! Oops-a-daisy! Can a lawyer can request logs directly from Discord itself? Yes. They can subpoena it from Discord itself. And actually, what's really interesting about it is, well, fuck. I should have searched. I wanted to search. Let's go to the statutes here. A person who has one prior conviction for sexual cyber harassment and commits a second or subsequent sexual cyber harassment commits a felony of the 3rd degree. The first offense is a misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in prison, and every subsequent one is a felony of the 3rd degree. A 3rd degree is an imprisonment of a term not exceeding 5 years. So the first offense is imprisonment for a year, and every subsequent offense is imprisonment up to 5 years. So with this many different offenses, it could be a serious crime. Hello, Majority Report. Majority Reporters, we are covering the fact that Destiny, Stephen Bennell II, the guy who said that Sam Cedar guzzles buckets of cum, has been outed as a sex criminal and we are covering that story now. We're getting into the nitty gritty. Today, one of his victims has just filed a police report for sexual cyber harassment for illegally recording her secretly without her knowledge having sex and then sending it to other people. There's another, we know of at least 3 victims have publicly come forward. And so we were talking about that. I just spotted, you know, in his chat community, he said this morning, bro, if I need to go on the sex offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers with me. Okay, LW. He doesn't seem very remorseful. Honestly, I really do want to be more pissed than I am about this. These fuckers have tried to destroy leftist commentary spaces for years with harassment campaigns everywhere, mobbing video comments and making shitty little clones of themselves, spewing the sad bad face smears everywhere. And this crook was power tripping so much he was using all this as cover for his sex crime. It's just so fucking filthy and anger inducing. Yeah, he's a total scumbag. So anyway, welcome in Majority Report. I think this is very necessary to cover. And I would also urge you to suggest that it maybe gets covered by Majority Report. You know, I know that, you know, Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore are very important to cover, and I'm in favor of covering them. But, you know, I do also think that if you collaborate with someone and have brought them on the show and it turns out they're a sex criminal, the least you could do, instead of reporting that on which color beanie Tim Pool is talking about, you should probably cut a video or two, just a suggestion, about the sex crimes that Destiny is being accused of. I'm no longer a DGGer. I was formerly a fan, but this crosses a line for me. So what I would suggest you do is I would leave all DGG related stuff. I would delete it, block it from your phones, and I would suggest you, you know, find something else to do with your time. I'm taking other streamers with me. Son of a bitch, you should. If he were half the person he claims to have been all those years, he should have been taking those people down every time he saw them. What is that response? It's because he's a sex criminal and he was collecting blackmail so he could get away with his sex crimes. This is an admission of malicious intent. He's saying, I've been keeping blackmail on all these other people just in case anything happens to me. This is literal Jeffrey Epstein shit. I don't know how else you put it. You know, this isn't just some useful exuberance of wanting to share, like, look at how hot this girl I banged to your friend, okay? That'd be one thing. This is not what he's doing. I mean, that would be a crime. That would be wrong. But at least you could understand that that person wasn't the most evil person in the world, just an asshole and a misogynist. And they should probably be punished for it. But it doesn't mean they're the most evil person in the world. Having an Epstein list of 20 people that you've induced to commit crimes so you can burn them if they say anything, that's Jeffrey Epstein shit. And that's why we got to talk about this. That's why this needs to be clipped and posted on LSF. We need more people aware that not only did he do this shit, he's not sorry about it. And I actually think that this message reveals something why so many streamers aren't talking about it. I think there's a lot of streamers, because he's been in the streaming space for a very long time. There's a lot of streamers that maybe they did something they're not so proud of in messages with Destiny. And I got to tell you guys, the lawsuit's going to find out. And if you delete stuff, that's a crime. It's called spoliation. If you try to delete things right now and you try to hide them, it's called spoliation. They're going to get it anyway. Hasan heads here say Depstiny. Oh, yeah. Epstiny. He has DNC candidates and prominent Zionists giving support. I mean, like, that's what I mean. Multiple DNC candidates, by the way, who hate the left, went on his show. We need to go after those people and get them to comment. They were happy to use this platform to push anti-left-wing politics. It's time. We can't sit here and be quiet about this. If you're quiet about this, that's a moral turpitude. That shows you that you're just as bad. I'm not trying to claim to be a perfect person, but this is beyond the pale.
You know, tried to explain with a nuanced position about like racism against white people not being the same as racism against black people. They have top upvoted comments. In the same week, Destiny will literally say the N-word, and then they will either never really cover it, or they'll end up defending Destiny saying the N-word, saying that he didn't have any sort of negative intentionality behind saying the N-word. This is a very real thing that has happened not once, not twice, but I think 3 times now. It is important when you look at what some people choose not to cover, especially when they, much like myself, are on live streams for 8 hours a day. especially if their content oftentimes is slop in general or drama in general. That's why a lot of people were mad at Asmongold for not initially covering Elon Musk faking, playing, Path of Exile 2. Clip you were looking for about Dan is in the link in that thread. The one that says later makes another statement. This is the statement that he made. It's a locked post now.
Fucking help me. Or anything. You guys are like forcing me to sleep for Steve. Listen. Well, no, do it. Go for it. Like
you seem forced to do this frequently.
Okay. First of all, I would say that I'm pretty confident. Everyone.
I'm not a big city lawyer, but you might want to say allegedly. He admitted it. He admitted it. He already admitted it. Destiny admitted that he did this. But he's claiming that because the person he sent it to was hacked, it wasn't his intention to cause harm. He admitted to doing all this. Although, listen, this is my good faith. I mean, the available evidence, and I'm relaying everybody understand, but thank you, chatter. Everyone knows I'm relaying allegations that are being made that have been at least partially admitted by Destiny.
That everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
Okay. Classic, I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool. Brilliant minds over there in the debate circle. Anyway, Destiny responded in a post in his subreddit that has been cross-posted in this.
Melissa Mercante, hey, how you doing? I mean, basically, these are sex criminals. And the story that, the thing that I can't get over it. I can't get over it. I can't believe I'm being accused of being malicious with other people's pornographic images, video, audio. If I go down for it, I will retaliate by exposing the sexual endeavors of my fellow streamers. This is Jeffrey Epstein's MO. I'm going to have secret recordings of you in sexually compromising positions. Destiny is the Jeffrey Epstein of Twitch, of the streaming space. He was calling us evil. He was calling us evil. Because we believe that every single human being deserves dignity, that we want peace in Gaza, that we want peace in Ukraine, that we want Medicare for all, and a Green New Deal, and raise the minimum wage, and a union, and social housing, and aid for the poor. We're evil. This motherfucker's Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he's not even saying, if you read this and you say he's not even saying 20 other streamers are sex criminals. He just says he's, quote, gonna take them down. So maybe he just has compromising sexual material of them. We don't know what take them down means.
This as well. He calls it the legal arc, beginning in mysterious ways.
The illegal arc. The legal arc. He probably just has more revenge porn. Yeah. What a fucking freak. I know it's very, you want to call Destiny a lol cow or whatever, but this isn't lol cow. This is a Jeffrey Epstein of streaming. This is exploiting young fans. I'm thinking about this, meeting a 19-year-old fan. I'm an old man. I'm a middle-aged man. I'm thinking of me messaging a 19-year-old fan and sending her pornographic material of other people without their consent is batshit insane. That is batshit insane. How old is Destiny? 36.
Such wow. One of the major points that he did not address.
They'll call 40 middle-aged. 40 is middle-aged. Yes, according to most definitions, 40 is considered to be within the middle age range, with middle age generally being defined as between 40 and 60. I'm not old and I'm not young. I'm middle-aged. Only 4 years older than Destiny. Yeah, those are an important 4 years, apparently.
Is how these videos were circulated to begin with. He made a vague statement in his post and wrote this long effort post, mostly talking about the litigation and the back and forth between him and Pixie, who is now suing him. This is the most important part of it, in my opinion, where he says, I want to be clear. The leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. I never had an intention for any of those images to be published. That's vague legal speak that tries to imply that he did not actually send the footage out. Now, if this was actually his own personal account, his Apple Cloud or whatever, that had actually gotten hacked, then this would be understandable. Destiny himself would be a victim in this circumstance. The problem is, he didn't get hacked. He sent it to random people. And I don't know exactly what happened here. Maybe they got hacked or maybe someone else that had access to the footage leaked it. Pete is online, says his community has a recurring show called Rape Review where they have practiced defending predators and now the same talking points come out. Maybe he was, creating this so that he could have an army of people.
By the way, chat, we are 4.5 hours into the stream. If you do appreciate my content, I would appreciate if you support it. We're dangerously close to a hype train. Like, that's the only reason we have independent media, where, you know, like the old school media, they weren't going to cover this shit. I personally went and bothered Dexterity, and now they're tweeting about it. Now they're posting about it because of that. So if you enjoy this kind of content, or if you see value in it, then please consider supporting it, because I don't have ads on right now. Why? Part of the reason why I don't have ads on is because there's now a new political tag that creates a subcategory that gets lower CPM, you know, less valuable ads on it. And I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not running ads. Why is that? Because Diddy G spammed false accusations of anti-Semitism at every single Twitch sponsor. So I am 100% viewer supported. And I'm trying to encourage people to cover this. The thing that I would want to, like, if you're a person who, a lot of reporters, okay, let me say this. If you're a reporter right now, a lot of them know that, you know, covering Destiny is very dangerous. But right now, DGG is fractured and weak. They're not going to go after you. Destiny's not doing any content for 2 weeks. DGG is having a civil war. All the orbiters are they're throwing Destiny's down. Now is the time to cover it. If you are a reporter and you've ever been intimidated or harassed by Destiny, now is the time to cover this story and to bring it to light. The shields are down. So it's time to bury this fucking criminal once and for all. There's nothing to be afraid of. He has been trying to attack me for 6 fucking years. What is DGG? Basically, DGG is his special cult community. It's a chat that he set up that's separate from Twitch, where they can post things without having any kind of editing or rules. Like, if you post things in Twitch chat that are against Twitch's global rules, then you could get you get banned, and I could get in trouble for not having a moderated chat. So what Destiny did is he created his own chat that you could use, so basically he could violate all the rules of Twitch, like saying racial slurs, or, you know, sharing pornography, or, you know, making threats, stuff that would get you banned on Twitch. So it's kind of like it's kind of like and it stays active. A few hundred people stay in it all day. So that's what DGG is. It's that community. And so anyway, I just want to encourage any reporters who are hearing about this story. First of all, it's incredibly newsworthy, number one. And number two, because Destiny was interviewing members of the DNC. Destiny was interviewing like 2 or 3 members of the DNC who were running for DNC chair at the same time as he's running a sex crime ring. It's very important that this shit be surfaced.
Would defend him, you know, down the line. Like I said, I don't need to say allegedly, because I don't know. I'm openly admitting I don't know what happened. I believe some of the people Destiny consensually filmed, and allegedly, according to Sherry, she was one of the victims who was not consensually filmed, according to Sherry herself. If you're asking about the permission of how...
I have decided, like, some of the victims have come to me and said they're willing to talk to me on stream about it, but I have counseled them that while that would be good for me, it would be bad for them and their legal case. And I care more about them and their case than me getting easy views. So I decided to tell them to just, you know, speak with their lawyer, focus on their case. I'm not going to use you for content. I'm not Destiny. And when you win your case, then we'll bring you on. By the way, if you've been watching this and you feel like I want to help these women, Pixie has a give, send, go called Sue Destiny. And if thank you all for all the support you've given me. Now go ahead and get, we're at level 15 of a hype trade. Go and give these women money so they can sue this motherfucker, because the only way Destiny wins is if these women get forgotten, they get ignored, and they don't have the resources. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that this money is, it's not going to be, this fundraiser was set up by a member of the Florida Bar. This is for the purpose of suing. So this is something we could do. So help support them, help them hit that goal of 25K, because when they have that 25K, they could really start getting the ball rolling. The link is, oh, is it not working? What do you mean? Works right there. I might have accidentally fucked up the link. I posted it twice, once without a space. There you go. Here it is. If you just want to go in there and throw $5 in or $1, it means a lot. All right, let's get back.
Some of this footage was filmed.
And by the way, Hasan also included this. And this is something I want to show you. Hasan put that link in his YouTube video, which I want all of you to then go. I want you all, okay, I'm going to copy the worst, every single one of you, the worst thing Destiny has ever done. I want you to go put this in your search bar, and I want you to click. I want you to go like this, hit search, click. I want you to go, hit subscribe. If you're not subscribed to Hasan, hit the like button. I want you to help boost this in the algorithm. Hit the like button. You know, when we're going to watch it together, but I want you to go watch it, you know, put the volume at 1%. Go watch it later. It's absolutely vital that this gets fucking as boosted as possible. I want you to go comment. I said, make sure that everyone who has collaborated with Destiny is forced to make a public statement on this. Don't let them sweep this under the rug. Downloading on YouTube, if you have premium, counts it automatically as 100% watch. Do that. Make sure you get to 100% completion.
Was XQC. It's always shocking when in the same week when both XQC and Asmongold are getting top upvoted clips on LSF talking about how racist I am because I've, you know, tried to explain with a nuanced position about like racism against white people not being the same as racism against black people. They have top upvoted comments. In the same week, Destiny will literally say the N-word, and then they will either never really cover it, or they'll end up defending Destiny saying the N-word, saying that he didn't have any sort of negative intentionality behind saying the N-word. This is a very real thing that has happened not once, not twice, but I think 3 times now. It is important when you look at what some people choose not to cover, especially when they, much like myself, are on live streams for 8 hours a day, especially if their content oftentimes is slop in general or drama in general. That's why a lot of people were mad at Asmongold for not initially covering Elon Musk faking playing, you know, Path of Exile 2. Clip you were looking for about Dan is in the link in that thread. The one that says later makes another statement. This is the statement that he made. It's a locked post now.
Fucking help me. Or anything. You guys are like forcing me to fucking sleep for Steve. Listen.
Well, no, do it. Go for it. Like you seem forced to do this frequently.
Okay. First of all, okay, I would say that I'm pretty confident that everyone who was featured in these videos also sent videos of them and other people as well. But nobody talks about that.
Okay. Classic I just made up a no you defense, but that's cool. Brilliant minds over there in the debate circle. Anyway, Destiny responded in a post in his subreddit that has been cross-posted in this as well. He calls it the legal arc, beginning in mysterious ways. Such wow. One of the major points that he did not address is how these videos were circulated to begin with. He made a vague statement in his post and wrote this like long effort post, mostly talking about like the litigation and the back and forth between him and Pixie, who is now suing him. This is the most important part of it, in my opinion, where he says, I want to be clear, the leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. I never had an intention for any of those images to be published. That's vague legal speak that tries to imply that he did not actually send the footage out. Now, if this was actually his own personal account, his Apple Cloud or whatever, that had actually gotten hacked, then this would be understandable. Destiny himself would be a victim in this circumstance. The problem is he didn't get hacked. He sent it to random people. He sent it to random people, and they, I don't know exactly what happened here. Maybe they got hacked, or maybe someone else that had access to the footage leaked it. Pete is online, says his community has a recurring show called...
It doesn't even matter, Chad. It doesn't matter whether Destiny sent it to one person or 1 million people. The moment he sent it to a third party, that was published. And the reason why that is logic. Because if you say, well, he didn't spread it widely, therefore it's not revenge porn, that would make it very easy to do revenge porn. Because you send it to an interlocutor, and you say, oh yeah, we sent it to one person. They are the one who published it. Well, you violated you violated privacy, you violated the trust the moment you sent it to a third party without consent. Trying to say, oh, I didn't widely publish it is a failure, and it fails because of proximate cause. But for you leaking that information to the first person, it never gets out. Now, if somebody hacked Destiny's computer and then leaked the shit and he never sent it to anyone, then that would be a defense. But that's not the case here.
rape review where they have practiced defending predators, and now the same talking points come out. Maybe he was, you know, creating this so that he could have an army of people who would defend him, you know, down the line. Like I said, I don't need to say allegedly because I don't know. I'm openly admitting I don't know what happened. I believe some of the people Destiny consensually filmed, and allegedly, according to Sherry, she was one of the victims who was not consensually filmed, according to Sherry herself. If you're asking about the permission of how some of this footage was filmed. What is this? X is looking at proof descending it himself?
Like, brother, what the
Oh yeah, these are the conversations that he had, I believe, with that 19-year-old, right? This is where the initial leaks came from. Like, people found out all of the weird, like, things that Destiny was into and never really truly investigated how people figured that out. But it turns out it was because he was, you know, including the videos, the sex tapes he had sent to random people. I don't think I have much BJ stuff recorded, lol. It's fine, hee hee. Oh, there was a girl once. She was young, so she was kind of new and wasn't that good, but she would just hold on to me and tongue the head a lot, which actually ended up feeling good, lol. But no cum shot. You want that vid? I'd love it. Oh my God. Straight sex cult shit, dude. Straight up. I've often maintained the position that they behave like a cult, and doing weird sex pest behavior and sex crimes potentially further solidifies that. Many commenters have noticed that Destiny did not respond to the allegation he had distributed Pixie sexual/nude images without her consent. They've also noticed that the DMs included in his own statement, as well as Pixie's, reveal an acknowledgement of him doing exactly that. That is where the main Destiny drama stands at this time on the subreddit. Another former collaborator of Destiny's, Cherry, has alleged to be a victim of the same behavior, and a follow-up tweet and a link of the comment thread with screenshots. Here's what she said. Today I was made aware of an intimate audio recording taken of me without my consent that was also shared without my consent. I'm upset right now and I'm going to give myself time to process. This is serious. The person who received the recording from Destiny was not aware I did not consent to the recording. They recognized me by my voice and messaged me today out of concern. I don't feel comfortable sharing more right now. Now understand that his community that he has cultivated is so ruthless and so cruel. They call it a lawsuit. Is this a possible future Destiny lawsuit? You know, like a lawsuit, but a lawsuit, because it's content. Everything is content. Destiny has banned the people who have spoken out against them from his Discord server. Alleged Discord messages where Destiny admits to recording his phone in his pocket during the sex act. It is not clear if this was a consensual recording. Pixie has now announced on Twitter and X that other women have been coming forward about receiving pornographic content from Destiny with concerns that it may have been sent non-consensually. Destiny has announced a break from streaming. This link is broken. If someone has a better link, please let me know. Destiny has almost made other comments regarding this on his Discord. Sherry has announced that she is making a police report and pressing charges against Destiny. Oh, this is the one.
That has happened. Destiny, Sherry has filed the police report. This was coverage that was yesterday, up-to-date coverage, as she did indeed. She is the first to file the police report. When we can get a copy of it, we'll review it. When further women file police reports, we'll cover it. As the lawsuits get filed, we'll cover it. We'll review the case files. We'll go through the pleadings. I plan to treat this kind of like a the way Destiny covered the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Or you know, any of the other grifters did. You know, if we could get live trial video, we'll watch it live. You know, so basically, we'll be covering this in depth going forward. So you know, this is going to be part of the Destiny trial. Is the trial of the century for Twitch, and I will be. Did you used to be a lawyer? I went to law school, but I decided to go into politics instead. So I have seen the inside of a courtroom from time to time. We'll be covering this extensively. I think you might need a Florida resident to get access to the filings. I have plenty of Florida residents. I can. Don't worry. We're going to be everything that's public. We're going to take a look at, you know, so don't worry. This is going to be the place to see Destiny trial coverage. That's a promise. Destiny crash out has begun. Read bottom up. I have never done anything maliciously. That's wrong. Malicious means a wrongful act done intentionally. Sending the nudes to a third party was done intentionally and it was wrongful. That makes it malicious. You intentionally sent it, therefore you did a malicious act. You don't have, by the way, you don't have to intend the consequences that happened. You only have to intend the act in a bad way. Like, I'll give you for example. If I am at in a boxing gym and I'm punching a punching bag, and then somebody kind of like gets in between me and the punching bag, and I punch and I accidentally hit them, I didn't intend to hit him or hit any person. I wasn't doing a wrongful act. I was doing a legitimate and lawful act, which is punching a punching bag. But if I go to a bar and I get really drunk and belligerent, and then I swing at a bouncer and then I hit the bartender in the face, yes, I may not have intended to hit the bartender, but I intended to make the punch. The fact that my punch landed on a different target makes me just as malicious, just as much of an assaulter as if I had hit the bouncer. Does that make sense? So just because Destiny didn't intend to hurt their feelings or whatever doesn't mean it wasn't done maliciously. It was a wrongful act done intentionally for a non-privileged purpose. And I can tell you, sending your porn to a 19-year-old to get into her pants without the consent of the people in the video who thought it would remain private, that's not a privileged reason to send the video. So if you are a person who is not legally trained, if you're a person who just reads words and then just fires off the hip, shut the fuck up! Maliciously means doing with ill will or intending to do harm. I do think he did it maliciously, though. Like, he definitely intended to do harm. You don't do this shit accidentally. He intended to do the wrongful act. That makes it malicious. It's malicious in legal understanding is slightly different than what you mean malicious in common speech. If you want, I'll go to a legal dictionary. Malice, in its common acceptation, means ill will towards some person. In the legal sense, it applies to a wrongful act done intentionally without legal justification or excuse. He did it with malice. There is a huge revenge porn angle for sure, but it's that's from the guy who dumped everything publicly. Anyone saying anything different is actually fucking R-worded. You're a dumbass. The moment you sent the private shit to a third party, and you're telling me you never said anything negative about any of the women, all the times you sent the porn, you never once ever said anything negative about any of the women. Well, in fact, we have a clip of you saying that she wasn't very good at blowjobs. So it seems like you were kind of shitting on her a little bit. What a scumbag.
This is the last post that she had. Destiny's blocked me and banned me and people supporting me from his community. I have not done anything besides asking for an explanation, as I was assured
this was... Why is the legal definition of the word more correct to use? Because we're talking about a lawsuit and we're talking about violating laws. So we use the legal definition when we're talking about a lawsuit and criminal charges. In the context of a court case or a criminal charge, the legal definition is the important one, not the commonly accepted definition.
Was something he didn't do to
There are no dumb questions, chat.
Me. When I wasn't given one privately, I spoke publicly. I am not involved in any lawsuit or coordinating with anyone seeking justice due to the leaks in November, though they have had my empathy and support in their efforts. It is only yesterday I became aware that Destiny had recorded me while we had sex without my consent, and with no regard for me, also shared that recording with others. 2 women now have let me know they have received sexual recordings taken of me in September 2023 without my consent. I thank them so much for their concern for me. No amount of public humiliation will ever make me regret being made aware of what was done to me. I will be filing a police report and pressing charges. This is a separate person, a separate incident, not Pixie, but a different person that was also a self-proclaimed Destiny orbiter. No, recorded her and Destiny having sex. Destiny recorded them having sex without her consent or knowledge. The sex act was with consent, as far as I understand. Pixie includes these screenshots in her Substack post. The last link is insane because he's offering to basically pay her off by paying her bills to make her feel better about leaking her sex tape. This is what Pixie said. I'll be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the 3rd person he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell. I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. If you recall, if you want to understand the way that Destiny operates, usually, a great example of this is with Cutie Cinderella. Destiny will randomly shit on Ludwig, okay, and then we'll bring up Cutie Cinderella and the AI porn debacle, and we'll say some of the most vicious things that I don't even want to repeat right now about Cutie, randomly, completely unprompted. And his fan base will yell at him for like a little bit. Some people will criticize him for it, okay, in his fan base. He'll ban some of those naysayers, most likely unbanning them later down the line. But for the time being, there's a little bit of friction in his own community. And then his community will then further tell everyone else that is watching from the outside how much difference in opinion actually thrives in his community in an effort to make it seem like there's a lot of discourse on this stuff and that his community is not a hive-minded cult. And then later down the line, they'll turn around and just make it seem like it was all jokes, that it wasn't a big deal at all, completely diluting the actual harm that was done. That's just one example. This is far more severe. That's why everything is considered to be an arc. All of the manifestos are considered to be nukes. It's all content. Bridges are being burned for the sake of content. Meanwhile, in that process, there are a lot of people that get harmed along the way, but it doesn't matter because anyone and everyone will be treated like a lolcow by Destiny. First, they'll show you so much support and will bring you into the community and give you clout and, you know, make you feel awesome. Then, in a moment's notice, Destiny can turn on you. And when that happens, they will literally, not dissimilar to how Scientology operates, will come after you and leak all of your private details, will come after you and will say some of the most insane, unhinged shit about you. And most of these people are obviously not massive, sizable content creators. I, on the other hand, am a massive and sizable content creator, and Destiny still hasn't stopped doing this, collaborating with anyone and everyone that will say, Hasan, I want to kill Hasan, like Sam Hyde, for example, actively bringing their...
Oh, no, like, we have clips of Destiny literally saying he wants us to kill ourselves. Like, I mean, I think I have clips of it, of him literally calling for us to kill ourselves. I'd have to find it.
Their community into his in an effort to continue the endless sequence of Hasan posts. Nothing.
Does the fact that it is an audio recording pose any legal hurdings from the prosecution? No. No. Also, it's not the only recording, guys.
Just you? I guess my first question is going to be, do you really think Hasan and Mike from PA should kill themselves?
I wish they would. Yes.
Do you think that's at all a harmful statement to make that goes against, I don't know, just objective morality?
No. I think their deaths by suicide would make the world a safer place for more people.
But you disagree with Hasan when he said that America deserved 9/11, correct?
Yes, correct.
But wait.
What did I say that means that I should kill myself? Why should I kill myself? Because I proved Medicare for all was a better policy than a public option? Like, what? You exposed him in not knowing what stock buybacks were or knowing what economics was? Like, because I'm not afraid of you? Like, what is it?
Nothing is too far. And this story is just one of many others of wronged people in the process. People that were fans of Destiny initially. People that were friends of Destiny in the aftermath. People that became orbiters, self-described orbiters in the process, becoming content creators and developing a fandom, developing their own audience and their own communities in the process from Destiny's communities. Everything turns into a meme, though, shortly thereafter. Sometimes directly in the process of the awful shit unfolding. She said, I've known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which ways we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some call this a fault of mine. They claim I'm naive and should be more careful. Those people are right. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. Being severely terrified of leading someone on or sexual assault, I thought I could trust Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonald II sent pornographic content of me to a random 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. What is this link? Let's click on it. Let's see what this is. Oh, this is a Discord message from him. There shouldn't be. No, I'm so sorry. There's literally zero excuse. I've had phone convos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. This is after the fact that, you know, the stuff was released, and I guess she talked to Destiny directly. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. The betrayal, coupled with hundreds of messages I've received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and have him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and have decided this is the best course of action. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Code 15 U.S.C. civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts in Florida. I'll be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I've been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I am terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hasan. Couldn't be a Destiny story without it somehow getting back to me, of course. As if...
I mean, this is one of the other things that's funny is like people will be like, oh, Mike and Hasan are just so they talk about Destiny so much, and it's like, bitch, the guy is telling his freak audience of cult members that we should kill ourselves. He is screeching and trying to, you know, he's trying to deplatform us. He's trying to get politics banned on Twitch. He's trying to like do real lasting harm to people and that care about us or that work with us. Any collaboration we do, they try to, you know, they'll jump into the comments. You finished the fundraiser? Let's fucking go. Holy shit! Somebody gave $10,000. Oh, holy shit! Now that's what we call a community, baby. $10,000 from an anonymous giver. Thank you so much for doing that. You are the best. It really does. Godspeed. Holy shit. Holy shit. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, shows you the power of a community right there. Holy shit. Let's go. All right, everybody, let's keep going.
For fun. And Hasan actually has the resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in the process. What is this?
It's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out and about Nazi, because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. You're such a baby, dude. I didn't actually know back then.
Yes, he did. He didn't care. The guy, he just liked the fact that Sam Hyde was threatening Hasan. He didn't care. Everyone has known that Sam Hyde was a far right winger since 2016, and he was fired from fucking Cartoon Network. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Like, it's in the fucking Wikipedia about the guy, for fuck's sake. In August 2016, Million Dollar Extreme presents World Peace, a television program Hyde co-wrote and acted in along with other members of MDE, premiered on Adult Swim. 4 months later, it announced that World Peace would not be renewed for a second season. Hyde alleged that the show was canceled due to his vocal support for Donald Trump. In an email to the Washington Post after the cancellation, Hyde stated that the show included a secret signal to the KKK, which is actually where a lot of my YouTube ad revenue comes from. He also insisted that he was not being sarcastic, that while he kept the connection secret, he could openly talk about the KKK once the show had been canceled. When questioned if he had a bias toward minorities, Hyde replied, "No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that I'm probably as racist or as biased as the average white guy or the average regular black guy." In 2017, Hyde pledged $5,000 toward the legal defense fund of Andrew Anglin, the founder and editor of the neo-Nazi website The Daily Stormer. When Matt Pierce of the Los Angeles Times questioned Hyde about the donation, Hyde asked Pierce if he was Jewish and went on to say that $5,000 was nothing to him. Hyde also stated, "Don't worry so much about money. Worry about if people start deciding to kill reporters." That's a quote. "For the reason why, you could say I want reporters to know I make more money than them, especially Matt Pierce." Yeah. He didn't know, guys.
Sam Hyde was like a full-on
Sex Pestity, as himself acknowledged he's a Nazi 9 months before this video where he claims he didn't know. Hasan's about to go to that and pull up the... Okay, I was just going to say, like, everybody's known that he was a fucking Nazi for years.
a Nazi or not. I didn't know 100%.
Wait, hold on. If I recall, wow, look at that. The first thing that comes up, I have to fight Hasan Piker, Sam Hyde clarifies. No, I'm pretty sure you knew. I'm pretty sure you did know. He plays a clip where he says the exact thing you said.
But then when I started watching some of his, like his serious podcast stuff, I was like, oh, this guy is like a super Nazi. This is in 2022. Oh yeah. Yeah. I was kind of leaning towards maybe him being a Nazi, but I didn't think, I didn't know at this point. I didn't really 100% think he was.
You had this shit ready? No, it's in this. No, this is ironically something that he posted saying that he's going to sue me for the memes, I guess.
It's funny because you can tell actually that I don't know that he's a Nazi because I don't really, I don't challenge him on like any Nazi tier stuff. I don't know if I even ask about it. Did I ask about the journalist?
I would kill Hasan is literally one of the, it's a chapter title.
This was before the boxing match too.
Yeah, you got anyone you want to?
This was in August 27th.
Destiny, this was before he recorded the Candyman persona and said, Hasan Piker, I'm going to kill you, and talk about creator clash at the start of the interview.
And I chatted with him before this. Oh, so this was even before the Hasan shit.
Yeah, except you just scrolled over the pedophile Nazi literally talking to you and saying that he wanted to kill me. And let's see how he plays it, because I'm sure he plays it, right? Like he's got to play it, right? I don't know why he's talking about bad empanada. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Where is it? Is this it?
Hasan? Well, if you're trying to fundraise for that, I would absolutely help you. Anyway, he's been training. Did you see his Twitter videos? He's taken.
I've seen his.
Oh, because he thinks that kill him here. I'm fundraising to assassinate Hasan Piker. For when he's talking about.
Wait, but I didn't even say that. I didn't even realize he was saying that he was going to fundraise to kill me. If I've ever talked about like fundraising to kill me, it's probably one of the recent incidents. Whether Destiny had said, I hope he kills himself one day, or what's really interesting about this process here is that I don't know if we could find it, because I know that they deleted that Reddit thread down the line, but maybe with the Wayback Machine or something, I could possibly find it. That clip of him talking to Sam Hyde was brigaded. It was posted, as always, Destiny's clips against me get posted on LSF, and was brigaded, and it went to r/all. It went all the way to the top of Reddit. It went to the front page of Reddit, where, you know, it seemed like people, Nazis specifically, were celebrating Destiny, talking about Sam Hyde killing me, you know? A very strange time. And I remember at the time, even the comments were like, what are we doing? Do we hate Hasan that much that we're, you know, celebrating a fucking Nazi pedophile? Interesting stuff. Anyway, why did we take this sidestep? Because apparently Destiny voluntarily brought this up, and it was featured in Pixie's Substack post talking about how Destiny wants to potentially sue me. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. Yes, he does. I wonder if he purposely is trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back, as if it's an indirect flaunt, warning over his capability of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my Give, Send, Go regarding this case here in hopes that we can raise enough for me to legally succeed. It's a givesendgo.com/sue Destiny. Demasius found the link.
Ethan Sub is now deleting any posts mentioning the Destiny crimes and is full of people defending him. Their excuse is it isn't related to H3. What do you mean? He literally mentioned Destiny in his last stream, or the last podcast. He literally went over it in the last podcast. How is it not related? He just talked about it in the last podcast. Now he did it for 12 minutes, but it was still, that's still, you know, related. Wow, I can't believe I can't believe that Ethan Klein is helping cover up Destiny's sex crimes. I wonder why anybody would stop watching Ethan Klein. Sweep it under the rug because hypothetical manufactured anti-Semitism accusations. That's unbelievably disgusting.
But because of the auto mod, he can't post it. Can we give Themasius permission to post the link? Mods, are you in here? After it didn't get to RL. I was wrong. It got to 4.2K upvotes on LSF. It got archived and the post was deleted by the person who originally posted it. Damn. Maybe we can look back at the Wayback Machine now that we have the link from the time frame that it was posted to see who the user was that posted it. This is how they do all the time, by the way. They will post numerous posts of the LSF subreddit, and then if it actually doesn't favor Destiny, they'll delete it. One of the posts at the same time frame did go to r/all. That's why I'm saying it, but I don't think it was this one. Not only that, but also, if you guys recall, during the supposed adpocalypse where Destiny and Dan Saltman collaborated with ADL and numerous other pro-Israel organizations to try to get me banned, and including Richie Torres, sent him like a bunch of clips from a website called hamasabi.com leading up to the election because they just simply wanted to get an own on me and get me banned off of Twitch. A smear campaign that Ethan Klein also jumped on board with very willingly and voluntarily, including but not limited to happily using some of the clips titled Hamasabi, my former podcast co-host, by the way, when they were doing this mass brigading campaign, as they were sending botted emails out to every single advertiser on Twitch with the hopes that they could pressure Twitch to ban me before the election, not because they supposedly care about anti-Semitism, these guys say anti-Semitic shit all the time, but because they wanted to punish me because they think that I'm the one who is responsible for Destiny getting banned, and not this kind of behavior, due to, I suspect, a lot of the gaslighting that Destiny is engaged in over and over again in his own community, where he's cultivated this fan base that just simply does not know what the fuck is going on in the world, whether it be the world events that Destiny tackles from an incredibly biased perspective, like, you know, being pro-Israel, or things that pertain to my life that he clips out of context and will routinely lie about. What the f are these comments? Does LSF hate Hasan so bad they're defending a dude that Destiny himself called a Nazi? Wait a minute. Destiny talks about Sam Hyde being a Nazi.
You're watching Destiny, okay? This isn't Hasan or Vosh or whatever. So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly.
Why is every video about any number of different things actually involve me somehow? Interesting. Notice how this man still had the audacity to claim that I was actually constantly talking about him when we revealed that not even we, someone randomly revealed that Destiny's Discord had brought my name up like 90,000 times, as opposed to my Discord had the name Destiny mentioned, I believe, 5,000 times. And it was mostly the video game. It was created by Pensive Goat, who posted 17 minutes ago on the YouTube drama post.
Chat, by the way, this is really good news. And I want to say this, that I'm so proud of every member of this community for helping make this happen. The biggest thing I was worried about was that Pixie wouldn't have the funds to seek justice in court. And to see you guys and gals and non-binary pals and everybody fucking join together collectively to make sure that she could afford legal representation. Now, I don't think that $27,000 will in and of itself be enough, but it's a good start, and I feel like we've done our part. You actually raised far more money for her than Hasan. Amazing work. I know. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate the, I dang the wrong Pixie. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Okay, well, that's good. We'll just delete this. We'll post it again. We'll post it a bit. Oh, fuck. Which Pixie is it? Fuck. Is that the right one? Fuck. Thank you for... Oh, God, I hate that. Ugh. Don't you just hate being incompetent, chat? All right. Anyway. All right, we fixed it. We hate being a boober, chat. We don't like being a boober. Oops. It's all right. It's fine. We'll just repost it. Okay, is this the right... Okay, we got the right people. All right, good. Jesus Christ. All right, there you go. Thank you, chat. for fixing that. Thank you for making sure I did the right one. That I filed. Okay, we did it. Okay, we did it. I can't write. The pressure is too much. There's too much pressure. There's too much pressure. All right, there you go, chat. If Hasan publicly funded it, it would be seen as revenge by him distracting from what happened. Honestly, I don't care what people say about me on this. I'm going to do the right thing. Pixie Love and Cherry have both attacked me a ton over the years. When they were in Destiny's orbit, both of them called me God knows what names. I don't fucking give a shit. When somebody needs my help and they've been a victim of something, I'm going to help them because I believe that's what's the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if they were mean to me in the past. That's called having morals. And my biggest fear was that Pixie and Cherry were not going to have the resources they need to get justice. And I want everybody to know, that if you've been wronged, you can come to me for help. Now, I'm not going to be able to help everybody, but I'm going to do my best. And I'm not just going to use this for fucking my own content. I want to make sure that these people have the resources they need to get justice. And that's what you people did. That's what you people did. You have smashed through the goal. And I think in this community, we raised at least 15,000, if not more of that money. So thank you so much. We are making breaking news on this stream. And this is the strength of streaming. This is the strength of creating these spaces.
The Sam Hyde clip was made by Pensive Goat. Let's take a look.
It takes a bigger person to help someone who wronged them in the past. The question I always ask myself is, would I want to live in a world where I didn't help her?
I wonder if he's still a Destiny fan after all of this, or maybe he's no longer a Destiny fan. I don't know. It's the same guy who made the fake post about Mike being anti-Semitic. Oh, wow. Why does Destiny have so many people who do like free PR and smear campaigns for all of his enemies and free PR for him? I will never know. I truly don't understand it. The second clip you linked of Dan Saltman saying that everyone sent videos around was from a few weeks ago when the lack of consent was questioned but not confirmed. It wasn't from after Pixie made her statement. They're still doing PR. That same guy that posted that years ago, the Sam Hyde clip years ago, is still at it. Still doing PR for Destiny. That's crazy. 20 minutes ago, he's still in the trenches, in the drama trenches. This man has nonstop done PR for Destiny for 4 years at least. That's insane, man. And there are a lot of people like this, just so you understand. It sounds psychotic where you're like, how can you lose your own personhood to this degree where you are a loyal soldier of a man online? There are hundreds of people that do this shit for him. Hundreds. What is this? 150 plus? When the question gets asked how and why people take the time to pour through hours of footage to find this to find shit to clip, there's an answer for it.
It's coming. I'm working on it. That's kind of what I have like a whole Discord for like the clippers and stuff. I just need a night that I have where I'm not doing anything or working on anything where I could just like sit down and write all this out. But I'm working on that. It's in the pipeline.
Taliban Clips Discord has become the omni-liberal brain room. While the election results of the night were coming in, I had a choice, as all of us had, and I chose memeing. I posted on Twitter the solution was obvious. Obviously joking, trolling, expressing frustration, but it somehow resonated with a lot of you, so I just kept going with it. The omni-liberal media campaign had taken off, and I was getting tons of positive feedback. This reminded me that we have a dormant Discord August set up back in June, where we try to activate
Every time you look to the left on screen, you're being secretly anti-Semitic, not looking at Twitter. Oh, yeah. It's usually I'm looking at my other monitor. I need to like stack my monitors or something. I might do that differently. I think I'm gonna actually end up doing that where I have like, because I have like my monitor up here, like I have a monitor up here and monitor here and chat like here. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. I can send you private DMs on Discord if you're interested in looking at those beforehand. It's mostly locally organized. Let me know. What are you talking about? Listen, we're gonna. I usually, never mind. We'll just keep going. Keep going.
Army of Clippers. The Taliban Clips Discord was active in the first months or so, but the hype died down. The new team of Clippers are still posting their daily content. We just stopped using Discord for that. We follow each other on Twitter, and I get to amplify all of them with the Gnomes Twitter account, which has been a great help at combating the narrative around Steven. Now I was wondering, I have all these people who are interested in the omni-liberal media message. Maybe I should gather these like-minded people in one spot, and that's how the idea arose around the repurpose of the Taliban Clips Discord. There are already tons of resources there, which we would otherwise lose. I was involved in the January 6th documentary research group and started adding the Clippers to them. Along with the Dan's War with Twitch people, That one is that one was the brigading campaign against me and Twitch in general, which was exposed by Bloomberg's very own reporting, Cecilia Anastasio, which they then deleted everything because of that. So if you go to the Destiny subreddit now, mentions of me are almost completely gone. When at a time for years, for the past like 6 years, they would nonstop post about me on there, more so than they posted about Destiny, genuinely. And they had to delete all of that because they realized that their
if you have any Jesus Christ, this is like the most cancerous link in the planet. If you have suggestions for me for like stuff like that, post it in the Discord.
That Destiny weaponizes like this on a regular basis, and their Discord server was so actively and so openly brigading that they were actually going to get into trouble by Discord and Reddit. They deleted all of it. All of it is on the Wayback Machine if you want to go, you know, compile it, or if you want to search all of the insanity there. But they just straight up deleted everything when they realized that journalists were snooping around about their brigading operations, which they so openly would talk about, like so openly. I can't believe that there are still Destiny fans in here. He kind of made you, though. Why you so ungrateful? He brought you in, no. Why not just talk it out, bro? He was your friend at one point. Dude, I don't know if you understand. We're having a conversation about this dude serially making sex tapes of the people he sometimes consensually and sometimes non-consensually records, unconsensually sending to other people that he wants to fuck. And you're like, why don't you become friends with that guy again? I don't know, because he's gross. Yeah, what am I going to talk to him about? Should I tell him not to do like awful, indecent, freak-like shit? Is that what you want me to have a conversation with him about? Just hug it out, bro. Is that the new talking point that Destiny fans have now? Like, they've just dropped everything else, so now they're just saying, come on, just talk it out. The clip for when Destiny talks about Sam Hyde being a Nazi and an alt-writers from January 14th, 2022. Destiny made that collab video with Sam Hyde on June 19th, 2022. And now Destiny is claiming he didn't know Sam Hyde was a Nazi back then when he collabed with him. Clear evidence that he's lying now. Yeah, just like there was clear evidence that he, one, openly stated that NFTs were a fucking grift and you were stupid for buying an NFT, and then a week later got an NFT sponsorship and farmed his fan base. And that's what's so crazy about it, because like there's so much hypocrisy in this community that supposedly loves hypocrisy baiting, and yet they just can't comprehend that they're being gaslit over and over and over again. It wasn't a week, it was 2 or 3 days. Oh my God, that's amazing. The irony, of course, is that the link on that Substack where Destiny talks about potentially suing me, Destiny actively
the H3 Reddit post I sent you is now deleted. I think mods are clearing out all mention of it. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Wow, is this like the 5th or 6th person that Ethan Klein has like collaborated with that has sexual misconduct like allegations? Like sweep, 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 Ethan. You gotta focus on your hate piece against Hasan. You gotta focus up. Hey, Ethan. Hey, Ethan, I know you're listening. Have you considered, here's a wild idea, just stopping, apologizing, saying that the ceasefire and the release of the hostages has made you realize that maybe Hasan had a point, that maybe the violence that was going on in Gaza wasn't necessary, and that the far right, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, were harming the interests of Israel and the Palestinians. Have you ever considered maybe going like, it looks like, you know, diplomacy is working better than bombing, and just use this opportunity with, you know, the main source of your like hate piece against Hasan was a fucking sex criminal, to maybe say, hey, maybe I should go a different way, because your career is taking a shit. Like, the Hasan hate video isn't gonna save your career, man. The H3 podcast, total daily subscribers going down. Wow, wow, wow. Negative 10,000 weekly subscribers. Wow, wow, wow. Down another 10K. Daily averages down 330. Weekly averages down 2.3K. Last 30 days down 110K. Yearly estimate down 120K. I think maybe, perhaps, I don't know, this might be wild. You should do something else. Maybe there's a new strategy. You know, there's a ceasefire in Gaza now. You don't have to do this whole, like, Hasbaran shit. Yeah, I did see that, J. Marianne. I don't even want to play that. It's just so gross. I'm amazed over American anti-intellectualism. Don't you guys, didn't you just like elect the Swedish Democrats? Like, didn't you guys just elect a far-right party in your own country?
Hey, you know they got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges.
Yeah.
Yeah, the nigga you be hanging with. The nigga you be hanging with. Oh, yeah, sex offender.
And he was your man's. He was your boy. I heard you grew up with him.
That's crazy, man.
You ain't know what he was doing? You ain't feel bad at all? Like no guilt, none of that shit.
Hey, you know.
If H3 could feel guilt, he would be feeling it by now.
Lies to his audience about the dumbest shit too, and people straight up believe it. A great example of this
Maureen
is
creates, my brother still watches H3, but only watches VODs and skips over politics and drama, so you know he isn't watching anymore. Damn. Look at him IP banning people. I've definitely made mistakes and fucked up. All I can do is promise to do better and change behavior going forward. I'll figure out and settle what needs to be settled in the background. If it's too much, then leave. If not, welcome to 2025. It's actually super epic and hilarious when vids of guys get leaked or when you tweet out random sexual details like 15 to 2 to epically own them publicly. Pixie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably some broke loser anyway, and they aren't even mentioning him. Probably because the hacker wouldn't have got access to the information unless you sent it out to a bunch of people in private DMs, Destiny, which was the criminal offense, you fucking responsibility shifting loser. You did it. Pixie is right.
Destiny 1 collaborating with Sam Hyde with the full knowledge that he was a fucking neo-Nazi when Sam Hyde talked about how he wanted to kill me, okay? And then turning around and saying, oh, I didn't know he was a neo-Nazi. You know, why would Hasan even say that I knew that he was a neo-Nazi? Well, it turns out he did. Here's a video from before he collaborated with Sam Hyde.
This isn't Hasan or Vosh or whatever. So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly, all right? And when I first heard, they're like, oh, he's an alt-right or Nazi. Like, usually when I hear that from people, my first thing is like, I'm sure he is, okay? He's probably like a conservative or whatever, right? But I remember we listened on stream to like, was it like 6 years ago? To a phone call that he had with like a journalist reporter or whatever. And he's literally on the phone. He's like, I know like the Jews are like destroying my program, or Jewish people don't want this or whatever from the Turner or whatever. It's like, what?
This is in January 14th, 2022. The Sam Hyde conversation came 6 months after that video. I guess he must have forgotten that Sam Hyde was a Nazi in that time frame. Or maybe, just maybe, he knew he was a Nazi and didn't give a shit. Just like,
yeah, Destiny was planning on trying to use like Destiny doesn't give a shit about anything. You have to understand this. Like Hasan and I, hate us or like us, we believe in what we're saying. You know, we believe in left-wing politics. We support stuff. We believe in real things. We support actual like political groups. Destiny doesn't believe in anything. He doesn't care about anything. He sees it all as a game. He's a sociopath. You're all people to manipulate for himself and his own pleasure.
When he knew Nick Fuentes was a Nazi and didn't give a shit because he wanted to collaborate with Nick Fuentes, just like when he openly talked about platforming Nick Fuentes and giving Nick Fuentes' career a lifeline. I don't really understand any of these hate watching, clip farming, smear campaigns based on lies. I don't even have that much to do in my life. I barely have time to watch you for a bit every day. I don't get where they get all this time. I think that these guys really fall for it. Okay, that's the best possible, most charitable way that I can approach it, right? Where they think like, this guy is a dweebish loser just like me, but he gets to like have sex with all these Discord e-girl kittens, and he gets to have this incredible life where he plays like in video games and shoots the shit and destroys people mentally in the marketplace of ideas by regurgitating cherry-picked data points that he read from Wikipedia right before the debate to make it seem as though he is an arbiter of the truth or whatever. And for them, they just see him like a god. And I'm sure you guys know people that are fans of his. I mean, I see it all the time. People that are fans of Destiny aren't just like normal people with like their own lives or whatever. They just genuinely admire him. They think he is a fucking god because it's a goddamn cult. Whoever the next Joe Rogan on the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. Oh my God, is that what Destiny wants to be? Oh, my brother. That's probably why he was so pissed when all of these goddamn mainstream media outlets were calling me up to be like, you're the Joe Rogan of the left. You're the Joe Rogan of the left. Yeah, let me tell you another incredibly sophisticated harassment campaign they conducted. They went after CNN. They literally called up like random executives at CNN. They're so psychotic to be like, how dare you have this anti-Semite on? Like, they're such insane people. They found like they were sending like tweets and shit. Yeah, instead of being the Joe Rogan of the left, my man turned into the Andrew Tate of the left. But all the bad.
What are we gonna do without Destiny shitting up the online space? You know what? Like, Florida state prisons are not the place you want to go. One of the things about Florida state prisons is when you go to prison, the first thing that happens is you have your paper, right? And it says what your charges are. And if you're kind of a smaller white guy and you know, like super, you know, and you have sex crimes, sex offender, that's not an experience that I would want to have. I would not want to have sex offender stuff in Florida state prisons.
What happens to sex offenders in prison? Let's get into this. Now, it depends what state you're in. They're definitely not allowed to walk the yard or be in general population by no means. But honestly, if you guys want to know the honest answer, they're protected by the cops. If you hurt somebody with one of them charges, you're catching a 15 to life hate crime. Now, if you do something to somebody that doesn't have one of those charges, you maybe lose a couple privileges. That's about it. But you ain't catching no 15 to life. Why do they protect them? I don't know. Makes no sense. And that's facts.
Thank you, sir. Why do the cops love him? Hey, he'll have a lot of friends in there.
Bad sides and none of the popularity. 27,000 letters sent to USC, by the way, to try to get me to stop.
I mean, like, all I can say is like, oof, going into prison as a sex offender. I don't know, man. That seems pretty dark. And then even if you get out, even if you make it, he'll join the Aryan Brotherhood as one of the biggest supporters, public supporters of Israel's genocide in Gaza. He'll join the Aryan Brotherhood, a sex offender supporter of the genocide in Gaza. I don't know about that, man.
Like, to try to stop me from talking. 20,000 emails trying to get me banned off CNN. 27,000 letters sent to USC to try to get me to no longer speak at USC. And then they just don't understand when it doesn't work. I remember reading the
comments. Will just move to Israel. Is he Jewish? You don't just get to move to Israel if you're not Jewish.
Comments, but they were like, I'm beginning to lose my mind. Why is he still getting so much positive media coverage? Why doesn't anybody see him as like the truly evil person he is?
There's a right of return for Jewish people in Israel, not pedophiles. Like, what are you guys talking about? No.
And not in any part of that, they never even think, maybe we're wrong. Maybe most people understand how Gamergate style smear campaigns work, especially if they're in media, and they understand when like something is disingenuous. They just don't get it. No self-awareness at all. They're just operating like a bot farm saying, oh, I'm losing faith in our movement, guys. Do they get paid? No, they don't get paid. They do this for admiration. And before you say, why are you making this about yourself? This is about the victims. It's still is a part of the way that his community operates. I'm painting a broader picture for a lot of people who have no clue who Destiny is because I don't actually talk about him all that much. I'm explaining to you how his community functions. And how sophisticated.
And by the way, if you're one of those people who are like, I can't believe you're doing drama. These are crimes. And these are in our space. Shut your fucking mouth. This isn't drama. This is covering a serious story that a lot of people would like to go away and keep quiet about. We're not going to keep quiet about it because there are victims here and they need our help. If you think this is drama and not politics, you're stupid. This is how you prevent, good old boy networks from forming. Can you imagine if Destiny were able to get away with this without a fight? Maybe Destiny won't go to prison. Maybe Destiny won't lose a big court case. I can't tell the future. But what I can say is in this space, he has been trying to destroy me. He's been trying to destroy Hasan. He's been trying to destroy many, many, many people by any means necessary. Lying about us, misconstruing what we say, spreading bullshit, trying to get the attention of the Israeli state so that you know, they're foreign intelligence operatives.
A couple months ago that he was a necrophiliac pedophile or something. Like, he ruins it all the time, but his community is desperately trying to hold it together. So the entire reason why he's been able to get to this position so far is because he has a incredibly dedicated fan base of individuals with a lot of time on their hands who will do this shit for fucking free. So like I said, if he could do this for myself, or if he can actually defend himself after debating ethical CP or whatever with other neo-Nazis and still have a platform of prominence, of course he can bully people like Pixie into submission aggressively. That is the broader picture here. That is what I'm trying to explain. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson and Martin O'Malley, who have no idea of what he's done. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful...
Yeah, people should really ask them what they were doing and why their vetting is so poor, because these accusations and these have been out for a while. Did they not Google Destiny? Did they not see the many controversies he's been in? It's very interesting how these scumbags were willing to use him.
Figures such as Zelensky, I can't help be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed despite facing no repercussions for his actions. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream. For allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. And also give him an opportunity to do this to other people too, by the way. I've been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but I've been told there is no realistic way the court will grant me anonymity. This means my only option is public. I've been told by a variety of people to not go public. I've been told by some people that Steven really does feel sorry, but I am not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Let me be clear. Destiny has violated federal law and his transgressions against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. I am terrified. And the evidence log shows Destiny apologizing for his actions, Destiny downplaying the pain I felt and my concerns. It's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try and send it to my family or workplace, wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved. Me, Lauren, Nick, lol. Wait, so it is Nick Fuentes? He actually did suck Nick Fuentes' dick? Like, what's going on here? I'm so fucking confused. Way more, and it overshadows everything.
Off topic, but 1 second. President Donald Trump signs an executive order to declassify the JFK, RFK, and MLK Jr. files. Uh-oh. Interesting. Pompeo is saying not to do it recently. I guess we're gonna find out. Not the Epstein files, though.
A lot more. As for any achievements or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff you've done has been completely independent from me anyway. So the people who would say anything like that are the people who would have said shit like that anyway and aren't worth the time. I genuinely don't understand it. Is it actually Nick Fuentes or not? Or is he joking? And then Destiny offering to pay some bills. This feels super lame. And I don't want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money on it.
Oh, one of Destiny's biggest orbiters, who used to be a former Hasan mod, who then fell down the GGG rabbit hole and destroyed his entire streaming career.
Now, are you asking me, can he be like... Now... I don't know what that would look like for him, but based on what I think is the most realistic conclusion of this, he's not going to be redeemed over. This is not an overnight fix. This is like a mental pathology. He needs like years and years and years of therapy, of perhaps like a wardship or some type of supervision. Like this guy probably should be on a sex offender registry. You know, this isn't going to be a thing where he gets back and even if he takes full accountability for everything, be like, hey guys, I fucked up. This is not a thing where it should be business as usual. It's not an oopsie. This shouldn't be business as usual.
By the way, none of this stuff is like that surprising, right? Like the way he's treated women, they all participated in making fun of the women that Destiny was using. Like, it's not that surprising. But, you know, I'm not going to go into that too harsh because it's good that people are distancing themselves. And if this is what it takes to break out of the cult, I'm not going to like kick them back into the cult. I'm willing to lend a hand and be like, guys, you need to get the fuck out of there.
Anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's
the only thing I'm surprised about is that they're over 18. It seems like he would target teenagers and then have them like do what he called age play, where they were very young and he would have them pretend to be even younger. So it was technically legal.
At least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying about getting through this. Bro, he sent him having sex with this person to...
What do you think about the chances Destiny thinks he could represent himself in court? I don't think Destiny is smart enough to represent himself in court. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think he could do it. And I think he knows that. So I don't think there's any chance he does it. Like, he knows who he is. He knows he's an incompetent. He knows he's lazy. He knows he's stupid. Like, he puts out, like, he took the LSAT and got like the 20th percentile or something. Like, he knows he's a dumb guy. He knows he's a lazy guy. He knows that he needs methamphetamine to like function. You know, he couldn't wipe his own ass. He wouldn't remember to wipe his own ass if it wasn't for the methamphetamine. You know, he doesn't clean up after himself, right? He has a butler. Like, he could never ever defend himself in court. It's not even like, that goes without saying. Like, even he knows that, right? Don't say that he's so smart, it should totally do it. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna kind of meme and be like, yeah, no, I'm scared. He's so smart. Like, can you imagine if he's defended himself? They would need the best lawyer in Florida, you know. But I can't even pretend. You know, I can't even pretend. Like, come on. He wouldn't defend himself in small claims court, okay? Like, no.
To another person, to another random person he'd never met, that he wanted a 19-year-old Discord girl, and he's just like, come on, let me just pay your f***ing bills. It's like insane. And he also presents it, oh my god, Destiny is literally therapy speak abuser, dude. Holy fuck. This is the archetype of the fake male feminist. Now, obviously, Destiny isn't really a male feminist at all. He has rape review, as we've talked about before. His community literally looks at finding ways to victim blame the people that are a victim of sexual assault all the time. And he has done that all the time and on numerous occasions, as a matter of fact. But like, the very fact that he's still in this circumstance, like trying to be super nice to an obviously wronged party is insane. It is so incredibly manipulative. Holy fuck. So the question I have is like, if I did something like that, you would be up my asshole. Not only would my audience be up my asshole, and I'm sure there'd still be some diehard fans, but the reality of the matter is Destiny's community certainly would not let that go. As a matter of fact, some of the biggest hypocrisies that they've exposed quite literally are just shit that's clipped out of context. So they hypocrisy fish for things that aren't even inherently hypocritical, like me buying a house where he literally placed that. He literally, when I bought a house, before I even entered the house for myself and my family, Destiny covered it and blasted it on the...
No. He basically, there was an article that was in some like basically trades paper in LA, and Destiny found it and he doxed Hasan. Right after Hasan bought the house, Destiny doxed Hasan flat out. And this is the guy who also says he wants us to be killed, or he wants us to kill ourselves. So when he doxes Hasan, he's doing it with malicious intent to try to get one of his crazy fans to go do something. What was Destiny's banning offense? He did so many bannable things, it's hard to say.
Timeline. And then
some people think it is transphobia. Other people think it's because he called for Black Lives Matter protesters to be, quote, mowed down by white redneck militias. Will Destiny represent himself in court? I just said he's not smart enough, and he knows he's not smart enough. So like, there's 0% chance Destiny's going to represent himself in court. He doesn't have the intellect to do it. Okay, he knows it. I know it. And it'll be confirmed when he has a lawyer in his cases. Like, the only way that Destiny could prove to us that he's actually intelligent enough to be an attorney would be for him to represent himself. And he knows he's not. So it's not a fucking question. He's going to get the most expensive attorneys he can because he's guilty of sin and he knows it. And he also knows he's not bright enough to handle it himself.
Picked it up. And then Fox News picked it up. He did that shit. He did that shit. I got doxxed by Nazis. Some of those Nazis are in Sam Hyde's fan base and he collaborated with them. Say allegedly? What do you mean? What? Nothing I said is alleged, okay? Everything I said is 100% correct. He literally outflanked. He went and found a random realtor website gossip post and covered it. He also leaked your family history. His fans showed all your mom and dad shit on timeline. That's another thing. He's like doxed my family. Yeah. And lied about it too. There's like AI built websites out there of my dad being a billionaire or some shit. And I didn't even know any of that. Let this serve as a de-radicalizing moment for you if you're hate watching right now on the Destiny's Discord or whatever, that if you find yourself in any echo chamber, in any community that is that hyper invested for 5+ years in making someone look bad, then yeah, there's going to be a lot of shit that you're not actually seeing. If you can recognize this as not like a random one-off, but a bunch of people who have obviously been harmed by a person who is more invested in saving face than actually, you know, atoning for the wrong that he has done, this should be your wake-up call. In the mega thread, there are messages from D in Discord basically saying Pixie has no case and trying to undermine her case, already making jokes in between banning people. I know, we banned a couple of those people in the chat too, talking about how, well, there's no legal, this is not illegal technically. 6 hours later, Dexerto has still not tweeted about the story. They did post a clip of iShowSpeed having a group of people sing happy birthday for him. Interesting priorities for a news site. Yeah, Dexerto stealth published this article on their website, but it can't be found on the front page, and there's no tweet on their social media. Yeah, Dexerto, they're always there to talk shit about me, but for some weird reason, when there's like actual stuff happening to a person that they're aligned with, weirdly enough, they just don't mention that. Destiny is friends with one of the editors, so it makes sense. It's so sick seeing how he's trying to bury this and how the boys club is helping him.
I agree that Destiny is not smart enough to be his own lawyer, but even if he was, you shouldn't rep yourself in court. Just not a smart move. Well, if someone was like a super genius, right? Like a singular intellect, Renaissance man, you know, somebody who's just always excelled at everything he's ever tried, like that person could defend themselves in court, right? Somebody who had the vision to like see a new industry right as it was starting and like basically position himself really well. Somebody who like understood politics and law and history better than lawyers and professors. Somebody who like was super duper, really duper, the smartest of the smart. They could represent themselves in court, right? They wouldn't need to waste money on a lawyer. But if you were nothing but a music school dropout, a sex criminal, and a mentally ill gooner, yeah, you would just use an attorney with your money that you grifted from your audience.
Like, how is there no Dexerto tweet about this? Yeah, why is Dexerto not talking about this? This is like right in their pocket, right in their wheelhouse. I wonder. I don't know. Maybe they just didn't have time to post it today. Yeah, and also
they were
Pixie
talking
after
about iShowSpeed getting sung happy birthday.
Writing that Substack post got a bunch of other messages too. Since posting this, I've received countless messages of women informing me they've received pornographic content from Destiny, content they now believe wasn't made or sent with consent. If you've been sent this content or might be a victim, DM me. We're stronger together. Yeah, Dexerto always posts the top post of LSF, but for some reason the Destiny top post for LSF, especially when it looks, you know, not so great for Destiny, they're just not going to post it. What? Pixie?
Destiny
is this actually Pixie the person?
With an IQ of 141? That is the funniest website I've ever seen. Well, if he has a 141, he should definitely defend himself, because the typical lawyer is only somewhere in like 110 to 115, 120 range. That would make him like 2 standard deviations above them. He should definitely defend himself then. I'm only tested at a 135, chat. So, I mean, 141, that's crazy high.
Hi, I really want to thank you for going over this. I really hope I can bring him to justice for all the things he's done. Having the support of larger communities has really helped me, and I'm really grateful. Epstein has his own Ghislaine Maxwell as well. The Orbiter, not so erudite, who's running cover at the maximum power level the last few days. She's the one trying to talk victims into not taking legal actions in the posts I've seen.
IQ is just race science with extra. Yeah, it means absolutely nothing. Anybody who cares about IQ and having a high IQ is a fucking dumbass and a loser.
You said why not 0?
He did this. The codes use digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and no others. How come he's using 5 on his sketchpad? It said the codes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is he doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
You're safe for now. 1 sec.
He hates zero-based indexing. N equals N plus 1. Okay.
So erudite. The Ghislaine Maxwell of Epstein. DMs revealed that Epstein had to pay off one of his victims through his co-host. Not so erudite. Not yet. Coleman canceled. So other than that, I mentioned, is anything you were hoping to be brought up? I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans, course of action paused, and we'll choose
that and see how he did on the test. Sorry. Oh fuck. No, we should watch it. We should watch it. Why did I close it? There it is.
If both the first and second were 0, but no digits repeat. Wait, I just realized why we never ever do anything like this on stream. Holy shit. Christ, where were we? Holy shit.
People are like helping him cheat.
If you're not timing this, there's 0 point. Okay, I was just curious what the questions were. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. All right, back to Minecraft. Good call.
You gnome.
First and second place can also be 0.
Yes, the LSAT is not. I mean, you haven't graduated college, okay? It's a test for after you graduate undergrad to go into law school. He hasn't really successfully completed any kind of, like, I don't think he's a good candidate to take the LSAT. He was a cheeser in StarCraft 2 and always thought he was the smartest person in the room. I mean, he was never good. Like, he was never even a pro, right? He was just a semi-pro. Like, isn't his biggest, like, tournament win, like, $1,000 or something? Back to Minecraft.
do something depending on if he agrees. He has to make up, repent. Oh, the person in the blue is Pixie. He has to make up, repent for the action, and wants to work with me to find a way to do that. Or if he doesn't feel that way, I don't want to talk to him myself, because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst, because he probably doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes. And that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought, because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's the other thing, where the fan base, including his Ghislaine, will regularly also say that like everyone is mentally ill and that like they want to harm themselves or whatever. And then sometimes they'll actually egg people on too. It's like real Kiwi Farm shit. Ghislaine had a financial incentive to sweep for him because they have a pod together. That makes sense. Yeah, Not So Erudite is another massive hater of mine, by the way, just so you know. I mean, virtually every single person at some point, when you're a Destiny Orbiter, you gotta do that. When you're a Destiny Orbiter, you gotta pay the piper. You gotta say Hasan sucks. Can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me he knows he up. There's no excuse at all and doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again. Or better, what can I share with him? You can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. Gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about is what you needed: help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was, and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is this what you feel you need? Yeah, the only problem is number 3, because even with the removal of the video and getting the guy hacked charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough for that. For the rest of his life, he thinks the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable. Okay, so that is what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me before that this was what you wanted specifically. My understanding was it was more of a sense of rehabilitation and justice. Oh my God. They in the Destiny Discord right now fantasizing how you'll be outed as a sex pest or a viewer will do some sort of terror attack. That's what I mean, man. It's insane. That is an insane thing to think. If you have that level of hatred in your heart.
Yeah, of course they're fantasizing. But the other thing I want to say is, like, I am dedicated for the rest of my life to making sure that any time this guy pops up, that these accusations are fully vetted.
Because your favorite content creator is
top prize money, $2,494 from 9 tournaments. So he was never really a StarCraft pro. He was a guy who played a lot of StarCraft on the computer while saying racial slurs.
Doing shit that I didn't even have anything to do with, okay? He did this to himself. And even in that situation, you're like...
Hasan and I didn't make him sexually, cyber stalk multiple women, We had nothing to do with this. He got booted from his team for leaking someone's nudes. No, he got booted for screaming racial slurs at a teammate. I think you're thinking of a different time. Like, he may have leaked someone's news in 2013, but I think he got booted from a team because he was screaming racial slurs at a teammate.
Like, nah, dog, you are also... and you're also bad. But my favorite content creator, he's not bad, but you're actually bad in the same way that I'm defending my own personal content creator being bad. Like, that's psychotic. That's what I don't understand. And it reminds me of a story I heard from a long ass time ago that, like, this kind of stuff happened in Destiny's life before. I'm not going to dig it up right now. And I can't find it. I don't know the exact details, but I remember, like, there was back in Destiny's StarCraft days, apparently there was a similar situation that took place where I think he, like, called his ex-girlfriend ugly or something, and then talked about his nudes or something, and then she actually leaked his dick pic, and then his cult-like fan base 12 years ago leaked their own dick pics in solidarity to make Destiny feel less bad. Like, it's psychotic. The thing is, and this was like much smaller community back then, he tried shitting on Forsen, and Forsen brought up how he would share his ex nudes to his Discord. That's how I first heard of him. Yeah, he's done shit like this all the time.
What?
Here's the issue, okay? Most people in Destiny's fan base doesn't understand that Destiny is his own worst enemy. I believe that every single person has the capacity.
Yeah, because he's a sociopath. Like, the reason why Destiny is his own worst enemy is he doesn't feel emotions like you do. He doesn't feel like that other people are worthy of moral consideration. What makes you stops you short from saying and doing things like that to other people is innate. You're born with it. It's a wiring that you have. He doesn't. He lacks it. The only time he can demonstrate it is when he does it through his intellect and he calculates it for his advantage. He's just built differently than you and me. Like, do you think Destiny would ever post his dick pic in solidarity with someone else? Of course not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he would never do any of the kind of sycophantic things that people do for him. He values you based purely on what you do for him.
To rehabilitate. But the problem is, if you're constantly getting highlighted and constantly getting defended for all of your worst instincts and following all your worst instincts and getting rewarded for it, you're just not going to do that. If you're getting all of your worst shit reinforced over and over again, and it simply turns into mere content for your fan base.
What is CSAM? CSAM is child sex abuse material.
Whoa, did you guys hear about the new Destiny dramas?
Because people, like, calling it child porn is not right. Because porn is not what it is. It's evidence of a crime.
He shared nude pics and talked about here privately, asking if she was bangable. Guys have done this before. I've done this before. They were bros. Had the bro talk privately 12 years ago. Blue Tees pigs haven't leaked anywhere. No boobs were seen in the incident. Just dicks. At least someone could have the decency to leak the boobs. Effort post. StarCraft 2 player Steve Bonnell, aka Destiny, shares naked pictures of a fangirl. He calls her Butterface in Shrek. She responds by posting pictures of his dick, angering his fans. Destiny again responds, this time threatening to contact her school and get her financial aid cut. Understandably feeling humiliated, she was somehow able to gain access to his Twitter account, where she then leaked dick pictures he had been sending her. In her own words, from this thread, 14 plus, but she deleted her account. I'll come out and say this is Blue Tea. I really have nothing to lose. Long story short, Steven leaked nude pictures of me to his Skype friends. He then joked about how hideous my face is compared to my beautiful body. They joked about how I look like Shrek. I do have a big nose, I guess. Someone who apparently was in the chat room emailed me from a Gmail account consisting of a bunch of random numbers. It had the chat log. When I confronted him about it, how does he respond? By threatening to contact her work and school so we can get her scholarships and financial aid removed. My man's been a menace for 12 plus years, dude. He insulted her behind closed doors in a private chat log. Nobody would ever see. She insulted him to the entire internet. Yeah, that's fair. And of course, no SRS there would be complete without the obligatory calling a woman a cunt, even when the guy's completely in the wrong. In this case, because he has to pull out his match. We'd be pissed if he didn't play, since he's doing so well. Even if he lost because of this cunt, then we'll know at least he tried his best. And to top it all off,
listen to the community that he has. Listen to this guy. You know, you send pictures a woman sends you. I'm not saying this shocks me as like a crime that he would commit. But what shocks me is how people act like in public, or the things they would attach their name and write.
His poor girlfriend is brought out to protect him, partially because of the case of mistaken identity. How does she feel about the fact that her boyfriend is showing dick pictures of himself to his female StarCraft fans? Even she doesn't know. TLDR, guy shares new pictures of a female fan and calls her Shrek and Butterface. She responds by posting his dick pictures on Twitter. He threatens to call her school and work and get her scholarship removed and financial aid cut. His fans rush to his defense. Not sure what the drama is really. Nude pics, so not like his dick was tiny. Chat log of him being a lad with his buddies and explaining he turned down a 15-year-old. Once again, I will add to this story the same adage over and over again. Judge me by my enemies. Okay? Why did he start attacking / targeting you so heavily? This is all insane. Because when he argued that he wanted to say the N-word in private, and it obviously frustrated his black podcast co-host and my friend Trihex at the time, and it was his friend as well. Like, they were friends before this incident. I was like, you can't do that. Even if you were to say it, I literally said, even if you were to say you would say this in public, or you would say the N-word in private, you saying that you're going to say it in private is basically saying you like saying it. That was our initial separation, which is community with a million different effort posts has actually completely changed the dynamic of, and still to this day lie about actively and say, no, it was because Destiny owned Hasan in the marketplace of ideas so hard he couldn't deal with it or something. They say I gaslit Trihex, a black man, into feeling some type of way about his podcast co-host saying that he says the N-word in private. That's where the what a Weasley little liar clip comes from. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. This, ironically, was me responding to a clip of Destiny lying to his audience, saying that I actually agree with his position on the N-word. That his brilliant counter argument in his mind was, what if I were to say the N-word when I'm in a spaceship with no one around me? Would it still actually be a inherently racist act? That was his fantastic.
By the way, the answer is yes, but the other answer is there's no, I mean, even you saying it makes you more of a racist. You kind of acculturate yourself towards it. So if you ever leave the spaceship, if you're up there screaming the N-word all day, it's probably going to make you a more racist person. Or at least disinhibited of saying the N-word. It's not even a very good argument. He's kind of dumb, isn't he?
The counter goes to show you that it literally does not matter.
It's like the R slur, right? Like, I grew up, like, I was in high school. I started high school in 1998. How many R slurs and F slurs do you think I heard? Okay? So I would not, like, I was a senior in high school when 9/11 happened. Okay, that's how old I am. It was very interesting to be 18 when 9/11 happened, because everybody looked at you like, oh shit, you're getting drafted. And you were like, huh? Wait, what? So we have heard a lot of those slurs over the course of my life, but I don't say the R slur. You've got 20-year-olds saying the R slur. I don't say the R slur. Why don't I say it? Because I think it's damaging. So what's your fucking excuse? Mike, I won't even sing the N-word in rap songs in the car by myself. This is Psycho Dad.
I've got my pistol point cocked, ready to link shots non-stop until I see your monkey ass drop. And let your homies know who done it. Cause when it comes to this gangster shit, you motherfuckers know who run it. We standing up for our own shit. And if you put this motherfucker to the test, you gotta realize something, nigga. You fucking with the very best. I got this killer up inside of me. I can't talk to my mother, so I talk to my diary.
That's you right now. All right, let's keep it. By the way, liking hip hop, liking rap, whatever, is completely normal. Keep it up.
How insane an argument is. If you say it with enough confidence, people.
What movie is that? That is a movie for elder millennials and Gen Xers called Office Space. It's like I would consider it like it's like a piece of content that is part of the catechism, excuse me, of the pre-Occupy left that was kind of reforming in the Foucaultian period of the end of history.
Also want to say the N-word will think that that is brilliant. Brilliant logic. The N-word arc started because his dumbass volunteered that info too, because
Not
Dems...
Foucaultian. Not Foucaultian. The shit, I'm an idiot. Fukuyama. Thank you, Jesus Christ.
Threatened to leak their spicy DMs, and he straight up goes, "Yeah, I say the N-word all the time." Yeah, exactly. He wrote a manifesto on it too, and then his fan base basically treated it as like a brilliant way to take down all of his enemies. What is this? Brianna Wu has come into the.
Nobody cares what Brianna Wu says. Brianna Wu is kind of like one of those interesting people who has absolutely no fans or supporters, and their entire existence is she pisses off everybody who's normal, and then the kind of like evil liberals see how she pisses off everyone who's normal, and so they start like boosting her more just because they know that it causes psychic damage to anybody sane. So she like, but they don't actually like her themselves. It's just it's oh, this person causes a lot of people pain that I hate. I'm gonna boost this person. Brianna Wu cares what Brianna Wu said. No, they don't. No, they fucking don't. No, they don't. They're just saying noises. Like, have you ever seen your dog just like you leave the room and your dog's like staring out the corner and he starts making like little cries? Like, he's not even crying for you. He's just like making noises randomly. Or when your dog is asleep and it's like doing like the sleep barks. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's Brianna Wu in a typical day, just making noises.
The fray couldn't be a full story about Destiny Orbiters without Brianna Wu mentioned, and also not so erudite, who obviously is now known as Epstein's own Ghislaine Maxwell, had a statement. My statement with the info so far. My opinion will update as information is made available. I have little info on new claims, and my opinion will continue to update as information does. I've only ever looked into the leaks that reached out to Pixie because I was concerned for her well-being. After I spoke with Pixie in person, she made clear her desire for me to bridge the gap between her and Steven, and her desire for as little attention as the leaks as anything identifying as possible. Both my involvement and my silence were at Pixie's request. My greatest concern this whole time was her well-being. Here are the logs. Any stops in the logs are to prevent other creators' names from being leaked. I've never been interested in shutting down conversation about this topic, only mentions that narrow the question of who could have leaked, again at Pixie's request. In the FQ message, I explicitly tell her to leave a comment up just to remove that part about mutual friends, because this further increased the likelihood of people knowing it was Pixie or going through the trouble to verify the mutual friend in question. If I just wanted to remove the comment, I would have done so. I would not have reached out to FQ. Upon learning of the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Aaron. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Most of my conversations with Steven about this topic were in person and confrontational. I fought with him and advocated for reconnecting with Pixie. My mediation for Pixie ended when she opted to reach out to Steven.
Why the fuck would that be good for Pixie? Yeah, you should reconnect with the guy who recorded videos of you having sex at 19. Like, what are you doing, Ghislaine? How's Romeo doing? Romeo is in across the Rainbow Bridge.
Even directly because I felt unable to navigate her monetary requests. Note, there are few DMs of our disagreements, but found this to substantiate the timing of my voicing disagreement and pushing him. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful and acting to fix the harms he had done, which is why I remained in business partnership with him. I'm very disappointed and angry with him that he opted not to reconnect with Pixie. I learned of the allegations against Cherry yesterday. I support her and Pixie's decisions and the lawsuit/charges. I've paused Bridges releases, canceled guests, and will reevaluate business relations as I learn more. I asked Steven for information, but he's uncomfortable sharing due to legal involvement. Everything here is released with all parties' consent. My DMs with Pixie were not given to Sunday or others with Pixie's consent. This is Brianna Wu speaking about how I gave all of my DMs with Destiny to my friend Mr. Girl Returns, someone investigating Destiny for sexual impropriety and abuse. Brianna is seen as calling me a sex criminal for making Destiny's treatment and words, no pornography, available to the investigation. And next to it is their statement on Destiny, who has been alleged to have been recording sexual acts without consent and distributing them without consent. I should probably be smart enough to keep my mouth shut.
Woof, 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 woof. Oh man, I'm starting to laugh this is just a little bit of levity for me. It's just like Brianna Wu is legitimately one of the dumbest people to ever live.
About the Destiny and Pixie lawsuit, but here goes. I care about both of them. Pixie is a good friend and someone I've worked with on several projects. She's seriously talented, fun to work with, and complements my skills in a way that makes collaborations really rewarding. Before this all came up, I had planned to hire her for an upcoming project, and I'm sticking with that decision. For the record, following through on this hire isn't me taking sides. I've made that clear to both her and people close to Steven. They both deserve their day in court, and I'm not here to weigh in on what's ultimately between them. I have offered no opinion on this action privately and made it clear I cannot. Wait, what? Yo, Brianna Wu is permanently on her both sides shit, and inevitably will always side with Israel, okay? There is a party that is wronged, and then there's a party that's doing the harm, and Brianna Wu always starts off on the centrist position and then inevitably slides into the party that is doing the harm every single time. It's so crazy. I just want to be honest about where I'm coming from. Adulting can be, oh my, done. I'm dead. She wrote adulting.
If you have a crooked number in front of your name, like on the first digit of your age, rather, excuse me, if you have a crooked number in the first digit of your age, you're not allowed to say adulting anymore. 18, 19, you can say adulting. 20, you're done. 30, you're done. 40, 40, stop posting forever. That's ridiculous. Is 40 crooked all straight line? Is 4 crooked all straight lines? Crooked doesn't mean you don't have straight lines, man. I'm 39 and adulting like a boss.
When talking about both sides are probably a little bit at fault in this, you know, sex crime, sex pest situation. I'm adulting. Adulting can be awkward like this. I do hope people let the legal process play out instead of turning this into content or drama. First of all, that's literally all Destiny does. But yeah, lo and behold, when he's in the legal crosshairs for once and there's like accountability that is righteous and due, okay? All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, let's let the courts decide. He called this a legal arc, lol. I know. Also, this is not an arc. No matter how hard, you know, Destiny and his community will try to contentify this. Referring to stuff like this as arcs or nukes minimizes the harm done to the actual victims in this circumstance, regardless of what the victims' opinions of me were when they were a part of the Destiny sex cult. They are still victims nonetheless. Heinous. Decultists are in panic mode trying to derail you for an hour. No, I think Destiny's own community even right now is...
Destiny understands that the best, like Destiny and DGG understand the best PR for them is to be like, oh, this is so terrible. We renounce and reject Destiny. Oh, because they don't want themselves to all be considered to be freaks, right? So it's the best PR for them now. Don't let them get away with it. They, you know, if you're still hanging around in DGG, if you're still hanging around in Destiny's community, you are not a good person. You are not somebody who is rejecting his behavior. You're staying in a place he created so he could predate on women. Okay? Like, it's as simple as that. Saying like, oh, we renounce him in DGG. No. Unfollow all his fucking shit. Unsubscribe to all his shit. Prove to me that you actually are disgusted by his behavior by stop giving him money. You're just operating the marching orders you were given, which is to go quiet for a while so there is an engagement with Destiny and these accusations can get boosted. But don't worry, we're going to boost them.
Is for the first time ever, I would say, taking a very different tone on this than I have seen. Maybe some are in cope mode, and I'm certain that some are, you know, wishing harm upon me and my family or whatever the fuck, and still seemingly finding a way to make this about anyone else but Destiny, which is what's so crazy about it. Like, sure, Destiny himself doing this narcissistic bullshit is one thing, right? Him being inconsistent or hypocritical, or him defending his positions, no matter how nonsensical they may be, is one thing. But what I don't understand is how all of these like cult-like followers will also, with the same tone and same severity, do the exact same thing. Like, you're doing this for a whole ass other adult, you know what I mean? What do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her about that? Which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celebrity, and you didn't leak it maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. I looked into it for obvious reasons just to be sure. But I don't know.
Yeah, I know. he confessed. He confessed right there in black and white, clear and as crystal. Exhibit A. He intentionally distributed it. And by the way, in case you're wondering, publishing in the law, I want to show you this, chat. This is very important. Let's look up law.com, legal dictionary, publish. To make public to at least one other person by any means. The moment that Destiny sent those images non-consensually to any other person, he has published it. And when he confessed to doing it, like, he may not think that he's publishing it, but that's not how the law works. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. He sent that information. He committed sexual cyber harassment. We already proved that malicious means doing a wrongful act intentionally without justified legal excuse. He did it. He committed sex crimes. The recording was a crime. The transmission was a crime. The recording, if it done without consent, was a crime. The transmission was a crime. Even if it was to only one other person, he is guilty, guilty, guilty. And from what I understand, there's a lot more examples out there.
I don't really care much about the legal side of it or whatever. Obviously, I have severely, at the very least, psychologically damaged her. Covering therapy or whatever is a minimum. And I have no problem helping out or sending her money for anything as a form of repatriation. I just didn't want it to come
That's not
off.
what repatriation means. I think he meant reparation.
Like, hey, bitch, lol, I know I violated your trust in the worst way ever, but here's some money. Have fun. Interest. Oh, Jesus Christ. Holy shit, I found the LSF mod takeover post, and you're entirely 100% correct about that guy. I never knew that. Wait, where's the post? Can you link it? There was a post that like shows the full takeover. It just got deleted. Wait, they deleted the post? Tarot card, aka Stale 2000, took over the sub after some criticism and refused to step down after a unanimous vote to remove him for abuse of power tripping 4 months ago. Later added power mods to camp it and kick the core team. We urge you to use r/livestreamfails with an S from this point on forwards. There is a lot more about this guy, ranging from the cringe to downright abusive. He's not to be trusted. This was originally a document written to the admins who did nothing about this and has partially been redacted for privacy reasons. The sub has been replicated one-to-one looks-wise and functionality-wise. You can pick your old flares. Feel free to post. We're also relaxing old news rules, so feel free to post classic clips. Stale 2000 attempted the false DMCA, the Google Doc, but it can be found here till we find a better place for it. Yeah, this happened 4 months ago. No, it's right here. Zoom into the screenshot. TLDR, user tarot card, aka Stale 2000. A DGGer took over the sub after some criticism and refused to step down after a unanimous vote to remove him from abusive power tripping. Later added power mods to camp it and kick the core team. On September 4th, 2024, the r/livestreamfail team decided to remove tarot card, aka Stale 2000, as he's commonly known as, from the top mod position of the subreddit due to constant behavior that eroded the trust in him with unilateral decisions opposed to the years-long protocols of consensus within the team. Also, if you recall, LSF mods have a private correspondence because at a time after Rekful, unfortunately passed away, they were like, oh, we're going to fix LSF. We're going to no longer make it a space for, negative opinions to thrive. Right. And they had a Discord server where they had private Discord. Like they had a private Discord server for like all the top content creators that they had created. Right. I never even used it. These guys constantly were like, hey, can you please, remain on LSF, whatever. It's fine. We'll do a good job and we'll make sure that you're not like constantly harassed and brigaded. I sent them one message. I said, hey, can I please get taken off of LSF like permanently? I just don't understand why I still get harassed for 2 years now. This is in 2024. Like this has been some lolcow thing for the Destiny Brigaders at this point. It's formulaic. It's not about accountability or truth. It's just dunking on me for my view count getting lower. Don't even understand why that's even remotely relevant to the Twitch course. It's been like this for years now. I was like, can you guys please just like take me off? I don't understand why the I'm still on the subreddit. I've tried to like openly brigade the subreddit so I would get banned off of it, and then you guys did ban me off of it, off of the subreddit, but then you put me back on the subreddit because you noticed that you weren't getting as much clicks. They literally leaked it immediately. Like they sent me millions and millions of messages. I never respond to them at all. And the one time where I'm like, just please take me off the fucking LSF subreddit. I don't understand what is accountability? You know what I mean? In this process where it's just like they're using the subreddit as their cum sock to basically consistently brigade and harass me, and it's ruining my life. And guess what happened? They leaked that message, and then they leaked that message to Destiny, and then they made fun of it. What's so crazy about it is that this is after like 4 or 5. This is after 4 years of non-stop, like Hasan did this, Hasan did that, when I hadn't done none of the things that they were claiming that I was doing. There was another moment on LSF history where they literally, by the way, they were like, you know what? We've actually decided no more cross-posting, like no more Destiny versus Hasan clips, because it was polluting the entire timeline. It wasn't my community posting it. It was always Destiny's community posting clips of Destiny responding to Hasan, Destiny responding to Hasan, Destiny responding to Hasan. So they stopped that. So you know what the Destiny community did? They brigaded the Asmongold subreddit. That's literally what they did. So
we need to get ourselves a DGG quarantine list. We need to start keeping track of the people that are part of DGG and making sure we know who they are.
Now they're posting clips out of context on the Asmongold subreddit, and now Asmongold is reacting to it, and then that's getting upvoted on the LSF. And then they would use XQC's subreddit too. They were just like, okay, we can't get Destiny to shit on Hasan. Why don't we just use the XQC and Asmongold subreddits as our main vehicle? So then they basically stopped that, but then they started going after people in my orbit. They started going after people like Frogan. They started going after people like Caroline. They've never stopped. They even did this to Daft back in the day. It's so psychotic. Daft still has like stalkers from the one time where she said, when she defended me during the Cracker Saga. They're insane, dude. They're insane. And guess whose subreddit they're using now? Ethan Klein. Completely taken over by Destiny's biggest dick riders and sycophants. It's all done over subreddit. It's psychotic. It's like cancerous. Yeah, Tarot Card recently removed that rule and also allowed politics threads again. They held a community vote so they could post Epstein threads about you again. Funny thing is, all of this effort only made XQC and Asmon's audience more right-wing. They hate you at the expense of their own party. That's the other hilarious part of the story, is that like doing that over and over again develops an audience of right-wingers, just like Destiny developed an audience full of right-wingers until he talked about how he was glad that Corey Contemporary got assassinated. Are the Destiny community right-wing or liberals? Great question. It just depends on which time.
The answer is they don't have any values. The answer is Destiny's politics. They don't have politics. They use politics for content, right? And generically, Destiny positions himself as anti-Trump. That's about the only thing you could really say about Destiny is he's anti-Trump. Other than that, there really isn't anything there. And now that, you know, Trump is the president and he can't run again, I actually expected Destiny to be voting Republican by 2028 because Trump will be leaving office. The next Republican will be running. It probably won't be someone who's like Trumpian necessarily. It'll be probably a more establishment type figure. Maybe JD Vance is the person who could bridge that gap, but it would have been someone that Destiny find himself voting for. Now that doesn't matter anymore. He's just gonna pivot to the right wing because the right wing doesn't care if you harass women. Like, he'll be a Trump supporter within the end of the year, you know, because like that's the only place where you could be a sex criminal, you know. So he'll be a Trump supporter by the end of the year. Certified Mike prediction.
Time frame you're asking this question. It just depends. It's entirely dependent on what he's feeling like defending at the time. And the reality is he's a mercenary, and you know what it is? It's like a bunch of 40 to 35-year-old 4chan IT guys that were incredibly right-wing and neo-Nazi back in like the 2016 era decided that they could still do the same troll ops, right? But if they presented themselves as liberals and aligned with the Democratic Party, they could more easily virtue signal. They could more easily and more convincingly virtue signal. There have always been communities like this online, many of which I will not name, but it feels like virtually all of the harassment communities got together and made this their like bread and butter, made this their #1 drama center where they can just like go after random people and try to bully them and make content out of like how they can get to manipulate this person's lives. But ultimately there is not a real there's no real politics there. It's not about politics. It's about chaos. It's about shitting on people, and it's about, you know, doing harm to them and kicking people when they're down, or putting them down a peg, right? That's what it's about. Like, united we are strong, and we can actually take out some of these f***ing assholes. And it makes sense. Like, if you're kind of sad and you want a sense of community and you want to feel a sense of power in all of the otherwise powerlessness that you experience on a daily basis, whether it's at your workplace, whether it's about like trying to get politicians to do your bidding for once, when everything else reminds you of your powerlessness, this is the one space you have where you actually have a fraction of power, where you can look at a asshole on your screen and find out what their phone number is and like order pizza delivery to their house or something just to fuck with them, or call the cops on them and SWAT them. And this is how a lot of these communities operate, where they just like, they feel powerful by, you know, trying to fuck with people that they watch on screen. Twitch as a medium definitely is perfect for that sort of thing. It's just that I don't think there's ever been a content creator so successful at navigating this sphere and simultaneously masquerading as like a political actor. Most of them are usually like, you know, lol cows themselves, like Ice Poseidon, or, you know, people that end up falling victim to their own community, inevitably harassing them to a degree where they're just like done. They can't do anything about it. Destiny, on the other hand, has constantly found new victims to turn into lol cows. And even if someone that he wants to turn into a lol cow doesn't turn into a lol cow, he can at least make it seem like they've been impactful. And therefore, his community has never come after him. But maybe one day they'll wake up to the reality that it's actually him who is the lol cow. And I think that's what...
Oh, yeah. I mean, everybody knows that Destiny's the lol cow of political streams. Like, nobody's confused about that. He's tried his best to make me a lol cow or Hasan a lol cow, but nobody's confused. Like, he's 100% the criminal lol cow. Degenerate fuck. Like, nobody's confused about that now. Everybody knows it's true. Even DGGers know.
Scares
a lol cow is just a alt-right state. It's basically somebody who has mental illness that a group of people online stalk and bully for entertainment. That's why they're called a lol cow, because they get milked for laughs.
Any more than anything else is that one day his community will wake up to the reality that he's maybe not the best guy, and a lot of the rest of the world actually looks at people like him and people in his audience as f***ing losers, and that his audience will turn on him and also treat him like the way he has treated others. Nah, dog, they were hyping him up when he rapped an AI version of yourself. They're lost in the sauce. I mean, some are for sure. That's the other thing. Yeah, it's so pathetic that, yes, Destiny had a fan make an AI rap battle video between me, okay, an AI version of me, that Destiny himself actually rap battled. That's a real thing that they did, and they thought it was fucking awesome. No, I never reacted to that shit. That's too much cringe, man. I'll fucking die. And then these guys have the audacity to say, I'm obsessed. It's craziness. If I were to show...
Hello, Steven.
Hasan, this is in between sending all the sex crime material around.
You know there's only one way to settle this, old friend.
Oh yeah? What's that?
I challenge you to a rap battle.
Bring it on, bitch. I would strike Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peele.
I wonder if they'll show this like when he goes to prison. I wonder if this will be shown like to all in the general pop, like they'll put it on the TV.
Pearson. So you can school a couple of fascists, but can you defeat a socialist? It's been a long time, Steven. Thought you got the best of me, but this ends here. Prepare to meet your destiny. Review your power level to where you won't pull through. You're welcome to the Nuremberg trials for part 2. Been around for a minute, deep in the grift, goddamn, now you're in it. I may not be a redneck militia clown, but I'm still gonna motherfucking mow you down. Just like you laughed as my dog died, no surprise. You do support genocide, Zion and shield dancing on Gaza graves like Usano from a family who owned slaves. You smell worse than a fart. Shane Kamala Harris had to try this apart. You fell behind me, Steven. What happened, dog? And more than double your sub count. Let's finish the job. Go away now.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch more of this. It's too cringe, but you get the point. Like, Destiny actually appeared in that. He put you and Hasan into a video game. Yeah, I know. It's
show you that, you would die. I'm not even kidding. If I were to show you the AI rap battle, you would perish. It's
See,
like
he was
secondhand, third-hand embarrassment, nuclear levels. Here's the obsessed bar.
Bro, is that seriously all you have to say? All these years of no contact?
I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this even in jest. I can't do this. I can't do this. I'm sorry. It's so bad. It's so bad. I will not do that to you. I will not do that to you, okay? But I'm glad you saw a peep of it. To this day, I have not watched it. I've only seen
Honestly,
like
what I just watched was the most I've seen.
in pieces. Like that's the 3-second clip is the most I can see. Is the most I can entertain. How psychotic is that? That's like, dude, this is the problem with the internet, okay? In general. This is the problem with the internet in general. In the real world, back in the day before the internet, if someone were to do things like that, obviously technology hadn't improved to this degree, they would be called a stalker. That is basically the internet version of, you know, doing newspaper clippings and thinking that Jodie Foster is actually communicating to you to go and shoot Ronald Reagan. Like that's like the OG version of what is happening here. But now, because this shit is online and people can become content creators, that level of psychopathic obsession.
Oh yeah, if Destiny wasn't a content creator on his own, everybody would recognize him for what he is, which is a psychotic stalker freak.
Can be turned into content, and people, and there's like enough communities, there's enough people out there who will watch it. Come on, stalker, you're a public figure and that's just cringe, not some private stuff. Dog, please, dude. There is a level of pathological obsession. If you want to address my takes as a public figure, that's one thing. Don't try to justify this by being like, you're a public figure. Okay, dude. I guess because I'm a public figure, that's all of that is normal. It's cringe rap battle. Dog, I'm not involved in it. You understand? It's an AI version. Like if someone did that about Ben Shapiro, I would never rap over it. You understand? I wouldn't rap over a fucking AI version of Ben Shapiro. You want to know why? I hate Ben Shapiro, but I'm not a fucking loser. And I hope you understand that you're not. I hope you understand that that's loser shit and you shouldn't entertain stuff like that. Also, people stalk public figures all the time. What the are you saying?
Everybody's up in arms about this.
Okay, chat. That's going to be it for me today covering this news. I want to again thank you all for helping raise all those funds for Pixie on the Give Send Go / Sue Destiny. We're at $28,441, which will be a nice big chunk of change to push this forward. Thank you all for all the fundraising. Thank you for all the subs and all the support. I'm here every day starting at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. Here's all my links. Make sure you follow me on Blue Sky and Twitter and join the Discord, etc., etc. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe out there. Solidarity forever. Free Palestine. And of course, always help people. Even if somebody wronged you in the past, if they're an innocent victim of a serious crime, don't be a petty, disgusting piece of shit. Reach out and prove your humanity. Thanks so much. I'll see you all soon. Peace out. And of course, we're gonna win.